Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei died by Trihexa and Reborn as Great Red? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Marcus from 2005 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. The land that was used as a battlefield against the beast had been transformed by the destructive amounts of power that had been used on it. It had cracks that seemed to eat up the bodies of the dead soldiers. Blood had made new rivers and lakes. Mountains of the dead laid everywhere, and at the middle of all this carnage was the beast itself, Trihexa, standing on edge of completing its life's work, giving off a hauntingly terrifying aura. All around were the few still standing, magic circles, senjutsu, weapons, sacred gears and runes all at the ready. Many were bruised or already half a leg in the grave. The beast then roared, cracking the land under it, making some fall down as they no longer could take it. It started preparing the biggest magic circle anyone there had ever seen. It kept growing and gaining more and more layers on top of it. It was preparing the spell it was feared for. Its power alone had already made the whole supernatural world fear it, but this spell was what gave it its name. Trihexa, it would break every plane of existence in only one use of this spell. The power it was gathering would make Great Red with all of his and Afio's power doubled look like a joke. The beast suddenly looked down towards a crater with its full attention. The spell Loki was slowed down thanks to this. But what could make the beast itself give its full attention to anything that wasn't at least at Ophis or Great Red level of power? Suddenly a crimson light shot out of the crater, hitting the beast head on, leaving what seemed to be the first real wound. It roared at this unknown being. The wound didn't heal as the others had. It hurt it a lot too. Out of the crater came a figure clad in heavy crimson-colored armor. Two enormous angelic wings sprouted from the back, with cherry-pink glass-like sails growing from the golden-tinted crimson wing arms. A tail twisted and turned beneath the armor's golden-clawed feet, with spikes of a similar cherry-pink color as the wings. Each arm and leg were covered in metallic dragon scales, colored with both the blood of enemies and friends. Golden spikes and claws adorned the exterior. Many gems, normally green, were sat around each joint of the armor, shining with such power that none had seen from the owner of the armor before. The armor was made to look as a dragon would, for it was molded from the remains of a dragon, and filled with the soul of the same dragon. But its aura and power was the one at display. It was the owner and current Red Dragon Emperor's instead. Beneath the dragon-like helmet, glaring through the small pink eyes slits, were two determined and angry orange eyes. The eyes of Issei Haidu. He gracefully flew higher up, stopping only as he reached eye level with Trihexa. His aura began to radiate off him, slowly clawing its way up to match the beast's. It was furious by his challenge, even more so when it saw his lack of attention to it. For he was searching the battlefield, wishing to see his one true love, one last time. Flashback. 5 hours before the seal on Trihexa would break, Issei had gathered everyone but Rius to meet him in ORC. They all were slightly confused about why he only asked for them. As they started to come in and sit down in the room, for what might be the last time, Issei began speaking. I want you all to know that I love each and every one of you dearly, and would never hurt you on purpose, not without a really good reason at least. His voice was not cheerful, nor sad, just forced. He turned around to look at them all, his eyes moving over each and every one of them. I have a plan to kill Trihexa. If Surzek's plan doesn't work, then I will use my plan instead. He tried using his iconing smile, but they could all see that he was nowhere near happy about his plan, but they all knew too well. The fear of death could be seen flickering in his eyes, so vividly. Kiba dared ask on behalf of the other. What will you do, if you have to use this plan of yours? He asked, trying to hide how scared he was from hearing one of his worst nightmares from coming to live. Yet prayers could not save him, or the others, from hearing his response. A sad smile formed on the strongest Red Dragon Emperor in history, as he watched his friend, frightened by the future. I am going to use the Longinus Smasher, and use everything I have to kill it, even if it costs me my life. He said back, his head held high like always, yet no joy was taking in saying what he said, and worse, there was no shame either. It all went silent, until Asia marched over and in a move no one had expected from her slap she slapped him. He was visibly confused from Asia's sudden slap. Her face was drenched in tears. Issei looked up to see everyone else crying as well. Gasper had fainted from just the thought alone, while Irina and Zenovia just stood there and looked like they did when they learned about the dearth of God. Kenneo was shaking with anger, her tears dripping down her face. Even when she cries she is still so beautiful, Issei thought. Kenneo had begun to breathe faster and faster, scared of him leaving her alone like her sister had done. Kiba fell to the floor with his knees first then his hands, not wanting his best friend to die for his, or the other's sake. Asia fell down as she fainted. It was impressive that she could hold it in for so long. Rossweiss had stood there and taken it better, at least on the outside. Inside she was crying like a little girl. Issei didn't say anything else, because if he did it would only make it harder for him to do this. Flashback and everyone saw as he started to overpower Trihexa's aura with his own. Rius couldn't help but be both proud and fall in love all over again as her one and only. Issei was even stronger than the strongest being in existence. Issei, I love you more and more each time I see you go beyond your guys. What's wrong? Rius had finally noticed her friend's sad expression at the sight of the man who had helped them all come together and become a family. Then it suddenly clicked for her, as she looked back at Issei, wondering where all this raw power was coming from. How could he be this strong so suddenly? Unless no, you can't do that, Issei. She started running towards the two beings, but was tackled by Kenneo and Kiba, her oldest friends and the two nearly as hurt as she was. They held her back. I am sorry, Rius, he said we couldn't tell you we wanted to, but he would be sad to know he didn't want you to. He want to lessen your suffering, make you think clearly until there was no other choice. They had all talk over each, incoherent and emotional, but Rossweiss had been able to sum up what they meant. Why? Rius asked slowly, as her hair covered her eyes and tears fell down onto her skite. No one could make themselves say anything, as no one knew how to explain what went through his head. Her aura started leaking soon, exploding into a massive crimson red sphere where only she and Issei could stay, just like when he almost died in her hands when he was bitten by Fenrir. Issei felt her power. A small tear leaked out of his helmet. The gem on his left arm started glowing. Issei Hayadu. My friend, you and I have had quite a journey together. You have ruined my image, but have built it back better than before. You have done what some would see as impossible. I was never good at these things, but I am proud of you and am happy to spend the rest of our lives together inside this gear. Everything is ready, you only have to do one thing and we can finally have peace. Drake said, his voice standing strong as he was soon to lose his best friend, his greatest host and the one who is soon to defeat Trihexa. I liked our time together too, but now I will do what only an idiot like me can do and press the big red button. See you inside the gear. I enjoyed the time we spent, Drake. He paused as he tried to catch his breath. This was much harder than he thought it would be. But he would do this for them, and he would never change this life he has, or had. I am Issei Hayadu, the Red Dragon Emperor, and the pawn of Rius Gremory, and I vowed to become the strongest pawn ever. Dragon of Domination Longinus Smasher. It was completely crimson. It covered everything and everyone. It didn't hurt, but a roar of pain could be heard faintly. The crimson soon retracted itself, and showed the now empty land and sky. The clouds had all been pushed away, leaving an open field where a giant was now laying down on the ground, slowly turning to ash. But what shocked everyone was the pink orb flying in the sky. It cracked and completely broke apart, turning to dust like fragments, and getting flown away by the wind. There was silence for a few more moments. Then people began cheering and roaring in happiness. People danced, jumped, and so many other things, until a loud cry was heard. They all looked towards the heiress of Gremory as she was letting her power go completely on a rampage. Her anger and sadness made her snape, and all the happy people celebrating had not helped. The ground kept breaking. Destruction magic was sent out in waves, injuring people who stood too closely. Issei! 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 Come back to me, Issei! She cried as she kept letting her power become more and more violent. She was stopped by her brother as he held her closely, not knowing what to say, but could only do this much for now. I am sorry, Rius, he sacrificed himself for us. He did it for you. His hug helped soothe her heart. Her powers and her mind couldn't take any more. She fell unconscious, remembering only the face of her beloved Issei as everything went black. Unknown time and place, a giant red dragon was looking at a colorless ball, as all of a sudden people dressed in white robes moved up beside him, only 2 of them wearing their own clothes. They all knew why they were here. This happens every other century. As another red dragon emperor dies, he joins everyone else inside the gear, as a mere copy of their former selves. Drake looked at the ball. As it started getting color, soon images started swirling around it, all too fast to get a good look at them. But they all, most at least, had a red-haired figure in them. They had Rius and Issei together. The ball soon began to take the shape of a boy, with spiky brown hair, and goofy, yet kind face and wearing a school uniform. Drake looked at him happy that he at least had his sanity. The curse of the juggernaut drive hadn't screwed him over like many before him. He soon stood on the ground, his eyes closed. When he opened them, something different happened. A massive wave of power hit the group of hooded figures, sending them all flying. Drake and the 2 other sane past hosts stood and took the hit, still getting pushed a few meters backwards. Drake was impressed at this, and then his instincts told him that something had entered this space, something that shouldn't have been possible. His instincts told him that it was coming from Issei. He was not supposed to be here. Why does the gear reject him? He is a host. He was the host. Issei, come here! Drake yelled. He wasn't angry, he just felt he needed to shout or something to regain dominance of his space. His host had died before the Longinus Smasher had ended. He had somehow got to keep a part of that power, making Issei as strong Great Red. Issei moved toward him. Drake could see him trying his best to keep his cool and not cry. Issei, welcome to your new home. Issei's eyes only grew more sad. But then is what I would like to say, if the gear wasn't right now trying to push you out of it. Drake said as Issei looked at him with what seemed like a slight glint of hope. It then soon turned to despair, as this could mean that he was sent to some sort of dark void instead, to spend the rest of his existence there instead. So I am going to be kicked out of the boosted gear. Why? Didn't I do everything right? Why can't a guy just get to enjoy his afterlife in peace? He spoke with his hand over his face, feeling the world was just trying to keep screwing him over, even when he was dead. Which he now was. Drake started chuckling a little bit. It soon turned to a much louder laughter, as he roared proudly. Issei Hayadu, you must forgive my sudden laughter, but no one is taking away your afterlife. Rather, the gear is trying to release you from this, somewhat comfy prison, as you have things inside you that aren't part of the gear normally. You have Ascalane and a part of the divine dividing inside you and the power to match Great Red, therefore you have been deemed as peace fussed into the gear. Not a host. Drake spoke with great joy. His best host had been given a chance he always wanted for himself. You have been given a chance to start over, and live a new life, and the best part is, you'll be a semi-reincarnation of me. Roared Drake proudly, his joy oozing out of him. His strongest and the host he was the proudest of had been given a new life by the same thing that took it. Issei looked up at Drake with tears in his eyes, and a small smile started forming. I get to go back. I'll get to go back to Rius. He screamed happily. As tears now streamed down his cheeks, he looked towards Drake with joy, happiness, and hope for him and Rius being together again. So Issei, this will be where we part, maybe forever or maybe for a few decades. But I will try and come meet you again with my next host. It's starting soon. Anything left to say to me, old friend? Drake asked as what looked like a smile was formed on his face. I'll see you soon, or I'll come find you, you old lizard. I'll show you how to be a real dragon, he declared as he reached his left hand out at Drake, forming a fist. Drake chuckled deeply, as he responded by returning his fist bummed with his right hand's index claw. Issei began to vanish from sight, as green and pink dust flew off him. He sent Drake one last smile, before he disappeared fully. Yes. Show them all how to be a dragon. A real dragon, like the one you always were, my friend. Familiar forest. The familiar forest, a place or dimension of sorts, that only really the devil faction got to use, but upon the alliance that was formed, it was deemed to be worth opening it up to other members of the alliance, so it also meant that Satuji, the familiar master, had to train new familiar masters, just so that he wouldn't end up ruining himself trying to please all the visitors. It had been going well, none of the new recruits had messed up too badly yet, although one did almost get killed by a Hydra and anger Tiamat in the same day, but besides that one time nothing too bad. The familiars hadn't really had major change to their behavior, they almost became friendly towards the devils, angels, fallen angel and other species. Almost like they just wanted to leave this place, which no one could blame them as this place was quite glumly to look at and had two major threats that would kill if anger enough. But today was one of the, as of now, weekly priorities where you go with a peerage, a deck or whatever you had and get yourself a familiar. A whitish light circle, with runes and signs of the Gremory clan, started forming. Appearing out of it was a group of 10 girls. They all more or less shared in a similar dress coded, that being a long-sleeved black blush, with skin-tight black pants on. They all what seemed like normal everyday shoes, but the thing that about them that stood out most of their cloths was the famous crimson red rose, symbolicking them as servants of the Gremory clan. But 2 of the group stood out more, as they pearly white hair and ears. These were 2 yokai, turned devil through reincarnation by the evil pieces system. Those 2 were the queen, Nene Haji, a young girl who grew most of her life without much of the supernatural, until her late teens when she was approached by her soon-to-be king. And the king was a more mature version of her queen, as she had started to gain the supernatural growth spurt, making her look quite like her older sister and former king. Her name was Kenneo Tuju, and one of the peerage owners guarding the Gremory clan head, Rius Gremory, a few months after the loss of her beloved, and the one she had hoped to mate with, sacrifice. She along with her former peerage were the rank of high-class devil. Some of them, namely Kiba, Asia and Akone Desi to stay with their king as her servants, while Kenneo, Raswise, Zenovia and Gasper became their own kings. They all decided though to stay loyal to their former king, but not as servants but as her guards. All swearing an oath to serve the Gremory clan as kings under it. Each of them made a peerage that best suited their new jobs, and trained them to be a fighting force that few could stand against. Kenneo's peerage had been sent by order of the Archduchess, to investigate the large migration that was happening in the familiar forest, as many familiars had started to appear and others had started to move away from specific areas, namely the territory of Tiamat the Chaos Karma Dragon King, the Hydra and a new dragon. The first 2 had lived in the forest for a long time, so the familiars had gotten used to them, but this new dragon had many of them run away from their homes and habitats, as it had scoured the land near its den. But what really worried the familiar masters, who had sent the requisite in the first place, was that it was the only dragon in the familiar forest who didn't speak, or rather couldn't speak. They had been able to get close to it one time, as it was patrolling its territory and had tried to communicate with it, but it had been unable to talk or just ignored them. As it was a dragon, said to have made quite a name for itself in the forest, as it had already burned around the size of Tokyo, times 2, worth of land, and made it the sole inhabitant of it. It was deemed to be threat, or possible threat, were people of ultimate class and above where to engage, if it made a wrong move or something else to threatening the forest and its other inhabitants. Kenneo and her peerage had been ordered to try and talk with this dragon, to see if really was incapable of talking. If not, then they could be able to get it to move to the dragon territory, or maybe stop burning down the forest at least. If it was true that it couldn't talk, then they might have to get it under control somehow, or maybe if the dragon saw them as prey or threat, then they might have to kill it. Something which the familiar's masters weren't very happy with, but if it happened then so be it. You all the orders we've been given by Lady Gremory, we will split into 2 teams, one will be on the ground and the other will fly. We will have a communication devices in our ears so that we can share information about its location and actions. Spoke Kenneo with much more mature voice compared to her older stoic one. It had a bit of energy in it, but not as much as her peerage, but it made her much more friendly to be with. And she liked it anyway, it was nice being like this. They all nodded, as they remembered their briefing they could before they left the Gremory estate. The two rook and knights along with one pawn group up and started to walk into woods, towards where they sensed one of the two strong dragonic energies. While the Kenneo, her queen, her one bishop and two remaining pawns spread out their wings and started flying over the trees towards the other strong dragonic energy. Kenneo, as she was flying, suddenly got hit by an energy that felt quite familiar to her, though she didn't exactly know why. It felt very powerful and scary even, like she was prey heading towards a predator willingly. Her group had also by now been hit with this energy, and was a bit scared by it too now. But Kenneo was more focused on why this energy felt familiar, yet completely alien to her, like she knew it, but also didn't really. It reminded her of the two things that had been left behind Issei. It was Asclone the Dragon Slayer, which she kinda wished she could use right now, and the gauntlet version of the Divine Dividing that Issei had taken from Vali in their first fight, costing him a few decades of his life in exchange for taking in that power. They had been found in the 7th level of heaven as Lord Michael was working in there to repair the damage done to heaven. They had just appeared out of nowhere, emitting a strong energy, that when Michael looked closer he found it was quite dangerous to almost anyone, be they supernatural or not. The two last reminders of Issei's younger days had become quite terrifying artifacts that could very well kill a Satan/Shirap class being. They had been given to Rius as reminders of loved one, which she had accepted and had them placed in her office behind make seals, as they were quite unnerving to be near for long periods of time, unlike Rius who just seemed to not let it faze her. But the artifact's energy was similar to that of Issei, as well demonic power, dragonic power and Trihexa's corruption, but why was this making Kenneo feel like this energy was familiar? Was because it was dragonic or because it was some dragon that been too close to Trihexa and taken in some energy from it? Well, it was in its egg? She really didn't know and made her more confused, so confused that she had been ignoring her queen calling her for the last 12 minutes. Kenneo! Yelled Nene, as she getting tired of yelling, though sigh when her king finally looked back at her. What? Asked a more stoic Kenneo as she was still in her train of thought. I was just saying that 12 minutes ago, the group found the first source of dragonic energy. They have realized that it was Tiamat's cave and are now on their way towards us. I was going to ask if we should land for now, as Hani and May have founded the area we think the dragon lives on. Nene asked, a bit tired and worried, mostly for her king's sake, but also for the possible future. Kenneo thinking this over in her, seeing that she could get a moment to maybe feel the energy a bit if they landed, agreed to her queen plan and landed on the dark green undergrowth of the forest. She poured a bit of her senjutsu into her sense to feel out this energy a bit more, which her noticed and decided to do the same, to see if she could find whatever had her king attention and maybe while doing it track the other group, coming to regroup with them. She felt the energy of the dragon as well, but nothing to really make worried or anything of the sort. Maybe Kenneo just has an off day, maybe I'll ask later? She thought as she stopped trying to sense and just sat down to rest a bit. Kenneo, however, was starting to sense more and more things that made her wonder how this energy was familiar, as she felt the strong will, the negative emotions and aura of the dragon much more deeply, making her feel a connection to it. But why? Why did she feel like she knew this dragon? Maybe it was child of some dragon she fought alongside with during the battle against the beast? No, not likely. The only dragons there were mostly evil ones, which had been destroyed by the combined forces of Great Red and the two heavenly dragons. Other than them, there was also Tanin, Yulong, Tiamat, Vitra, Saji can summon Vitra in a way, and Fafnir, not many others, but those she did see had been killed or had died after by dragon's fall, a sickness for dragons after losing a mate, or them being betrayed by a mate, which both happened for some. As she started sensing another energy type inside of the dragonic energy and corruption that almost was shielding this one stream of energy, making her start to focus harder. It felt like hours, as she was metaphysically getting through the two shielding ones and near the inner one. It had though only been 5 minutes, she could now almost feel it, almost see it, and understand it. Was what she hoped, but when she got inside what she saw was not what she expected. 2 golden slits looking back at her, looking into her energy and her soul. She felt like she was being watched by a predator. She was being watched by a predator that she had more or else just being telling that she was here. She had let it know of her and her whereabouts without even noticing. She suddenly opened her eyes, looking towards her group in a worried look, as she was scared that she may have just doomed them. The other group had regrouped with them, which she was thankful for now that an dragon was likely on its way over, maybe to find her or to fight her for looking at something she maybe shouldn't have looked at. Everyone get ready, the dragon may have sensed our presences and is probably on its way, Kenneo spoke, as her group on instinct got ready for the possible battle ahead. Magic circles, senjutsu and weapons were all prepared. Kenneo was the first to feel its aura coming closer, then Nene and soon the rest of peerage. Everyone ready for almost anything, though two of the younger girls, two of the pawns, were rather scared as they had some past trauma after the evil dragon rise of them unleashed on the supernatural world, as their family had been killed by an evil dragon. Said dragon was killed by Kenneo, which part of the reason why they asked to join her peerage. They soon heard what sounded like wing flaps, coming closer and closer towards them. They soon heard a roar, though it might not have as much depth to it, but even then this was still a dragon's roar, a way for it to speak in one of the most omniscient ways. It was a roar that promised a fight if they get to maybe somehow make it less injury, as they have maybe without knowing it entered its territory, and Kenneo and Nene had spreaded out their powers. This was seen as a challenge to its domain and rule. And as a dragon it could not take this hit to its pride. Soon the form of a western crimson dragon, with a body seemingly 20 meters long, and its wings spread out to what seemed to be around an almost 60-meter wingspan. Its head had two golden slits radiating off anger, with two golden horns on each side behind the eyes, along with a green wave-like mane of sorts at the middle of its head and going down its body. It roared again. This time it was much louder, showing of its mouth which opened up in both upper and lower jaw moving a meter apart. It now hovered right over them as its eyes was shining a powerful golden aura that felt almost like a light spear to all of the girls. It burned them. They were now off that if they did anything wrong now, they could lose their life. This dragon was clearly a threat to them, as its eyes only could hurt them as if it was a light spear. It could maybe already kill them if they were in smaller groups of 2 or 3, but now it could certainly kill them, even with them all here. Its gaze kept shifting from person to person, as it soon landed on a one of the rooks of Kenneo peerage. It stared at her intently as if it was thinking about something. Was clearly scared as the mere thought of her moving might be the end of her. It moved its gaze again to the two yokai. This time it was less staring and started becoming more like it was examining them. It felt me early as looked into its energy. Maybe it's trying to figure out which one of us did that, thought Kenneo, as she started calming herself. Moving her hand over her heart, gaining enough courage to open her mouth and speak. We mean you no harm, we only want to talk. She yelled that last part, as she gotten a little scared as the dragon at the sound of her voice it immediately gave her its full attention as well, making land in front of them, shaking the ground and making 3 members of her peerage fall on their ass, as their nests have given out and could no longer hold them. It was now only few meters away from Kenneo as it and her had stared down of sorts, each either backing down. The dragon's eyes seemed to grow larger as it kept looking at Kenneo, while her eyes grew smaller, looking more like a cat's eyes. Their aura soon started oozing out on instinct, trying to make the other yield. Its head moved slowly forward as its eyes almost became soft to look at, making Kenneo put down her guard a small bit, as the dragon seemed to have as well. She got ready to speak again, seeing as the dragon was waiting for her to do something, as it didn't seem to be the one who was gonna start the conversation. She calmed herself for a second, and then spoke. I am Kenneo, a king in the service of Lady Rius Gremry, Archduchess of the territory of Gremry. I have come to talk with you, to know why you have been burning down the familiar forest and scaring off the familiars who lived here before, she said, as she waited for it to say anything or at least attempt to communicate with her. It did not go that way, as the dragon reared its head back as slightly opened its mouth as small bursts of fire came out from between its teeth. Soon its neck began having a light green glow from under them, as it moved towards the mouth. In that 1 millisecond Kenneo along with her peerage got ready for their first real fight after a long period of peace. They just had to fight a dragon as the first thing. I really wish I had stayed back to eat my sweets now, Kenneo thought as she got into her fighting stance. No mistake can be made now, not ever against a foe like this one. Everyone get ready, this gonna get rough, Kenneo yelled as their soon began. Kenneo's peerage had all gotten started activating their defense magics and such, as the dragon in front of them had been preparing a breath attack that might be very intense, as they could not only feel the heat as it was being prepared, but also its neck had stretched out at the innermost part, that was a lighter pink, as a dark green color had been growing up towards its mouth. Whatever this fire was, it was different compared to normal ones. The normal ones would at least always stay in the red and orange color spectrum, beside foxfire and a few others. Whatever this fire could do, they were about to find out as the dragon released dark green flames from its mouth. As the flames was fired at them, they all dog-dead in different directions. Both the queen and bishop pieces jump into the air with their wings spreading out as they did. Kenneo was still on the ground, with her two knights in front of her, swords at the ready. Kenneo had begun to note down her opponent's powers and other useful info she could gather, while also hopefully making a strategy to counter it, and hopefully or at least be able to escape. Linda, Maya, go flank it from its left side, while Nene and May will support you with magic, Kenneo ordered. As the people she ordered nodded and immediately went into action, her two knights at its side in a matter of seconds, while it was being shotted down by Nene and May's combined magical and senjutsu attacks. Kenneo looked over towards her remaining peerage. One of her rooks had shielded one of her newer members, who had been too scared to move. So the rook had taken the attack head-on. Her cloths had been clean off, along with the skin on her forearms. She fell over, as the pawn she had saved sat down on her knees and began to chant a healing spell on her teammate. Mia, Kate, and Hina move into attack from its front and move around it to lessen its possible damage to us all. Hold nothing back, Kenneo ordered again, her mentioned peerage members also nodding and moving in to fight their opponent. Kenneo took a few moments to gather what was happening in front of her. Her two knights had managed to leave small dints in both their swords and its scarls, while her air support, a form of her queen and bishop, had been unable to fire magic for more than 2 shots of magic before having to dodge a green fireball, or its tail swinging at them. Her rook and 2-pawn combo has made a bit more impact, as it seems its weakest defense was its lighter pink scarls covering the inner side of its body. They had hit a few times there, making it seem to be focused on its defense rather than its offense. It had moved its wings down as extra shields, at least that was what Kenneo thought at first, until it bashed its wings out, making a gant gust of wind, which pushed her peerage away by at least 15 meters, if not more. It even hit the two flying in the air. Kenneo had to sink her feet into the ground just to get pushed away. It once again stood there, looking a bit damaged around its stomach, neck and front legs. But it then began emitting a green light from its body, as its scarls seemed to repair themselves or grow back. As the light started to die out, they now saw its body fully healed, but its aura had become a little smaller, informing Kenneo that it cost a lot of its power to use this healing light. The weird part, that only Kenneo noticed, was that this light was quite similar to her friend's, Asia Argento, Scared Gear Twilight Healing, a scared gear that emits a green light that heals any injury, and people of any race. Is this one of Rizavim's dragon experiments? Had he given it the ability of twilight healing? Kenneo thought, as she was soon put back into real time by an incredibly strong punch to her stomach. The dragon had attacked her, as she was the only standing enemy right now and the leader of the group that attacked it. Dragons are beings of power, pride and wise. They were not feared for only their strength, but also their ability to make wise and smart choices in combat. They were truly the apex predator of the world. No wonder the two strongest beings were dragons. She was sent flying through about 100 trees, either piercing them or breaking them in half. She crashed into a rock formation, and made a meter-deep dent into it, just lying in it for a few seconds until she took a deep and rough breath, and looked towards the dragon that was now flying straight towards her, with her peerage hot on its tail, firing magic and senjutsu balls at it, which it shrugged off as it had now chosen to sole focus on Kenneo, for whatever reason. Kenneo had an idea to why it may be after her, but that reason was too petty for a normal dragon to attack her for. Dragons are beings of pride, making them like to flex off their power whenever they could, but this one was not flexing its power on purpose, but just emitting like any race would normally. But as soon as she tried to look closer at its power, it had become angry. This was confusing her, and also making her more scared, as this dragon was not normal, and clearly powerful too. This could be the end if she didn't do something soon. Her body was still weak after she got hit, and she can barely move as she was stuck in the hard rock. She was trapped. She felt fear starting to set in, as the dragon was becoming larger, as it got closer and closer to her, with expulsions and magic behind it. Here she was, a so-called high-class devil with the power of an ultimate class when she goes all out, and yet she couldn't even lead her peerage to victory against the first high-level enemy they faced. Even she had given them would have been normal, standard and effective orders. And yet with one action, that she had thought was only a trying to defend itself, turned out to be easy way to deal with her entire peerage in one swift action. How could she have been so blind to her enemy's resourcefulness and quick thinking? What would he do? What would Issei do? Kenneo thought with solemn thought, as she hadn't thought about for goodwill now. At the thought of his name, an old memory of her and Issei together started to play in her mind. So this the thing humans call your life flashing before your eyes, she thought as the memory started to take over her vision. It was short memory of him, but it was a sweet and kind one of the few times he acted like more than a pervert. They were only talking about small nothings, and things that weren't really important, but it was for her as one of the few times she was alone with him, where he wasn't wearing that perverted grin of his, which had come to miss, as now when people looked at her now with that look, it made her sick, and made her feel bad for calling Issei a pervert when he was really just boy, who couldn't help himself with being true about his feelings. Her vision came back to her, as an old line of his gave her strength. "I will always protect you, as you are a part of my family," said her inner Issei, his trademark on full display. "For Issei. I must live for Issei. I must protect myself, now that he is no longer here," she yelled out, as if for someone to hear, but it was really only for herself. As said those words, her pain and faditure had been replaced with a drive to beat this dragon and go home again. She broke the rock as she pulled herself out of it, landing on the ground, putting herself in a battle stance, getting ready for the incoming attack. She powered up as much as possible. Her fist glowed in a blue energy, as small blue balls started to form behind her. Dragon started slowing down as it next started to glow that same dark green light from before. It was preparing for the now full-on battle that was going to begin, and would start it with a much stronger breath attack than the first one. It was now right above her, with her peerage too far away to make it stop or maybe miss. It opens its mouth as green flames spewed out, going right at Kenneo, who sent her balls of energy at it as counter, in front of her where they started to spin, and in the middle of the circle that had been formed a blue beam of energy was shot towards the flames. Soon a battle of power had begun between the dragon's flames and the beam of Senjutsu. The two attacks were at standstill, only moving slightly then to go back a bit. Kenneo could feel that she could maybe have overpowered her opponent's attack if she had only been able to power up more, because now she could slow her power up, gaining a slight advantage for each second, but the dragon in turn also relished more its power. It was like she was slowly being filled up and let out her power, while the dragon was already full and was just releasing more power to counter her own. This standstill was going no way, until suddenly the dragon got hit by a giant ball of energy fired off by Nene, making it lose its focus and giving Kenneo the chance to push her beam at full towards it. The dragon didn't have time to react, as it was trying to regain focus, and didn't the Kenneo's beam coming closer to it, but before it even felt the beam coming close it was already square in the head. It was sent falling down, crashing onto the ground with massive bump. It was out of action for the next few moments, so Kenneo immediately started powering up, as she didn't have time to shout new orders. "I just more power, then I can beat this big lizard," she mentally screamed inside her head. Her peerage had all arrived at the scene, seeing their king powering up, while the dragon was slowly getting up. They looked at each and nodded as if they had all just made a plan with a single glance. They all started to attack it in unison to keep it down for longer so Kenneo could hopefully make it give up. As its body was being slashed, hit, and fired upon, it began to take a toll on its stamina as well as its defenses. Its skulls were beginning to break or get perked by the many attacks it was receiving. It began to emit the same green chirp around its body again, taking an even greater toll on its stamina and magical reserves. Its scars were the only keeping it from getting seriously injured, and so it needed them to hold a bit longer. Kenneo meanwhile finally gained enough, at least that is what she thought, to fire one massive attack at her opponent. All the damage and constant attack had begun to take a toll on it, and it was not making it better by trying to heal itself, with how tired it had become. She summoned balls of energy again, but this time many more. She made them fly in front of her again, and then made them spin at high speed. It was now looking like the circle from before, but much stronger. She fired off the same energy beam again, hitting the dragon straight on. It roared in pain as the beam began to dig into its body, gravely injuring it. Its roars of pain soon died down as it fell unconscious. Kenneo stopped powering the beam, revealing a big hole in the dragon's side. She had not dug into its body by at least a meter, but she had also destroyed many of the scars near and around the hole. Blood started to spit out, as it soon formed into a small pond. Shit! I didn't mean to kill it! Kenneo thought as she rushed towards the dragon, calling over pawn with the highest affinity for healing spells. Why wasn't she a bishop? Because Kenneo wanted to bishop who could firing multiple circles at once for long periods of time, like Rius. They started to use any healing magic they knew, trying to block the hole, or just stop it from bleeding out. It was quite challenging, as Kenneo knew next to nothing about a dragon body and was surprised at how many blood veins it had, as well as how deep a dragon body really was. Not the time, Kenneo. Focus on saving its life. She mentally slapped herself and went to work. For the next few minutes, any wrong move could be the difference between life or death for this dragon. They were sent here to find, and if it was hostile then fight it into submission, but not kill it unless they had no other choice, which they did have. Kenneo's knights had tried to heat the tips of their swords and put them on the open blood veins, and it had worked, but not with a few painful grunts from the dragon. But the real problem was now the massive hole in its stomach. Kenneo, it should okay now. It's no longer in any immediate danger, but we need to clean its wound or it will get infected or maybe worse. Should I call Lady Gremory for support? Asked Nene as she had put a hand on her king's shoulder, trying to calm her down. Kenneo didn't quite know what to do. Maybe Asia? No, she would only be able to heal the blood veins, but not a wound this big. Who else could help? She thought as she tried to think through a list of people who had healing magic or abilities similar. She had Phoenix's tears, but those could only heal stracties and small wounds. How were these things so much in demand, when they're no better than a simple healing spell? What else could heal it? I can think about this later, as Nene said it should be in a more stable condition than before. Kenneo thought, as she sat down on the ground to keep brainstorming. Then an idea popped into her head, but was it really that smart? Nene, what if I formed a familiar contracted with it? It would be healed as soon as I do, but I don't know if I should. Kenneo asked. Nene looked at her wondering why she didn't say she would use one of her evil picks on it. Why not make it into one of your servants? It would save its life and you would gain a very strong servant. It's win-win. Nene was not one of those who had become a servant after they had been killed, so she didn't really understand the extreme risk of gaining servants this way. No, I won't reincarnate it as a devil. Besides, I don't think could if I wanted to. It had power that could maybe rival a dragon king's one day, so it would have cost me all my pawn piss where at least half would need to be mutated. Plus I as a king am not strong enough for servant of its power. She spoke back, shame in her voice as she would have liked it in her peerage, but would also mean she would force into a different life with its consent. She wanted to keep thinking about this a bit longer, but wasn't allowed as massive dragonic energy was suddenly spreading right behind her. Her whole peerage had gone back into a combat stance to fight this clearly powerful dragon that stood right behind their king. Kenneo, sensing the power more closely and immediately calmed down. She who it was and she wouldn't stand a chance, at least not right now. She looked behind her to find a woman. She was quite tall, had lightish blue hair, with small golden strings attached to it. She was quite beautiful and had a body most women would kill for, as she was definitely in the top 10 hottest supernatural beings. Her body had all the curves, her dress showed just the right amount of skin to tease anyone, and she had a smile that could melt anyone who looked at it. But her eyes was where her real beauty lied, as she multicolored eyes shifting between colors every second, and when she spoke her voice made almost all of Kenneo peerage weak in their knees. "Hello there, ladies, lovely weather today, isn't it?" Her voice so smooth, it could melt anyone with a single word spoken from her. But Nene was not put down by her godly beauty, or honey-like voice as she was all and therefore did was just pointless to her and didn't face her in the slightest. "Who are you? Step away from our king right now," she commanded. Kenneo looked at her, feeling bad for her, as she didn't know who she was talking to. "This is too good, I won't even try to stop her." "Good knowing you, Nene." Kenneo internally smirked as her queen was still asking questions to the blue-haired beauty. "Why are you here? Can't you see this devil of fires?" she asked, earning a small giggle from the blue-haired beauty. She raised her arms in peace-like motion, trying to get the queen to shut it down. "I am here see what the noise was, as you are in my territory and making me unable to sleep," she said, moving closer towards Kenneo, putting one hand on her head and started petting her. She looked back towards the queen and spoke again. "As for who I am, well, I am Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon. The strongest dragon king, and also an old war friend from Miss Tuja here." She spoke, making the queen only scared, as the other peerage members were still entranced by her beauty, not really listening to what she said. "Seems I have scared her. My, how fun you devils can be sometimes. But anyways, may I ask why you are fighting the Red Dragon Emperor Miss Tuja? I thought you were friends." Kenneo looked up at her, shock clearly on her face. She could barely open her mouth when her next words came out. Who did you say we were fighting?" Her voice almost breaking. If this was one of Tiamat's bad jokes, then this was in very poor taste. To hell with her being a dragon king. No one made fun of Kenneo, mate. "Who? I mean Issei, of course, couldn't you tell?" "Well, I have been hiding him here for his own sake, sorry about that, but I just couldn't tell anyone he was still alive, not as long as he is like this. I hope you understand, but it was for his safety, I can assure you." She spoke, feeling genuinely bad about keeping him hidden from the world, but she wouldn't have done it without a good reason. Kenneo looked towards the dragon, trying to sense if it really was him. She now saw it. It was almost compulty like the two artifacts Rius had in her office. But the dragon in front of her had just sealed his most known energy away and would attack any who tried to see it. But why would he try to hide it? Why not let people see it? Unless Kenneo looked up at Tiamat again, something having clicked inside her head. He can't remember anything, can he? She hoped that Tiamat would say something to against that like he can, but just attacks people as he is rather unstable right now, but no. Tiamat nodded at her. Kenneo looked back at the dragon in front of her. This dragon that she had almost killed was the love of her life, and that of most of her old peerage life too. She had just hurt Issei in the worst way, especially for him as he had an almost PTSD-like condition when it came to women showing him love. "What have I done?" Kenneo walked slowly over to the heavily breathing dragon and put a hand on its face as started to cry, in both joy and sadness. Issei, an hour later after the fight, Kenneo along with her peerage were all standing outside a tall mountain, with mouth-like cave entrance waiting for its sole inhabit. Kenneo was staring directly at the cave. Every second felt like hours, minutes like days, and the past hour infinite. Her red and puffy cheeks was still wet as small tears would roll down her cheek every other second. She felt many emotions, some happy while others were sad, depraised, self-hate and fear of losing him again. No, this was not the same Issei, but if maybe even a slight memory of her was still Kenneo. Kenneo was broken out of her train of thought, as she looked up at Nene, her eyes looking quite dull as their usual glint and shine was gone, by her renewed grief. Nene, seeing she had Kenneo attention, made her way closer to her and began to speak. Not that Kenneo really noticed, as she couldn't fully comprehend the current situation she was currently in. How do you know this dragon, this Issei person? Nene asked, her voice coarsened yet serious as needed more information about this problem they were facing right now. Kenneo looked up at her again, her sadness more visible than before. Her voice was weak, yet carried a lot of emotion. I don't want to talk about it, she said, as she turned back towards the cave. Nene wasn't done. She wanted to know about this person that clearly made her king very sad right now. If he makes you sad, then why wouldn't you talk about him? Did he do something to you? She thought as her concern began to become more like curiosity. Are you sure? You seem to be very focused on him. Was he someone from the battle against 666? Nene tried to move a little closer, wanting to make Kenneo feel like she was here for her. Kenneo just kept staring at the cave, not turning or showing any interest in Nene's close proximity to her. He was. Or is. I don't know anymore, she spoke, her broken voice becoming more clear. She sounds numb, yet like she wants to cry. I don't understand, thought Nene. I understand, there are things that you might sometimes not want to or can explain, but know that we will do anything to help you. She stood up again, next to Kenneo. Kenneo had given her a slight gaze again, giving a small yet grateful smile. Nene, upon seeing this, became less concerned for Kenneo. She turned around to the others, all looking at them, worry in their eyes. They felt bad that they had become lustful after they saw Tiamat, not seeing their king's turmoil. But with the reassuring look from Nene, they all became a little more relaxed. He was my mate. He was a member of my old peerage. He was the pawn. That piece was on the front as the first one, and so as she paused, took a deep breath and began again. Issei, he would always be the first to run into danger if a friend was in trouble. This almost cost him his life, many times. Until he no longer could. She stopped, new tears rolling down her cheeks. She felt she had to tell them. She owed them that much after all their years taught her. Nene moved her arms around her, hugging her into her chest. It's okay, we are just worried for your sake. I was a bit curious about him, but I see now I shouldn't ask like that. Can you forgive me? She patted her lightly on the back, as she could feel chest and stomach becoming wet from Kenneo's tears. Kenneo nodded lightly, returning the hug. She needed to come out with it, and this was now the time to do so. Her eyes became a waterfall of tears, as she started sobbing lightly. She hugged Nene back more tightly as if afraid to let her see her face. Nene kept patting her lightly on her back, as her cries and sobs echoed around them. Small familiars, like birds, cats, fairies, and an Amazon, some Greek humanoid, look it up. This moment lasted for quite some time. Many of the familiars left as soon as ended, were kept looking, but also went back into the wilds. This was after all Tiamat territory, but they might have come to check out what was happening, as they felt two dragonic energies inside her cave, making them have to check on simple instinct alone. Meanwhile, inside Tiamat's cave, why can't they just leave my territory? Does no one respected dragon territory anymore? Well, my dear, you might have something to do with that, wouldn't you? Issei, grabbing drawn Emperor Tiamat tone was both serious yet also playful at Issei's influence on the dragon race sudden more likability. She didn't if she hated it or like it, well, depend on who was visiting that month. She had defiantly maybe scared a few prideful high-ranking devils and such. She was standing next to Issei on Confucio's dragon body. The wound had sealed by her. It leave a scar and not a pretty one. They really did a number on you, didn't they? Thank Ophis that I put those power seals on you, or they would not be alive, spoke Tiamat, as she moved closer towards his body, put a hand on his wound. She could feel his heart had calmed down, as well as he had developed a high temperature, probably to counter any bacteria that had gotten into his body. She suddenly felt like she was being observed, then it disappeared as soon as she felt it. She looked towards the massive body of Issei, a smirk forming on her face. She started poking his wound, feeling him skirming at each poke. You know, you never were that good at silently or serving without me noticing it, so just opens your eyes already, Issei dear. She ordered him, much like a mother would when their son wouldn't wake in the morning. He began to move his neck around towards her, with his tail joining in to surround Tiamat in a more dragon-like hug. His eyes slowly opened, his golden orb with a green slit going down the middle look at Tiamat's chaotically colorful ones. She put a hand on his head, slowly caressing him. His enjoyment of it making him growl in appreciations. Oh, look at you, you big scary dragon. You always act so undragon-like whenever I scratch you. She spoke, teasing him. Even if he didn't normal cheeks, you could almost still see his blush, as he moved his head away from her hands, making her giggle at his adorable actions. She looked towards him, as he looked back at her, both knowing where this next part had to be discussed. So, you want to be her familiar? Asked Tiamat, receiving a nod from Issei, making her continue. I know that you feel this need to be her familiar, because she beat you, but you can't leave this place and you know this. Tiamat stated, as Issei once again nodded. No one can know about you being alive, even though most of the supernatural believe that you have just retired after using that power. God, why did Drake not talk you out of it? She put her hand on his head again, this time just holding it there. How would she explain this to the group of devils outside? What could she do? What would be the right choice? Why couldn't I just let him be when I found him? Did I really want a hatchling that bad? She thought, as her forehead started to form wrinkles at the stress she gaining. Issei, seeing his mother worry, started to nuzzle her with his snout, which seemed to work as she let out a more relaxed breath. Well, I guess this was gonna happen someday. Can't hide you away forever, especially when you start burning down the familiar force. That last bit made Issei move his head away from his mother, as he felt the fear only a child could towards their parents. I will punish you later, but for now let's go meet these devils. She said as she walked out of Issei's embrace. She walked a few meters away and then spoke again. You better behave yourself this time, or else, she threatened. Soon Issei was on his feet, moving behind his mother, whimpering quietly at the thought of his mother's anger unleashed upon him. Last time that happened, he had to grow back one of his horns. He had eaten her food and had then been hit with chaotic fist from an angry Tiamat. Don't steal a dragoness food, an important and painful lesson. Outside with Kenneo and Peerage. Kenneo was finally feeling better. The hug from Nene had helped, and she was now ready. Her worries were still there, but she was now better prepared to deal with this. For Issei, for his sake. That was what Kenneo told herself. She had to face her past, or rather a shadow of her past. She felt goosebumps at the feeling of two dragonic auras coming out of the cave, more specifically of Issei's. Now that she had looked closer at it, she could tell it was his, just changed in a lot of ways, but she could always find his old trace in there. It was defined to him. Greetings again, sorry to have kept you waiting, spoke the cheerful voice of Tiamat as she and her hatchling walked out of the cave, and into the clearing outside of it. The devils, who now knew who she was, bowed to her, as all dragons were always stronger than almost all race on their own or with a team. Plus, she was the strongest dragon king and the third strongest dragon. Just don't kill us was their real reason to. Kenneo didn't bow as she was focused on Issei. Her heart felt pain and bliss at the same time. Truly, she was a young maiden still in love. Tiamat, seeing this, moved to the side, giving Kenneo a clear line of sight towards Issei and vice versa. Both looked at each other, but for different reasons. Kenneo wanting to run to him, embrace him again, have him again, and to be with him again. His aura, though weakened at the moment, danced around, for in her eyes as beautiful golden, green and red waves and sharps. While she was tranced by his aura, Issei was seeing her aura and feeling a familiar power from her, as if he has met her before in his life. But he has known no one but his mother. He moved slightly forward to inspect her further. He began to notice different details, her cat-like ears and tail. He noticed her small shakes as he moved closer towards her. He still had this feeling telling him he should submit and become her familiar, a natural feeling creature got if they lived in the familiar force long enough. Yet his dragonic one was telling him not to, as it would be shameful. They both stood a meter away from each other, Tiamat looking on in joy, while Kenneo's Peerage watched carefully, worried for her safety. Kenneo looked into his eyes, his giant golden orbs. He still has the same eyes, she thought, as Issei was also inspecting her eyes, finding oddly calming. Before Issei could react, Kenneo had a hand on the tip of his snout. She could feel his slow breathing, as his nostrils moved slightly to open and then close. Tiamat looked on shock, not expecting him to let her touch him so easily. I guess humans are right when they say love no bounds, as she thought, placing her left hand on her chin. Kenneo moved slightly closer towards him, putting her other hand under his lower jaw. She moved towards his left side, slowly as she was unsure if she was allowed by him, always keeping eye contact to see if she could come closer. He didn't seem to mind. She hugged him almost, though it was quite hard as he was so big, yet as if he read her mind he began to curl his neck and tail around her. Her peerage thought he was going to attack, yet was stopped as Nene put out a hand in front of them. Tiamat looked on at the beautiful display in front of her. Issei lay down on the ground, as he closed his eyes, tightening his embrace around Kenneo. She gained a small blush at this, as she did something she hadn't done in a long time. She sat down near his stomach, feeling his stomach rise and fall as he was breathing. She looked from his resting face to Tiamat. She then looked back to his face, or rather his closed eye. She started to touch his body, carefully and caringly, her hands moving with the finest care she could show, as he answered back via pleasant growls. Her face adorned a blush that she hasn't had for many years now. Her eyes began to let small happy tears out. Hey, pervert, she spoke, her eyes now crying as she had a beautiful smile. Issei opened his eye, and looked at her intensely, his golden orb shrink in size as he heard her speak. She didn't seem too frightened by his sudden actions, unlike their onlookers. Even Tiamat was a slight bit worried. Kenneo moved her head towards his golden eye, as she put both of her hands on his head. That's what I used to call you, Issei. Do you remember that? She asked softly, as his eyes shivered slightly at her words. Never thought he would react like this, thought Tiamat, as his worries grew smaller at their interaction, unlike the devils behind. Nene had to try her best to not attack, but believed that they should only observe for now. Just be fine, that's all I want. Nene would drop her arm at any moment, as she was unsure of how this situation was going. Kenneo moved her hands to try and hold his head, quite a task as his head was easily the size of a teenage boy. His eyes was still shivering, but he let her hold her. He felt calmness in her hold. Do you remember your name? It's Issei, Issei Hayadu. She spoke softly, as she started patting his head, giving her pleasant growls and his eyes becoming more soft. He reacted to this name, but he couldn't show it before Tiamat walked over towards them, and sat down on her nest next to his head, blocking the Kenneo's peerage line of sight to her. He does know his name, it's one of the few things he remembers. It's how I knew it was him when I met him. She spoke as she started to enter her more motherly feelings. He does remember his last name. I did try to call him by that, but he wouldn't reacted. He only reacted to Issei and somewhat adorable. When he was younger he would always look at my eyes whenever they became crimson red, even now he looks every once in a while. She spoke as she put a hand on his head, and moved her hand up and down his face. She looked so much like a mother, thought Kenneo, as she kept holding his head, his heat warming her up with a relaxing feeling. Then why can't talk? I get him losing his memory, but I thought he would at least be able to speak. Kenneo asked, not turning to look the dragoness, but keeping her focus on Issei as he seemed to react to this accusation as well, looking towards to his mother for an answer. Meanwhile Tiamat looked at the two, wondering how she was going to answer this. It was quite simple, but she too had doubts about his lack of talking too. Well, I don't really have an answer. He should have been able to speak by now as he is 10 years now. Normally for his kind of dragon he should begin speak a year or two after his birth. But he has never spoken a single word. The only way I can talk with him is through our family bond. He may not be my hatchling by blood, but I see him as mine. Tiamat answered. It was worrying her a little bit that her son was unable to speak his mind freely and not with his own words. Kenneo looked to her puzzled. So is he disabled in way, or is it because Kenneo didn't have time to speak that last bit, as she put the piece together in her head? He can't speak even though he should have for the last 8 years. He is reincarnated and has different energies in him. Maybe he lost his ability to speak through the process of reincarnating, she thought, as she looked back to Issei with piety in her eyes, wanting to hear his voice again, but now she may never hear it again. I have an idea, try to put your head against his head, spoke Tiamat, a small smirk forming her on face. Kenneo was confused by her words, but did it anyway. She put her head on his left side, closing her eyes as she did. Issei too closed his eyes as a reaction to her Titan embrace. If this will work like I think it will, then I won't need to do anything, thought Tiamat, as she had thought about the bond she and Issei had as family, allowing them to talk. So her theory was that when Nekashas find a mate, they make a bond between them, so maybe they could also talk with each other. Well, Tiamat was waiting to see if Kenneo and Issei's bond still existed. Kenneo was unaware of this, and was really only doing this as a hopeful way to maybe. Please, Issei, talk to me, say something to me. Just speak again, when one last time. She began sobbing quietly, small tears rolled down her chin. A few moments passed as nothing happened, only the sound of Kenneo's cries could be heard. Until she suddenly moved away from his head. She looked at him shocked, as if not knowing what to do. She looked at Tiamat to see happy smile on her face. Did you hear it too? Kenneo asked softly, hope raising for every second. Issei dear, would you mind saying that again? I don't think Kenneo got it? Asked Tiamat looking towards her son, her smile brightening up as her theory had worked, and now she just needed to see if really did. Why are you sad, Kenneo? Asked Issei, his left eye focused on her alone. Kenneo looked at him in joy, tears rolling down in streams now, all of them happy. I was sad, but now I am happy. Kenneo giving in and at his forehead, shocking him at this sudden action. Tiamat just looked on as she was smiling brightly at their interaction. It seems that even through his loss of memory and his reincarnation, your bond still exists, said Tiamat as she stood up again, looking at the two. Kenneo was happier than ever. Her tears were enough to form a small pond, while unfortunately Issei was more confused than happy. She looked back towards Kenneo Peerage, signaling them to walk away from the two, as she and Kenneo had to do something that might let Issei regain his old memories, if only a few. She looked back at the two, giggling a little at Issei's expressions as he was not sure what to do, while Kenneo was crying while hugging him into her. Kenneo, I think it's time we, in one way or another, let Issei regain some of his old memories, she said. Kenneo looked up at her as she said that, her eyes full of hope. I will do everything within my power, if only for just a small one. Kenneo was looking straight into Tiamat's chaotic eyes, her determination clear to Tiamat. They had been getting ready for Kenneo to enter Issei's mind, but how she was going to was the tough part, as she have to use their bond. She didn't really see how she was going to that with just their bond, but Tiamat had reminded her that through their bond they could now talk again, so if she just focused enough senjutsu into their bond then she should be able to enter his head. They would do it when Issei was sleeping, so they had to make that happen too. Kenneo find his sleeping self quite cute, to think this used to be a mindless dragon in her eyes only half an hour ago, and now she find his actions cute, yet sad since she would maybe never see his old self do those things again. Tiamat and Kenneo had moved themselves and Issei inside Tiamat's cave to perform this ritual, or whatever it was. Issei laid mostly still as he slept heavily, making his mother and Kenneo giggle a little at how weirdly cute he could be. Are you ready? Asked Tiamat. Kenneo looked towards as she nodded. She stood up and walked towards his sleeping body. As she sat down next to his head, Tiamat began to explain how she was going to do this. First, put your head on his, close your eyes and try to find the bond with each other, your connection if you will. Kenneo did as instructed, moved her head to his, closed her eyes and began to search for their bond. She began to feel like she was swimming, but the water was heavier than normal water, but she began to push through it. She began swimming to what she felt like would be the surface. She swam and swam until she started to see faint light ahead, multiples lights in different colors. She began swimming faster, reaching her hand out as she breached the surface of the water. She catched her breath, but wait, she couldn't breath. Why can't I breath? Is this why I didn't feel any discomfort while under the water? It then dawned on her, she was inside Issei's mind, or was she? Metaphysical connection between Kenneo and Issei. Kenneo stayed afloat. As she looked around in the seemingly eternal space, this had to be their bond as a metaphysical plane between the two. Neat. She thought. She began swimming forward, not that she really what was forward in this place. She saw what looked like a small island made of rocks of some kind. She couldn't really see as this place was dark, the only real light being the multicolored stars. This space was beautiful, a shame she can stay to look for too long, as she needed to find a way inside his mind. She swam towards the island, and began climbing onto it when she reached it. She felt weirdly enough not tired after all this swimming and climbing. This place was not making any sense to her so far, other than she didn't need to breathe or relax as if she didn't feel fadgeture or needed to breathe. So strange, I should get this over with as fast as I can, Kenneo thought it as she began to walk around the island, trying to find the middle as might have some way for her to go, or at least tell her what to do. She did find something. She found a giant magic circle. She walked closer to it, slowly examining it as she did. It looked quite like a Grimoire one. She even made one just to check, but as she did she only got a glimpse of her own as it broke. She looked confused, but took it as another rule in this space: no magic. Possible also no senjutsu. Luckily she preferred hand-to-hand combat anyway, as she much stronger in that field. She just senjutsu because few race can take a direct hit without gaining at least wound, as not many can defend from it. It seemed to still work in this space. Thank the mouse, Kenneo prayed, as she kept looking at the circle before her. On closer inspection she realized it was a transport circle. The weirder part, it was the one Rius used before Issei became a part of their peerage. She could see it at the missing scripts and signs. Did was pre-Issei, Asia, Zenovia and Rius. Wonder what it's doing here. Oh wait. This must be a replica of the one Issei got when he was killed by that crow, Kenneo thought as she slammed her fist into her open palm. So now comes the questions. Do I just jump into it? She asked herself, as a plan began to form in her head. Does she just pour some magic? No wait, that wouldn't work, right? She tried and it did work. She could now hopeful teleport to Issei's mind. It was a risky option, but it was her best one as she didn't really have any other ones. With a calm breath and a strong heart she put her feet on the circle. She was soon teleported as crimson red encased her in its red light. She felt herself reappearing, as the light had died out, and was replaced by what felt like sunlight, funny and not the one from the human world. She opened her eyes, seeing she was in the park Issei died in. Wait, why was I brought here? She kept looking around. This was definitely the park in Ku. There was their trees, the bush walls, the old sweet cafe and the fountain with fire. Wait, fire? Kenneo looked towards the fountain spewing out fire, with one major line of fire spewing into the sky. Said flame began to change shape, then color. The color of raven black began to form, as it began to expand and shrink in certain places as if formed a body of woman. It began to gain more and more features, like quite the gifted chest area, nice and thin arms and a pair of wings. Kenneo's eyes widened as she began to see who this person was being formed into. No, not her. That damn bitch won't stop even when he's memory gone. Kenneo began becoming angry at the thought of her, that bitch who caused the most damage to Issei, in the long run and even seems to do so now. Rainier, so you're still alive? Screamed Kenneo at the now dying flames as the body of Rainier flew out of it, her evil smirk already adorning her face. She began giggling until it turned into full laughter. Haha, of course I am. He can't ever let me go, unlike you and those other bitches it seems. Maybe you didn't like him enough? Rainier spoke as she began to spread her wings, floating a few feet over the ground. Her smile piercing Kenneo as she hit a nerve. Oh? So you think so too? Quite funny, isn't it? I know I am simply cursed who copied someone else, but even then I and the other cursed and damned ghost of his former life are all self-aware, and we won't ever let him have a good life, ever. She yelled as she summoned multiple light spears all around her, all of them pointed at Kenneo. She held her hand up as she was powering up her attack even more. At her hands drop, at least over 50 light spears were shot at Kenneo. She tried to dodge them all, but many, too many hit her. Her legs, her stomach and her arms, none gave her wounds, only stracks and brussy, but even that is very dangerous for her. Rainier began laughing at her, as she prepared more spears. She was going to make Kenneo dance for her, and Kenneo knew that. Which was why she had begun preparing senjutsu while Rainier had attacked her, that should be able to stop her or at least hurt her. Rainier kept sending wave after wave after wave of light spears at Kenneo, making her lose ground as she was being pushed slowly further and further away from her. She landed on the fountain, making the flames die down. Kenneo had waited for a chance like this, as she would probably be tired after throwing all those spears at her. She sent mullet-pell balls of senjutsu at her, surprising Rainier, as she didn't have time to doggy or put up a strong enough magic shield to block all of the incoming attacks. When Kenneo could see Rainier again, after all her attacks had done their job, hopefully, she saw something that shocked her. Rainier had multiple holes in her body, but what shocked her even more was the fact that fire came out of those holes in her body. The fire was the same raven black flames from before. Her body began to spew out more flames, covering her body fully, and then began to form a much larger version of her. Rainier was now at least around the same size of Tannen, her wings covering a large portion of the sunlight, like night had just come. So you think with your small balls of your kitty magic that you could kill me? Don't make me laugh. How could you kill a Momri? I am immortal! Laughed Rainier as she began summoning even larger light spears, though they were fewer in numbers this time, only 15, but with their size they were going to be hard to doggy. I don't care. If Issei could do the impossible, then so can I! Screamed Kenneo back, as she began powering up her beam of senjutsu, but this time it was a lot bigger than the last one. I would like to see you try. And even if you manage to take me down, there are still others who will stand in your way. Gloated Rainier as she fired off her light spears, Kenneo doggy them all, perfectly shocking both herself and Rainier. But she didn't have time to think about that. All she wanted to do right now was to kill Rainier for even daring to still be alive in any form. The circle of senjutsu was formed again, expanding as she fouled more power to it. Take this, you crow! Screamed Kenneo as the beam was fired off, hitting Rainier right in her heart. No! I will never let that lowly boy ever have a good life! Screamed Rainier as her form began to pull itself apart, as flames spread around her whole body, burning her instead of powering her. She began shrinking, as the ash from the flames began falling off her charred corpse, forming a now much more wasteland-like buildings destroyed, corpses of people everywhere. Kenneo looked around at the changing landscape, trying to remember this but finding no answer. What is this place? Is this Ragnarok? No, maybe this is the fight between him and Risser? No, that wouldn't make sense. That flame bird could never do this much damage. Then who? She asked no one in particular, but got an answer from a crazy voice she knew all too well. Yo, devil shit! Missed me? Because I have, you never let me cut you up. Plus you hurt this artwork of a face of mine. That wasn't very nice of you! Screamed the white-haired exhausted Fried Salzen. He was moving weirdly, when Kenneo turned to look at him, her anger rising at the sight of him. You! Why are you here? Kenneo yelled as she didn't even give him a chance to answer, as she had already jumped at him, punching him a second later into many broken buildings behind him. After that she stood up and looked at her handiwork. He should be die after that, but I don't know anymore. Rainier was way too strong compared to her old self, Kenneo thought as she waited for the scene to change again. Instead she heard clapping from above her. Impressive, very impressive, little devil. I see why there's so many memories in here about why he shouldn't anger you. Laughed the pale cadre fallen angel, Cocabriel. Kenneo looked up to see him in his floating throne, looking hardly impressed. She didn't want to talk to him as she had begun to see that this was going to be a really long journey just to get to Issei's own mind. Wait, this was his mind, or else these people wouldn't be here. She didn't feel wanted by them too much. Why did you have to be one of the memories that haunts him to this day? I get freed, I get Rainier, but why you? You only hurt Irina, Asia and Zenovia, right? This is Issei, he will defend us no matter what. So of course you would be here as you hurt those close to him. Kenneo ended that feeling more exhausted than angry. She even giggled a little. Issei let someone hunt him who didn't even hurt him directly, but hurt his friends and family. Such a idiot, she thought as she began to prepare for another senjutsu beam. Now, devil, can't we have small chat? For good old Tim he was cut off as Kenneo had shot his head clean off with a single senjutsu beam. Okay, this is already becoming tiresome. Remember you're doing all this for him. So let's get this done as fast as possible. She slapped her chin as she readied herself for whatever was to come next. The thrown cocabrial was on, fell out of the sky and made a giant dust cloud that began spreading out as it consumed Kenneo. It spewed her out again at a half-destroyed school building. It was Ko Academy. So what now? Risser? The Chaos Brigade? Or Vali? Kenneo thought as she looked around for the sign of her next opponent. It didn't take long as Freed walked out of some rubble with the merged Excalibur. Hello again, Devil-chan. I saw you take out the early me. That was not very nice of you, but now I can avenge him with this beautiful baby. He laughed as he began running towards her full sprint. Kenneo was not fully ready and got cut in her arm, and God, it hurt. It really hurt. Oh, did you forget this thing can kill you with only one stab, so try to stand still, please. Okay? Because here I come again. He yelled as he jumped at her again, with a downward slash, followed by a sideways one, then upwards, and then he kept repeating this simple style. Kenneo tried her best to defend herself, but she was struggling as Freed would either speed up or have the sword grow longer or bigger, even sometimes make it invisible. Why, God, why did you make this? She cursed at the dead god. His attacks began to become faster, as she was barely dodging anymore, by only the neck of her skin at times. Every slash was now a 50-50 if she could dodge or get hit. Enough of this, I have beat other swordsmen, I can defeat him as well. She thought as she began spreading her senjutsu around her body as a body enhancer of sorts. She began dodging with ease and could even hit a few times at him, making him lose focus a bit, as he now had to switch between attacking and defending. Stand still and let me kill you! He yelled in his frustrations at Kanneko's comeback. His sole one-sided fight had changed to a somewhat even fight, then to Kenneo having the advantage, as her hits began making contact to either him or the sword, leaving it a bit bent over time. She pushed her chance and with an extra powerful fist broke Excalibur into pieces. Ha, déjà vu, she thought as she began beating up Freed, who was coughing up blood by the many times stronger fist, as Excalibur gives a defense buff, which he no longer gained. Shut up and die for good, Kenneo said, and she probably broke his ribcage into his lunges and heart, making him spit out blood. Now that is hopefully over with, what is next? As she said that, Freed's dead body began to melt into the ground, making it slowly turn from the sandy pea field to a much grayer and rocky landscape. Oh, I remember this one, time to put down the dog. She thought as she slammed her fist toward the realizing more of her power, powering her up to at least low-level ultimate class devil. She stood there and waited for Loki or Fenrir to appear. Speak of the devil. Again he blew up as out of it came Fenrir, much larger than last time, but still the same dog who was on the list of beings who almost killed Issei, which was surprisingly long. She began to prepare a stance, not knowing if it was going to be of much help, but it was the best she could do, as this opponent along with Rainier might be the two most powerful so far, since they have both seemed different in some way. Flames for Rainier and larger Fenrir. There was something there, she just didn't what. A Norse rune was suddenly formed above Fenrir. It made a spilt in the middle of it, going up and down as line, and opened up like a door. Out of the rune came Loki, the Norse god of mischief. He had an unimpressed look, much like he had back then. So, we meet again. Well, no matter, I will deal with you and then. Right, I can't begin Ragnarok in here. Damn you, Red Dragon. Loki seemed more like his old self. This memory was quite similar and made him seem defenseless. But that was pro-Baal his whole plan. Kenneo just stood there and glared at him. He smirked. So you saw through it. Well, in my defense, when your title is the God of Mischief, then can't really always expect to trick people so tiring. Let's get this over with. He snapped his fingers as Jormungand appeared in a flash of lighting behind him, cracking the landscape around them. Kenneo looked at her opponents. She knows them all, as she had fought and suffered against them all. The gods-slaying wolf Fenrir, Jormungand, one of the 5 dragon kings, and their father, the Norse god of mischief Loki Odinson. Why couldn't it just be the dog? She thought. Outside in the familiar forest inside Tiamat cave, Tiamat had been looking at the bodies of Issei and Kenneo, sleeping somewhat peacefully. She had felt Kaneko's consciousness had began to travel through to Issei's mind. She had made some weird faces from time to time. She even winced as if she had been hurt. Tiamat had added this up, some sort mental defense system placed into Issei's head, where some people or something defends him from outsiders trying to get in. Wonder if she has to fight people he and she loves? She thought, oblivious to Kaneko's struggles at the moment. She kept her focus on them both, switching at the smallest movement that seemed weird or threatening in some way. As long as they don't hurt themselves too much in the real world, because then they would be pulled out and Kenneo would maybe have to go through all her struggles again. I should have really asked you long about how these bonds work. Well, not like he would explain in a way I would understand, thought Tiamat, as she was known for her brawn and many epic fights, not her wisdom. She began feeling a sticking, no more like a pricking aura coming from the two. She looked over at them, noticing Kenneo was fine, but not Issei as his body. It became more metallic, his scars changed to plates, his horns to gold instead of ivory, even his wings seemed to become thinner somewhat. What is happening? She sprung off her seat as she came closer to Issei, trying to find out what was happening to her son. She then found a gaunt pinkish gem in his. His body began growing slowly, as more became more metallic with skin under it, like he was some form of mixture between his balance breaker and his new body. What is happening to you, Issei? I really wise I had some I don't even if anyone has experiencing with this. She asked herself, as her son was changing slowly in front of her, from full-on dragon to some sort of mutation between his old balance breaker and new body. It looked quite like the juggernaut drive. You are not wrong to think this, Tiamat spoke a unknown voice, yet it seemed to have come from the gem in his chest. Who are you? Asked Tiamat, feeling herself being scared. Familiar forest, inside Tiamat's cave. Who is there? Is that you, Drake? Asked a shocked Tiamat as she neared the pink gem, hoping it would be her old friend. She got slowly closer, reaching her hand out to touch the gem. It began glowing much more brightly at the contact between the two. Issei moved slightly as she made contact, making her retract her hand, worried that she did something. The gem's bright glow began to die down, then reappeared in a pattern-like state. Hello there, Dragon King Tiamat, I am not Drake. Spoke the almost stoic voice. It was so familiar to Tiamat for some reasons. It hit her a second after, as Issei grunted. Issei? Asked a surprised Tiamat, moving closer to the gem again. Her eyes had small tears forming in her eyes. They began to threaten to roll down. There was a cord slicing until the gem began speaking again. Yes, it is I, Issei, but at the same time no. He spoke, his voice still stoic. Tiamat didn't quite understand what he meant by that. Her face showered her confusion. Issei sighed at this. I am like Drake now, I am a scared gear. At least I think I am, not quite sure on that part. I am like a past host, the host and the scared gear all in one. Issei began mumbling the rest to himself, his voice still stoic and none-caring. Tiamat was having a hard time to follow, or even really understand what he was saying. How can you two, how can there be two of you? Asked Tiamat as her voice became shaky at the end. Issei said nothing as he was pondering the same questions, the gem glowing as he sighed or breathed loudly enough. I don't know, must have happened when we got reincarnated. I was only awakened now since. What was her name again? Oh right, Kenneo has began reaching far enough to unlock up our memories. He said, his voice did not match how he should feel. Shouldn't he be happy? Shouldn't he be worried about her? These were the thoughts going through Tiamat's head. Why don't you sound emotional? She asked. Again Issei pondered this accusation to the best of his capability. I don't know, I guess since I am the soul of my former self, or maybe because I went insane before I killed Trihexa, I have no idea. I am sorry, he spoke, more like it was fact compared to the way he would talk when she had met him all those years ago. She had founded Issei and Rius in the familiar force trying to recruit her to the war against the Chaos Brigade. But she had tried to kill Issei because he was the host of Drake. It's fine, but if you're like a scared gear now, Why didn't you wake up early then before Kenneo began my plan to remind you of your past self? Asked Tiamat as her focus drifted to the sleeping body of Kenneo hugging herself tightly onto Issei's head. Kinda cute, not now, Tiamat. She put her focus back towards the gem, where Issei's voice was coming from. He was wondering about how he should answer this, since it might make her sad or angry with him. Even as an emotionalist soul, he did not want to feel her wrath. I chose to not to, as it would ruin everything he has now with you. He is like me before I was thrown into the supernatural and became who I was once. He deserved no, I deserved this. I didn't want no, I couldn't take being a part of this world anymore the same way. I wanted my rest. His voice became emotional as he kept speaking. Tiamat was taken aback by this. She would have thought that he would have wanted this the most out of anyone in this world. What do you mean? I thought you would want to be reunited with your friends, your family, your loved ones? She asked, worried about the way he was acting. This was not the Issei she had met so long ago. He can't be the same, unless this is his true emotions? No, no, no! He would try his best to get back to them. She thought. She became worried when the dragon version of Issei began grunting and panting in pain as his body became even more metallic. She reached a hand out to his face. It's too late, I suppose. I could always do the impossible, but now I can't. He spoke in a low voice. Tiamat moved her head back to the gem, her face both worried and slightly hopeful of the Issei inside the gem giving her son his memories back. Will let him have his old life back? Will you let him rejoin our world again, in a less painful way? She asked as her hope began to rise higher and higher. It was shoot down as Issei's next words were bone-chillingly wanting even for her. Never. Rainier, Fenrir, Vali, the juggernaut drive, Loki's curse and Trihexa will stop her. I made them for that purpose, and even if she sucks then she will unlock his insane state that I was left in when I died all those times. He will never have that cursed life again. The gem soon began stop glowing as he cut himself off. The metallic body of Issei began spreading faster, as he began feeling more pain. Tiamat had tears rolling down her eyes now, as her son's pain was too much for her to bear with. She sobbed quietly as she had to stop this from killing him and many innocent people. I am sorry, Issei dear. Mom only tried what any mother would. I wanted you to find happiness again. I am so sorry, she hugged him into as she changed her form to her true form. A blue western dragon now hugged him instead. Her tears were almost invisible on her blue scarls, but the sobs and cries were still there. Inside Issei's head, Kenneo was laying on the ground after her fight with the tag family that was Loki and his kids. Should anyone ask her about her opinion on dogs, snakes or Norse, she would give them a fist to the face and gave them each a -100 points for being assholes to fight alone. Why did I have to fight them alone? Can't really complain as beat the unholy daylights out of them. Issei would be proud. She enjoyed the though of him being able to again give her head pats. She felt her wounds had begun to be healed. They didn't hurt as much as they did before, but the frostbite was still gnawing at her left leg. The pain was bearable now. But if something were to attack with full on in her next fight, she would definitely not be able to last long enough. She sat up as she tried to analyze the damage on the rest of body, that she might not have seen or felt while fighting. Lucky she found only small scratches and bruises. Nothing major, thanks Satan. She got off her butt, and stood for a second check if everything was okay with her legs, which after a few seconds of standing, it seemed it was. Okay. Now to wait for the next opponent. Hope it's something easier, like Fried or maybe Vali? No, he would not be here, I think she thought as almost on K the body of Fenrir began to grow in size as it soon expanded at an alarming level. It consumed her and everything on the battlefield in grey void of some sort. Inside the void Kenneo floated in a sense. Her vision was blurry, her mind half awake at times, and her sense of time was gone. She then saw a light open in the middle of the grey void. A rift began opening as the light became much more blue than white. Kenneo began to feel herself begging a whack again, her mind working fully again. Kenneo, you must stop before it's too late! Yelled out the voice of Tiamat throughout the rift in the void. How can you speak to me right now? Wait, what do you mean? Why shouldn't I keep going? I am almost there, I think. She yelled back, confused about Tiamat's sudden change of mind. We've been tricked. Issei's memories were sealed by Issei or something like that to give him a good life. If we realize his memories, he will go insane. She yelled again. Kenneo tried to process what she had just heard. Had she really been leading Issei slowly towards insanity with each foe she defeated? Are you sure? Wouldn't this person just try to trick you? Kenneo yelled back as her head was not willing to leave to let Issei stay living like this. Not while she could do something. I am sorry, but I can't let you continue as his body is transforming right now and it's hurting him. Please stop. Or you, me and everyone in the supernatural will have dragon on their hands to fight against. She yelled back. Her voice began becoming weaker as the rift started to close slowly. We don't have much time, just get out of here now. Tiamat yelled again as the rift closed completely. Kenneo, now alone again in this gray void, pondering about what she should do. If I stop, he will live, but he will never old family. But if I keep going, then he might kill everything and everyone. Kenneo was working overtime as her mind couldn't take all this. So, what do you choose, little kitten? Kenneo looked around frantically as she tried to find the new presence she had just felt. Her head was turning at abnormal speed, as her body began to ready itself for whatever was to come of this. Where are you? Show yourself, she ordered, her face serious as she glanced around, trying to see or even sense the new arrival. The void suddenly began to turn in color, becoming much more pinkish. It soon turned the entire void pink, like she was in a girl play toy comical without the whole set yet. I am right here, or rather everywhere. I am Issei, or rather his old self. The now pink void spoke, as it glowed with each word spoken by this being that called itself Issei's old self. Don't you dare call yourself that. If you were his old self, then you would never have sealed his memories away. She yelled as the statement made by Issei was not something her Issei would do. He would try to come back to them at any cost. He never run away from his past self like that. I am though Kenneo. I am the old Issei, or at least the memory of him. You see, I chose to let the new live a happy life, something I never got the chance to live thanks to you people. I never wanted to feel all that pain or suffering but stuck it out for you. His voice had been stoic in the begin, but it turned so harsh as soon the part about his life began. It scared Kenneo to think a part of Issei resented her, and everyone else for revining him and bring him into the supernatural. And now you two are ruining my plans for my new self. I like Tiamat as his new mother. I like his new life, even if may be violent, but at least he was not just thrown into unwillingly like I was. So leave me alone, so I can stay in here and live my life as ghost of my former self. His voice had anger, resentment, and hatred in the begin, but it became more like sad man's voice when he no longer felt the will to live. This is not my Issei. You're not my Issei! Cried Kenneo at this harsh and sad story that Issei had lived and was now showing how much he really hated it. But I am Kenneo, the one and only Issei Hayadu, the Red Dragon Emperor and fiancé of Rius at your service. His voice was now much more stoic, slow, and smooth. Kenneo felt her world fall apart, her sadness visible as her tears started to roll down her chins. Here was the real Issei she lost all those years ago, rejecting her and his former life. Her mate, her one true love, her Issei. The man that the impossible, possible. The greatest and strongest Red Dragon Emperor, and the strongest being at one point in the entire supernatural world, even respected by Gred Red and Ophis. And here he was denouncing it all like a bad memory. Wait, if you really hated it all this time, then why would you use your worst memories as a defense against anyone who would come into your mind? Kenneo had felt something click in her head at the last part of her train thought. The pink void became very quiet at her accusation, as if Issei didn't know how to answer. It was a eerie slicing, as Kenneo was having a staring contest with the void, kinda at least for her. I used them as defense to protect my seal on his memories, I mean my memories. Enough of this nonsense, just leave already Kenneo, or it won't well for you. He spoke. His voice seemed strained as if he was trying to stay calm. Why should I? I don't trust you anymore. You're not my Issei and you've proven it by not acting like he would. You're only coping him and you're bad at it, I might add. She yelled back. Her will to fight returned to her as she had figured out, hopefully, who she was talking to right now. Again the void was slicing as it didn't know how to answer her statement. Kenneo took this as if she had hit a bullseye with that one. What are you talking about, Kenneo? I am the one and only Issei. Why would I act like I was him, when I am him? Geez, Kenneo, can't you just let me rest in peace? He asked as his voice sounded more tired, and Kenneo noticed that. This was definitely not Issei, as he would never speak so harshly about his friend and family, or his past life. That was not who Issei was. He looked forward. Even when he was scared he would try to move forward. Stop pretending already. You're not Issei, and you want to know why? Because he would never let something like his past define him, or make him too scared to run away from his past. Kenneo with determination yelled as her voice seemingly cracked the void they were in. A person fell through one of those cracks. It was Issei, but felt wrong and more like a mask than the real him. He landed on the ground as he looked at her with anger and slight fear in his eyes. So you figured it out? So what? There is still no way you will ever see him again. Even if you defeat me, there are still more waiting ahead. You can't defeat us all. Issei Hayato will never have a good life. He yelled as his body began to morph into pink void again. He was completely gone again from Kaneko's sight. But now she could sense him and knew where he was. But now the problem was is he gonna do now that his main plan has failed? As she thought that, a part of the pink void shot towards her in the shape of Spike. She jumped out of the way, dodging it easily. He fired more at her, which she dodged with little effort too. Just stand still and let me impale you already. He yelled in frustration as he kept sending more at her, draining him of his energy slowly while she was fine and barely breaking a sweat. This kept going until Kenneo had begun to make him drawings out of all the spikes. She would never admit it, but she was having fun messing with him for messing with her, and maybe also Tiamat. Fine. I give up. I am not getting anywhere with this. You can leave. I don't care anymore. He yelled. His frustration was clear as he had spent the last half hour throwing spikes at her, and having her dodge every single one. He even formed himself in the void again. His form was different than before. It was shadowy version of Issei, and it had very big and very angry expression on it. He snapped his fingers as a hole in the void opened up, leading to the next stage that was Issei mind. Are you giving up so fast? What happened to the whole I will never let you free him thing you had going before? Kenneo asked as she had calmed down quite a bit over this. I just don't care enough anymore. That Rainier may say she is the most self-aware one of us all, but she is self-aware as all of us. I am the only one who is smart because Issei saw me as a smart opponent, so of course I would try to trick you into giving up. But now I see I can't do anything other than lie. I really am only smart and good at tricking people. He moped as if he was a small child. In Kaneko's eyes it was cute, because he looked like Issei, and at the same time it made her angry that he would just give in like that, mostly because he had the face of Issei, even if it was just black shadowy mess. Do you really think I would fall for your trick? That hole is a trap, and you are my only way forward. Don't keep playing this game of trickery and using others' feeling against them. I will kill you, not only to get further, but also for worrying a mother and making a lover fear that she have hurt the she loves. Kenneo spoke with a much more calm voice, but the anger could still be felt in there, mostly towards the end. He looked up at her, as if showing her she was right. I hardly give up. Save the kid if you can, kid. He smirked. Kenneo fired off a beam of senjutsu at point-blank range. He was dead. He would no longer lie or trick people. Now then, lead towards the next opponent. I know you can hear me. I will take you all on if I have to. She yelled as she powered fully up. Her ears and cat tail suddenly felt tingly as suddenly her ears felt bigger and her tail spilt off into two different tails. Kenneo felt proud, but she didn't have time to enjoy this show of her new power, as the gate to her next opponent opened up. She went forward with even more power than before, as her love for Issei and determination to realize him given her the mental willpower to do this. Here I come, Underworld, Gremry territory, in the Gremry territory in the Gremry mansion in an office room, with a Victorian style to in every way. From the sofas to the bookshelves that were built into the walls of the room itself, and even to the two objects hanging over a quite large desk. On said desk sat a red-haired woman, Rius Gremory, the Archduchess of the Gremory territory, as her father had stepped down after the battle with Trihexa. She was beautiful, anyone could see that. From her perfectly smooth hair, to her body which had every asset that any woman would be jealous of, to her face which held a certain charm that no one could really describe in words. She was doing paperwork, as she was the leader of the Gremorys as well as their territory. Her father had tried to help her with it, but she had just said that it would befit her to let a retired man do work. She could finally see why her brother would at any given chance try to run from his work, as this was just hell, and she was born in hell. She sighed as she sat back in her chair looking up at the almost empty roof of her workroom. She sighed again as she turned her chair around to look at the two hanged objects. One was a white gauntlet, with blue gem in it. This was the piece that Issei had taken from Vali, the wielder of divine dividing, in their first fight. It had cost some of his life, but at the return of his friends being safe. The other one was a sword, a long and sharp one at that. It had a golden handle with a gold hilt with 4 claws sticking out of it, with a long sharp blade coming out in between. This was Ascalon, the greatest dragon-slaying sword known to the supernatural. She looked at them as she reminisced about the old times, when Issei was still around, and the only real problem, for her at least, was him not saying her name. Such simpler days, if only I could go back in time. She thought as her gaze dropped to the picture beneath the two artifacts, as she called them. The picture was of her and her remaining peerage when they had gotten ownership of the Gremory territory. They looked happy, they were happy. She loved and hated the picture. She loved it because it was a show of how great her friends were, and she hated it because it was missing the person who had made them all great. She stood up from her seat and walked towards one of the two large wall-sized windows and looked out at her territory. She sensed her peerage roaming around the mansion, and her kings walking around the territory to keep it safe. A smile was seen on her face as she felt happy about this, though it became more sad when she imagined Issei standing next to her. As her mind was going down towards old and sad memories, she failed to notice the black-haired beauty that was her queen Akone moved up behind her. "Rius, are you okay?" she asked as Rius suddenly jumped from Akone's sudden entrance. "Yes, I am fine, just thinking about things. Like Issei." She spoke, her voice being calm. But the slightest bit of sadness could be heard if one listened close enough. "Well, that is good. I came here to inform you that Kenneo has been gone for over 2 hours now. She should have been back at least an hour ago," stated Akone. For this cut Rius at Nishan, as Kenneo was never one to be late, or not to notify if something had gone bad. "That is strange. Send Zenovia and Asia to go check on her." She spoke as she looked back towards the window. Akone bowed and then procked to leave, sending Zenovia and Asia off to check in on Kenneo and her peerage. As Rius was looking out into the vast underworld, her sense suddenly felt a weird aura coming the two objects on her wall. She walked toward them, slowly so she could jump out of the way if she had to. She looked at them, seeing that they both began sending out a much more refined aura than before. It had become pure in a sense, will still have the same feel to it. Her worries began growing much faster though when the two artifacts began having cracks appear on them. "No, Nana, no, no. No, don't do this to me," she screamed as she rushed forward towards them to maybe fix them or something to not make them disappear. But as she dashed forward, the two artifacts broke, and left only pink dust particles. Rius fell on her knees. Her eyes began to be filled with tears already. She had lost the only two things Issei had left behind, besides the clay statue, and now she had nothing left of him that gave the same feeling like those two had. The door to her room was sprung open as a worried Akone, Rius, Asia and Zenovia had heard her screaming. They found her on her knees crying. They tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't answer. Zenovia looked around the room to find anything out of place, then she saw it, and her face lost all of its color. The others soon saw it as well. The two hanged artifacts were gone as if they had never been there. Crying and sobbing could be heard, but only really Rius's, as she was the one most heartbroken about it. "Issei, I have failed to keep this one small gift of yours safe. I am so sorry. I am sorry. She kept thinking like this for the rest of the day. Her peerage had to drag out of the room and into her bedroom where she fainted from just pure sadness. They knew now that if she were to lose anything right now, then she would maybe never truly recover again. Which reminded Akone at that moment that she needed to send Asia and Zenovia to check in on Kenneo, which was now a priority number one, as losing Kenneo could seriously damage Rius's mental stat even further than it already is. Asia, Zenovia, you two have to find Kenneo and bring her back safely. That is a direct order, understood? They both nodded and opened a teleportation circle to the familiar forest. I just hope she is safe. Oh dear, today could not get any worse than this. Right? Asked Akone as she and Rosweiss left Rius in her bed to regain her strength. Inside a quite beaten-up looking training room stood 3 fairly handsome men. All of these men were quite young, though you would only think the blonde was, as the 2 others were the ones who had gotten so into training that had almost completely destroyed their own training room again. These men were the Pendragon, Biko and Vala Lucifer. Vala and Biko were panting heavily as their bodies each had bruises and small wounds, thanks to them be bored and wanting a good fight, and because of that Ortha had to discipline them. He may not be the strongest in Team Vala, but he is the king at dashing out punishments, so the 2 knuckleheads had stopped fighting at the first word of a future punishment, too scared to do whatever Ortha would have them do. I have said 1,000 times this week alone, stop destroying everything. Even if it can reconstruct itself, that does give you 2 the right to destroy it near the point that it can no longer function. Yelled Ortha as the 2 others were listening closely to not make him even more mad. Okay, we won't go this far again. Shrug off Vala as he and Biko had gone through their almost hourly 20 minutes worth of Ortha lecturing them. He in turn just sighed as he knew he would have to do this again in an hour time or so, as these 2 had just become so easily bored ever since Hayata had died. I get that for Vala, but why Biko? Can't he just fight his predecessor? Thought Ortha as made his way out of the room. So we gonna start fighting again, right? Asked Biko as he was already in a perfect stance. Vala just shrugged at him and went to sit down a bench outside of the battle area in the room. He then looked up at the now confused Biko, who was funny enough still in a stance ready to fight. No, I think I am gonna take a break for today. Besides, it's not worth Ortha headaches over us being bored because there is no one left that we haven't fought, and one overspoke Vali, at the being in a normal tone, then turning a bit more sad at that last bit. Biko knew what he meant, and decided to go upstairs to let Vala be alone, as he did sometimes, but not so much anymore. As Vala heard the door to the room being closed, he moved his back off the wall and summoned his scared gear. A blue glow appeared for a few seconds until a pair of silver-white wings with crystal blue-like wing parts. Hey Albion, have you sensed the new red DR? No, I have not. Vali. Drake is still in a sleep like Trossen until a host has been found. Spoke the strong voice of Albion, as he once again had been awakened for this one singular accusation. Okay, then you go back to sleep or whatever you do in there, Vala said as he prepared to unsummon his scared gear. Fine, partner. I'll be waiting for our next. Wait, what? Screamed Albion loudly so the whole room shook. Vala closed his ears with his hands, to not be made deaf by whatever Albion had just been shocked by. What? What the hell is wrong with you, Gramps? Asked Vala, slightly annoyed that he almost lost his hearing. Albion, however, didn't answer as he seemed to have just kinda disappeared into the gear. Albion, you there? Asked Vala, a bit worried, as Albion normally don't just leave without saying something. He heard someone running towards the room, thanks to him being on full alert. Soon after, the door shut open, as Kuroka stormed inside, followed by Ortha and Biko. They looked towards the slightly worried Vali, then started scanning the room for anything to be out of place. After finding nothing, they all put their focus back on Vala, who seemed to be less tense than before. Vala, what is going on? Why did you suddenly release such a powerful power wave? Half of Lilith felt that, and we have one of the mouse inside our house wondering what is going on. Spoke Ortha as he moved closer to Vala, who had regained a bit more awareness as he sensed Surzex. Just like Ortha had said, I didn't send it out. It was Albion. He sensed something and now he won't speak to me. I don't know what is happening. He answered back, as he was just as clueless as they were. Kuroka just looked puzzled at him, as she seemed to remember something else that made her think the following. Could this have something to do with Shiren's sudden angry signature seeming to fade a bit? She wondered, but she soon pulled back to the current Isis as Surzex had seemingly entered the room without her noticing. Interesting. Are you sure his calm felt unable to talk? Asked Surzex as he moved closer to Vali, scanning him for any magic or aura that shouldn't be there. Vali just backed away, as he put his hands up in a defense manner. No, I have been at home for the past 2 years after I won that supernatural rating game for the second time. He spoke, then an idea popped into his head. Sudden his scared gear appeared out of his back. Albion, can you hear me? He asked again. Yes. Oh, thank the dragon gods, I have been trying to reach, but it seems the gear had gained some weird bug. But that doesn't matter, as I have wonderful news. He almost roared in joy, which made all the other people in the room confused as to what would he be so happy about, as he had just been stuck in the gear and couldn't speak to his host. What do you mean? What could make you so happy? Asked a now confused Vali, as he raised an eyebrow at the sudden outburst from Albion. You remember the piece of your gear that Issei took from you in your first fight? Asked Albion with a weird joy. Vali just nodded slowly, not really getting what Albion was talking about. It has just been returned to its user. Albion spoke, making the group of people even more confused, as why would he be happy about something like that to this extent, and why would he show it in front of the person who loves that thing the most in the world's older brother? Is he trying to get himself and me killed? Though Vala, as he sweat dropped, and dreaded looking at the most defiantly angry Grimson Mao, that was highly overprotective of his sister, and more so now that she was not herself anymore after losing Issei. Albion, speak carefully, spoke Vala in his mind to Albion. I know how this sounds, but it's not the part of it returning that should make you sad, rather happy as it has returned to its host. Albion spoke as if they should all know what he was talking about, like they all knew what his cryptic words meant. So Vala has taken one of the 2 things my sister holds dear from her? Spoke a very unhappy Surzex as he was rousing a Grimson aura around his body. I wasn't talking about Vala. Gisme and Drag were right to think of all the factions as idiots compared to us dragons. Do I really have to spell it out for you? Asked Albion as everyone in the room nodded, besides the even more angry Surzex, as he was not that happy at the current moment. Wonder if I can kill Soul, without killing the host it is a part of? He thought. Albion just sighed and then began to speak. Who else besides Vala has used the ability of Devi Dead in this current generation of Dragon Emperors? He asked, as he didn't really feel like giving a straight answer, not that it mattered, as almost everyone went wide-eyed at what he said. Albion, don't joke about that. You know Issei is dead. Right? Asked a very confused and almost worried Vala, only to receive another roar from his scared gear. Why would I lie or even joke? I am the heavenly dragon Albion, the dragon who stole the principles of supremacy from God. I will put my own name on the line. I speak no lie, nor ever have in my whole life. Anyone knew that dragon were a race of pride, and that pride would never let lie and not hate themselves for it. Issei is alive was what everyone thought at that moment. How? He is. He shouldn't be alive, or else I would found his energy, or aura years ago. Shouted Surzex as his past years of mourning along with his family and sister's peerage have been wasted time that they could have searched for Issei. I have failed as an older brother for 2 people. If what Albion is saying really true, he thought as he clenched his fist, letting his aura subside and returning to normal. I know not, but I only know that he alive and well. Where he is I don't know yet, but I feel other strong auras near him. I will try to search for his aura, but I will need help so that I can find him, or at least somewhere near his location. Spoke Albion. I will help, as I am a bit of expert in that area of magic, said Kuroka as she moved closer towards the 2 dragonic metal wings. Her magic began mixing with the wings as the 2 began searching for Issei aura. Surzex spoke again, stating that this stays between the people inside of this room, or else the Devil Concile will try to stop them, as they were never a big fan of Issei to begin with, as he gave the Maos much more power and respect from the people of the underworld. Bastard each and every one of them, at least that is Surzek's opinion on the matter. He soon after left Team Vali to their own, as he began to think over if he should tell this to the other mouths or to his sister maybe? No, why spoil a great gift like this one? He didn't like having secrets from others, but this one was too important to let even one other person know about this. He smiled sadly at the thought of his brother-in-law having to serve for the past 13 years all on his own. But if he had been alive all that time, then why didn't he come back? Surzex kept wondering about this, as he teleported back to the main castle of Lilith and giving a statement about the recent shock throughout Lilith as the leader of the Lucifer clan having a rather hard training season and had broken his room almost completely in the familiar forest, quite close to where our dragoness and Kittido are trying their best in each of their own ways to help Issei get his memories. A red circle, the circle of the Gremry clan, had appeared on the ground, spreading out to a full 2-meter length across. Soon a red light hid the circle in its crimson light. It soon after died down to show 2 young women standing where the circle once was. Zenovia had her battle suit on, while Asia had her oh-so-classic noon outfit. They began to scan their surroundings, feeling the nearby angry of Kenneo being quite close. "You sense her too, right?" asked Zenovia, receiving a nod from her blonde friend. "Yes, I do, though it feels quite weak. I worried that something might have happened to her," spoke Asia as her worries became clear as she shocked a bit at the thought of something bad having happened to Kenneo. "Don't worry, Kenneo is one of the strongest people I know. She won't go down by anything in this place so easily." "Okay, Asia, let's go towards her location," said Zenovia as she held onto Asia's hand, rather tightly for someone who had spoken as if nothing was wrong. But Zenovia was also worried, as Kenneo was her friend. But if she also acted like she was worried like Asia is, then they might not see an enemy trying to attack them. "I have to be brave for me and Asia. Issei, look over us, please," she thought as she led Asia and herself towards the angry signature of Kenneo. Though as the two got closer they began becoming a slight bit more worried as they could feel 2 dragonic auras near hers. Zenovia tightened her grip on Asia's hand, making her wince a little of the sudden pain. "Do you feel that aura too, Zenovia?" asked Asia, her voice holding a much larger and growing fear as just by this small amount of aura being leaked they could both feel that these dragons were no joke. Zenovia flinched slightly as she felt something detecting her, making her doubt if she should even say anything, but felt she had to stay strong for Asia. "Yes, and I think that they have felt ours too." Zenovia spoke slowly as she was trying to think what their next step should be. They then heard rustling in the bushes around them. Zenovia went into a combat stance at the first sound she heard. "Durandal out and ready. Who is there?" she demanded as Asia moved closer to her, trying to sense out their enemy's angry, or anything to give them more info on their opponent. The bushes continued to make noise, as branches were broken off or snapped by whoever was behind them. The sound stopped, making the two prepare for anything as Zenovia tightened her grip on Durandal. Then the sound of multiple slaps were heard, as what sounded like cries for forgiveness were made as some leader figure began punishing them. "You should know better than to try and attack Lady Zenovia and Lady Asia. What won't Kenneo think of your actions?" yelled she. The duo headed towards the conversation and hid behind a bush, looking through the branches and leaves, seeing Nene, the queen piece of Kenneo, seeming to be scolding 5 of Kenneo's other peerage members. Asia and Zenovia looked at the scene, then to each other, but couldn't hold it together as this was the kind of thing they needed to calm their nerves. They giggled quietly, then made their way through the bush and moved towards the entirety of Kenneo's peerage minus her. Nene saw them, and moved over to them and bowed. "Lady Zenovia, Lady Asia, I am sorry for not showing ourselves earlier, as I had to dispel those idiots. I am so sorry," she spoke, making Zenovia giggle again. "It's fine, me and Asia needed that," Zenovia said as she brushed off her appendages, along with the ones who had tried to attack them earlier. Asia didn't really mind, though then again that girl could never get mad about anything really. Nene looked back towards to wondering why they were here. "Lady Zenovia, why, if I might ask, are you both here? Kenneo hasn't called for reinforcements," she asked, as she knew what she was doing, but needed to make sure of what reasons these two would have to come here, as they normally stayed close to Rius. "We have come to return you guys and Kenneo home to Lady Rius as," Something has happened that Kenneo needs to be informed about. Spoke Zenovia as her more professional side came out. Nene knew that she was serious and that she be careful with how she should give them the info, as she had understood that this dragon, or rather Issei, was a rather sensitive subject for Kenneo, so it might also affect the rest of the people under Lady Rius's household. Of course, Lady Zenovia, I will give you the information of her whereabouts, but I ask you not to freak out or jump to conclusions too fast. Nene asked, bowing as she had requisited something of higher standing than herself. Both Asia and Zenovia nodded as agreement to not reacted way too brashly. She breathed heavily and began speaking again. Lady Kenneo is currently with Dragon King Tiamat and her only child. We found out after fighting the dragon we had been sent to talk to that it was her child, or rather her son. She spoke, making Asia and Zenovia release a heavy breath, thankful that she is with Tiamat and not some powerful evil dragon of Revzivim. Thank God. But if I may ask, why is Kenneo then with Tiamat and her son and not with you? Asked Asia, as her voice had become a more controlled, though still as soft as ever. Nene flinched at this, which Zenovia noticed. What are they doing? Surely Kenneo would have been done with this hours ago. Asked Zenovia as she moved closer to the nearly sweating Nene. She wasn't trying to hide anything, she just didn't really what she could say and couldn't say. Well, you see. How do I put this? Tiamat's son wants to be her familiar, so I would guess there. Talking about that right now. She spoke, stuttering on a few words. Zenovia scanned her face close, seeing her sweat bullets running down her face, in an almost comic fan's eye. Why would making a dragon into a familiar take this long? It's a obvious yes, or maybe Kenneo also has these Asia-like traits sometimes. Thought Zenovia, as she was and is still to this day a bit of an airhead. But why would that take so long? And why couldn't you just have sent a message back in the meantime? Asked Asia, taking Zenovia and Nene a bit by surprise, as she rarely ever took the charge in anything. I didn't think about that, said Nene, putting her hand to her chin in a thought way, as she too could be a bit of an airhead. After a moment she regained focus on the two other ladies in front of her again, and began speaking. Well, I guess we have not been very smart. I am sorry for worrying you, she said as she bowed, getting a few laughs from the girls she had scolded earlier about thinking things through more. She gained tick mark on her forehead. Well, what's done is done. Just lead us to Kenneo and Lady Tiamat. I would like to meet her again, said Zenovia, making Nene wipe the others into line, then leading the peerage, Zenovia and Asia, back towards Tiamat's cave. On their way, Asia began getting a lot questions from the pawn with the healing powers and the single bishop, asking her about healing spells and ways to train your body and mind to suit your role better. While that was happening, Zenovia made small talk with the two knights, with the same type of questions as Asia's. Asia then had small thought pop into her head, which she had become interested in. She went up to Nene, who was leading the group along the wild trail, which in truth was just her getting one of the rooks to punch through bushes and such to make the way clear for them to walk on. Excuse me, but would you happen to the name of Tiamat's son? I was just wondering, since it would be rude to not know his name, as he is a dragon prince. She spoke in a way that made Nene giggle a little and smile at her cute thought train. Of course, Lady Asia. Well, first off, there isn't anything called a dragon prince, and secondly, he isn't her biological son. He was appointed by her after the fight against the beast, she said, making Asia look worried, as she had said something wrong, but to Nene it was just too cute. If only Kenneo could these kinds of faces, if only, she thought, as an image of a worriedly cute Kenneo looking around like she did something wrong dance around in her head. But he would probably be given that title, since it took Kenneo's strongest attack to end the fight, though it did leave a massive wound. He is quite strong, close to his mother's strength as far as I could tell, to finally Dragon King level after a few more years. Nene spoke again, now also gaining the attention of Zenovia, as she liked fighting, not in wars, but for training and fun. Asia looked at Nene with a surprised face and spoke. Wow, really, from what I could sense he was already stronger than Tiamat, in terms of aura at least. Making Nene gulp at the thought of fighting him at that level. Oh really? Geez, she must have had a few seals on him, or something like that, she said, thinking that she would no longer hold back against the dragon, as those things began slowly becoming more terrifying. Almost every dragon in the world sneezed as they felt someone both fear and respect their power. Back to the girls, where Zenovia moved up to Asia and Nene to ask something. "Hey Nene, I think you forgot to tell us his name, or does he just not have a name?" she asked, as Nene remembered and getting embers by her many hiccups today. "Oh, sorry, I had forgotten. Yes, he does have a name. I think it was Issei or something like that." She spoke as she failed to notice the two ladies stopping dead in their tracks. The rest of her peerage saw this and stopped too, making the group quiet as only Nene footsteps could be heard, which made her turn around to see the scene of a blank Zenovia looking at her, and a depraised Asia staring into her soul. There was an uncomfortable still scene that followed as no one moved or talked. Only short breaths could be heard. It was then broken by Zenovia. She fell to her knees looking into the dark ground below her hair covering her eyes. The ground below her then began forming a small pond of water, or rather tears, as small sobs could be heard from Zenovia. How Asia still stood standing was mystery to Nene, as she had always seen her the one to always cry first. But instead she started sway, then fall on the ground. She luckily got her fall softened by one of Kaneko's rooks, catching her mid-fall. Nene moved slowly towards Zenovia. Hearing her sobs and fast inhaling and release of air, her body began to shake. As her sobs soon to change to borderline cries, her face moved up to Nene's, making her see the sad and crying mess that now was Zenovia. She tried to speak to her, but she couldn't form any words. This is just like when Kenneo learned about his name from Tiamat. Are they also his old friends? Then why haven't I heard or seen any picture of she was cut off, as Zenovia reached her arm out in the air. Issei. I see. She began crying even more than before, even started leaking some of her power out, making the peerage and the ground shake at the sudden pressure. She kept this up for a few minutes as Nene looked on stunned and left for words. Here was Zenovia, Lady Zenovia's second knight of Rius Gremory and one of the 10 strongest swordsmen and women in the underworld, crying like any other girl. Who is this Issei guy? Was Nene only thought as she kept standing there, not knowing what to do. Inside Issei's mind, a gant beam of Jujutsu was piercing through the body of the beast as it roared in pain, even more so when the beam disappeared, leaving its upper torso with a gant hole in it. Its body fell forward as the light in its eyes died in a matter of seconds. On a nearby cliff stood Kenneo, breathing heavily as she had used the same attack multiple times at the most power she could muster. Now she had a chance to breathe and rest. That should be the last one, she thought, as she could feel her legs starting to give out. She sat down as the ground shock from the body of 666 fell onto the ground, creating a dust cloud-like wave moving away from the body of 666. Kenneo, seeing this, got a feeling of pride, as she had just killed the strongest being in existence, and in Issei's mind. I don't why, but I had kind of figured I would had to fight against the juggernaut drive. Or maybe S? The latter mostly, she thought, as her mind had become calmer after her fight with Trihexa, so now dumb things and such was just streaming in. She closed her eyes, resting them as she put both of her arms behind her on the ground as support, as she bent backwards as she wanted to feel more relaxed. As she was resting, she heard something. She steered her eyes towards the sound while listening carefully to the sound, making out to be footsteps. Light but a bit heavier than her own, they came closer to her. She tried to scan their aura, but she couldn't somehow. She tried to smell out who it might be. But the wind was towards the person walking to her, making her sense of smell useless at the current time. The footsteps stopped a few feet away from her. She decided to open her eyes to see this mysterious person was. Before she could her eyes, as she was still rather tired from her last fight, the person spoke to her, in an unforgettable voice. Hello Kenneo, been a long time, hasn't it? Spoke Issei happily. Kenneo shot her eyes open at his voice, turning her whole head to the direction she heard his voice from. There he was, Issei. His soft yet shining brown eyes, his spiky hair, the smile he always wore around them back then. She felt lost for words. Her heart wanted to say so much, but her body couldn't say it fast enough, making her words come out as weird and kinda cute noise. Her eyes had tears already going down her cheeks. her face having the most beautiful smile ever, her cheeks wet and also had a light blush. Her happiness was almost too much for her, she could barely believe he was right in front of her, her Issei. She began crawling towards him slowly, he in turn began walking to her. He went down on one knee as he held up her shaking body, as she buried her face in his chest, staining his old-school uniform with her tears. He put a hand on the back of her head, as he held her caringly. She began sobbing much more quickly as her tears became fewer. Issei. I see, I have missed you so much. So much so it hurts, I can't believe I can have you back. She spoke, her voice rather weak as the crying had drained of anger, along with the battle before. Me too, I have missed you and the others too. He spoke, his voice was happy yet calm. Kenneo moved her so that she looked into his eyes, and when she met them at this distance, she could barely hold herself back. She moved in and took her first in over a decade. His lips were just like she remembered, as she got more lost in her love for him like she did all those years ago. To her dismay, he didn't hurt back. She opened one of her eyes to see him just looking at her. She moved back from there, worried that she did something wrong. ICR. Aren't you happy to see me? She asked, hoping her fear would not be true, as her emotions took command over everything at the moment. He sighed slowly, closing his eyes then reopening them, though now they had changed their color to that of gold. His smile also faded a bit, making Kenneo think he was sad about something, but what could be wrong? They were together again. Kenneo, you remember the spirit of Loki's curse? He asked. She didn't quite understand, only nodding to gain answers as her worries began growing. Well, he was speaking truthfully, at least about me being no more than a ghost of my old self. He spoke, his smile was no longer truly happy, and his eyes seemed more sad and dead than golden and shining. What do you mean? Aren't you not anymore. Now he is, he said as he pointed with his other arm to the sleeping dragon form of Issei, which had suddenly appeared. Kenneo was more worried about something else though, and that was the many chains and locks around his body, almost like he was a prisoner. I am the old Issei, but only a mask of his real self. If he was truly still alive, then he would end you the moment he saw you. He smiled at her, making her feel both sad and happy. She moved her head into his chest again. So what I have been doing was all for nothing? She asked, gaining a small giggle from Issei. No, well, your goal was to free the old me, but instead you have just let me gain a chance to say goodbye for him, as Issei is truly and sadly enough dead. He spoke as he put his arms around her, hugging her tightly, as her sobs were heard again. Her hope had been crushed, her whole drive for this one single goal had brought her so far, but for what? Only a single last moment with her beloved in the form of ghost of himself. Why did I do all this? What is my reward for going for so much pain? A single moment with a person using my loved one's face as his mask? She asked, her voice changing from sad to hopeless, then angry. You did it for him, he will be given the memories and Issei old life. You will still gain back your Issei, but just not the way you wanted. He spoke, his voice soft and caring as he moved to her ear, whispering something in them that made Kenneo move away shocked from him. Her face began to cry again, but it was once again from happiness. You damn pervert, always and forever the enemy to all women and their hearts. She spoke much more happy than before. Issei smiled at her sudden statement, titling his head to the side. As I would always say, SR a way of life, I will stand by that until the day I die. He spoke, cursing the two to laugh a bit. Issei, after regaining himself again, stood up, reaching his hand out to her. She looked at it for a bit, then deciding she should take it. He leaned over towards the sleeping dragon Issei, stopping a few meters away from his body. The chains making rustling sounds as his body breathed in and exhaled air. He turned to her, moving one of his hands over one of hers. He opened his hand, letting a small key drop down into hers, which made Kenneo confused until she looked back at the dragon. He had chains and locks all over his body, and now she had a key to one of these locks. She looked back up at Issei's face, his calm face and friendly aura still surrounding her. She wanted to ask him, but she was almost certain that if she did then he would just say something else that might hurt her more. I know this is going to be hard, but you must do it. Not for me, for you or anyone else, but for him. He is a child who will soon be given memories and powers he could never have dreamt of. And he will need his mate's help. Kenneo looked at him, her eyes begging to be filled with tears again, as she knew he was right. So when I have used this key, he will know me like before? She asked, her voice having a hopeful tone, along with the bitter thought of him possible rejecting her. Issei put his hand on her head, petting her like he used to. He will remember you, and only you for now. The others must all travel through their bond to get him back, but thanks to you it won't be as hard. He spoke. Kenneo understood it somewhat. He stopped petting her and moved back, his smile fading again as his face became more stoic. Kenneo didn't understand why at first, but she got the idea that maybe her time with him was up, and so she turned to the sleeping Issei and began walking towards him. Every step felt so heavy. As a memory sprang in and out of her head, she didn't look back at Issei as it would only make this harder. She stopped in front of his sleeping body. The rustling chains sounded much more like a simple melody at this distance. It was pretty in a way. Once you put in the key, both you and him will wake up again. Take him to the others, take him home for me please. His voice didn't sound stoic at all like she had imagined it to sound like, it felt happy. She turned her head to see a young man with brown spiky hair, a scar on his left cheek, a stumpy beard and that all-welcoming smile. She saw Issei, the Issei who survived and lived with them in Underworld. She didn't cry as she knew he wouldn't like to see her cry, she just smiled as she turned her head again towards the sleeping dragon. Click! One of chains fell onto the ground making a metallic sound that could be heard all around her. It began to glow in a pinkish color as it soon began to become many small particles that blew into the air. She looked back to the sleeping dragon, seeing his now open eye looking at her. It was shacking as it looked at her. She could hear something alike small and weak sound that animals would use when they felt scared. She reached her hand out to him. He moved his head to feel her touch. He began pouring at the connection between the two. Pervert, welcome back. In the familiar forest outside of Tiamat's cave, Nene and her fellow peerage members had somehow gotten the now shaken and pale duo that was Zenovia and Asia to walk little by little closer to Tiamat's cave. They hadn't been able to talk to them as they would just straight up ignore them, and when they did get an answer they just mumbled the name Issei and I missed you. It was getting creepy at this point. They had led them for the past half hour closer to the cave, and they had finally made it. Nene had told the other girls that they could go on patrol or just rest, as today had already had too many things happen. Here we are, Are you two ready? Nene asked as Zenovia along with Asia just stared blankly at the cave entrance, then to her giving her what she would call the creepiest stare in her life. Good, I'll go. She was stopped as the two women began walking towards the entrance, passing by her without a single word nor glance. Why are these people so fixated in this Issei guy? I don't get it, she thought as she decided to walk to some trees and rest. With Zenovia and Asia, they were walking down the cave as the light of the purple sky outside soon died out and replaced with what seemed to be glowing fungus, making the cave glow with a bluish light. The two, after walking for what felt like an eternity, they were finally face to face with the auras of three different powerful beings. One being Kenneo, who they could only guess was behind the second one, which was the Gant Blue Dragon also known as Tiamat. The other aura was also behind Tiamat's body, but they could sense that both its aura and power was definitely as strong if not stronger than Tiamat's was. They walked slowly towards the front of Tiamat's body, where they heard what sounded like crying and sobbing as her neck and head were called around the body of what they now saw was a young male red dragon. But they both could now feel his aura much better, as they could sense the aura signature of Issei inside of his, along with others, mostly Trihexas. Issei, they both spoke weakly as they stepped closer, 1 foot at a time. Their steps were almost silent, but their worried breaths were not, and it was noticed. They couldn't breathe as the sight in front of them made their hearts arch. It hurt them almost as much as when they talked down to him and spoke hate words to him, back when things were so much simpler. Asia fell to her knees as her body had become so weak. Zenovia couldn't move as she too had become weak by this. The two looked at this dragon that was supposed to be their Issei, but how could he be? Everything except his aura had changed. He was no longer the same brown-haired boy they fell in love with. He is still the same boy. He has just forgotten his past, spoke the gaunt blue dragon. She sobbed a little at the end. The girls looked at her as they didn't know what to do, nor what to really think. The dragoness moved her long up and turned her head to meet them face to face. Hello, I didn't welcome you early as I was well. Trying to help my son, Tiamat spoke as the two girls looked at her. They saw how her eyes looked hurted and worried. I am goozing that Nene told you who my son is? She asked. Zenovia and Asia nodded, but rather slowly as they could barely hold it together. Well, it is true. My son is the reincarnation of Issei Hayabu, though now he is just Issei. She spoke as her voice had gotten soft. She knew how these girls felt, and was trying to ease them into this mess of confusion and hurting that was the truth of Issei's new life. Zenovia looked back to Issei's body. A small tear rolled down her cheek. As it fell and hit the ground, Zenovia decided to look back to Tiamat. Why? Why didn't you tell us or anyone that he was alive? She spoke quickly as the most anger she could write muster was heard in her voice. Her eyes had narrowed enough to make her look mad, but she was still too weak to bring it all out. Tiamat lowered her head, like a devil or other races that wear humanoid wood as a bow. I am sorry, I kept him hidden for my own reasons, and also because he had forgotten everything, only his name was left in his mind. She spoke, still bowing to the two who had become shocked at this new information. What do you Tiamat-sama? How could he forgot? Asked the timid Asia. Her voice was confused and hurt all at the same time, making her unable to keep her words together. Tiamat sighed deeply, then looked up at the two. I do not know, but he just has. I tried many times to hopefully bring them back, but it never seemed to happen. Again, I am sorry, truly, she answered, making Asia sob quietly again into her hands. Well, Zenovia just lowered her head, her hair blocking her eyes as she trembled slightly. Zenovia looked back up at Tiamat, her eyes still hidden behind her hair. How long have you taken care of him, as his mother? She asked, confusioning Tiamat and Asia at the accusation. Tiamat thought for a moment. A small smile appeared on her face at the happy life she had together with her son. For 11 years, I found him a few months after the battle with Trihexa. He was just wandering around looking for something or someone. I took him in as my own that day. She answered back. Her smile seemed almost beautiful as thought of her time with Issei. Zenovia kept her eyes covered, but the sound of water dripping on the ground could be heard coming from her. She lowered her head, much like a bow. Thank you so much, for taking care of him, when we should have. I thank you from deepest part of my heart, Tiamat-sama. She said, shocking Tiamat as she had thought that this information would have made her more mad, but instead she was thankful for her taking of him so many years. Asia stood up and moved beside Zenovia, bowing as well. I would like to thank you too, Tiamat-sama. Tiamat didn't really know what to do. She was grateful to them for not being angry with her, but at the same time she felt shameful over never having tried to tell them about him being alive. You don't have to lower your heads to this terrible mother. I never tried to tell anyone he was alive, all because I didn't want to let him go after how he looked at me, like he was my real son. I am so sorry for my selfishness, she answered them, trying to bow, but was stopped as she heard Issei grunting in pain again. Asia and Zenovia heard this too. They both gained in worried expression at this. Almost on instinct, Asia ran to him and used her scared gear to begin healing him, while Tiamat called herself around his body again, hoping she could ease his pain with her motherly embrace as nothing else had worked. Zenovia looked on as she felt shame in not having the ability to help her one true love. She moved over to his head, seeing Kenneo sleeping next to his head, as her arms were wrapped around him. She decided to do the same. She put her head against his head, closing her eyes. I am so happy to see you again, even if you're not the same on the outside. I hope you're still my Issei on the inside. She thought as she felt his aura encircle her slowly, almost like a hug of some sort. She did the same. She felt his aura touch hers, entangling the two together like when you tangle your fingers with someone else's. Her mind began to blank as the sounds of surrounding area slowly faded away from her. Then light came as fast as the darkness before it. Inside Issei's mind, she felt like she was flying, no, like she was soaring over the clouds. Suddenly clouds began appearing around her, as land far below grew out of nothing. She felt at peace in this wonderful state. She soon after spotted a gaunt flat cloud further ahead of her, drifting peacefully across this damn near perfect sky. She wanted to land on it for some reason. She began to bash her wings to gain more speed, and soon after she landed on the drifting cloud island. So pretty she thought to herself as she kept looking around. She then spotted a young man, dressed in the Co-Academy male uniform, walking towards her. She narrowed her eyes to analyze him, and then she spotted his long spiky hair. Only one person she knew had that kind of hair. Issei, she spoke quietly, as the figure came closer and closer to her. She didn't want to wait, and so she began to make a dash towards him. He saw this and stopped up and opened his arms, with his face showing her that friendly smile that she could never forget. Issei! Issei! She yelled as tears began streaming down her face. She jumped at him, landing on him and pushing him down onto the ground. She moved her arms around his waist, and she hugged him tightly, crying into his chest. He giggled happily as he put his arms around her as well. "Hello, Zenovia, how have you been?" he asked her, smiled gently towards her. She moved her face up to meet his eyes, those gently brown eyes of his. She still had tears coming out of her eyes, but her happy smile proved that she was over the moon with happiness. "I miss you, Issei. I have missed you so much, Issei," she cried as she held him, even tighter than before. He only giggled a little at her cute answer and reactions. "I see, I have missed you too, my knight," he spoke softly, as her eyes only became wetter with her many tears. She moved her head up to his and slowly lowered her lips to his. She ate him for the first time in almost 12 years, and felt as good as it did back then, but she noticed that he didn't do it back. She moved away slowly from the and looked worried. "It's okay, Zenovia, but I am not the real Issei, only a ghost. I can't do what he could, but he would have loved to you one more time," he said as his smile became a bit smaller. She looked blankly at him. "So you really are dead?" She tried to say more, but her sadness was too much, and her eyes made small waterfall as the amount of tears were almost comical. He put his hand on her head and patted it slowly while tightening his grip on her. "It's okay, his memories of you are still in him. Issei himself is dead, but not his new self. So don't cry for his sake, Zenovia." He spoke softly, letting go of her slow lie and pushing her softly off him. He stood up again as he reached an arm out to her. She only looked at it confused, but then decided to take it. He led her further and further towards what seemed to be the middle of this cloud. When she got closer, she saw the body of the sleeping dragon Issei. "Why are we here?" she asked as they continued to walk her closer to him. He then suddenly stopped and moved to the side, letting go of her hand. "I want you to, and the others, to him his old life back, but let him still be his new self. The boy has suffered enough, as his whole life has never been easy ever since he came into this world of magic and gods." Issei spoke as he reached one of his hand over to her. "Take this and let him find his peace with his family again, both new and old. For his, mine, and Issei's sake." He spoke as he dropped a key into Zenovia's hands. She looked at it, then looked at him only to find him gone. She looked around, but found nothing other than the sleeping dragon, which she now saw had chains and locks all around him. She felt like she knew what to do and began walking closer to him. Every step felt so heavy as an old memory of them together started playing for every step she took. She reached him and the chains and locks resulting as his body inhaled and exhaled. It sounded like music every the chains resulted. She held the key out and put it into a lock and turned it. Click, a chain fell onto the ground. After it hit the ground, it began to disappear in pixel-like pink light, flying into the sky. She looked at Issei. Her heart couldn't really care anymore if he was a dragon or not, as she felt that he was Issei. Her Issei. Don't try to get his children just yet. He is only 11 years old, and at least ask Tiamat for permission first. Zenovia turned her head to where the sound had come from, to see an older version of Issei. She smiled happily at him and waved towards him. He did the same before he turned around and vanished into the clouds like mist. She looked longingly at the place he had stood for only brief, yet eternal moment. I love you, Issei, and will always do so. She spoke, hoping for just one last answer from him. She instead felt in someone looking at her. She turned to the eye of dragon Issei staring at her. It was not easy to see, but there were some small tears building up in them. She hugged him as they soon faded away like the older version of Issei had done, in the familiar forest inside Tiamat's cave. While Zenovia had entered Issei's mind, Asia and Tiamat had been to focus to notice as they were trying their best on stopping whatever was making Issei wince and growl in pain. It had stopped around the same that Zenovia had fallen asleep next to him, holding on to him for dear life. As such, Tiamat and Asia had become calm, while both were weirded out by the fact that Zenovia's seemingly first action to help him was to fall asleep, as they had not seen nor felt what she had before falling asleep. He's okay for now, but the pain. It will come. It won't stop anytime soon, and I don't know what it is. I can only heal it away if I knew what it really was, said Asia as she breathed heavy breaths with each word, as she was not only at her mental limit, but also her emotional. Tiamat looked at her with an understanding of sort, as she too would love to have that kind of power. I understand, young devil, but only gods can have such. Tiamat stopped herself as she realized something she should have done years ago. She started giggling sadly. Asia looked at her with a confused face. What do you mean? Did you remember something that could help? Asked Asia in a much more lively voice, as her eyes had a small glint of hope in them. Tiamat began glowing a bright blue color. It began shrinking to the size of a human woman. The glow retracted itself, revealing Tiamat in her human form. She reminded Asia a lot of Rius, just blue hair and a bit more revealing choice of cloths. I do, well, we both do. How I never thought about this is beyond me, but I think they might want to help. She spoke as her face gained a beautiful smile. Asia just tilted her head confused, as she didn't quite get what she was saying. Who did she know that was God and would maybe help Issei? Tiamat only giggled a bit more at Asia's obvious confusion. I will try to get them here to help, then you'll see who I am talking about. Take care of him and the others in the meantime. If anything happens that you don't think you do anything about, then you're welcome to call and help, as he will most likely re-enter our world in the next few days or weeks, no matter what now. She spoke as she started to form a dragon gate. Asia just looked on, as Tiamat left through the gate to only she knows where. Asia looked back to the bodies of her two friends and Issei, her one true love. It was still almost too good to be true, but here he was. It may not be the same body, but he was hopefully still the same person even without his memories. She then thought back to what Tiamat had said, as she continued to think on it a bit more, but still reaching no conclusion on who it could possibly be. Dragonic Deus, aka Earth. We see two men sitting in a park all alone, with only each other, and no one else. The fountain was shooting streams of water into the air to the sides, all of it made for the quiet sight in such a small park, the clear blue sky with almost no clouds in it, and a bright sun shining down. The perfect day for being outside, or maybe a date. The wind blew by, ruffling the two men's spiky brown hair, landing a few small green leaves in the older-looking one's hair. Just my luck, gotta look good for my date. Damn leaves. He spoke as he picked out the leaves with his hands. The other much younger-looking one just looked on, with an amused smile, giggling a little at his troubles. The older one just shot him a glare back. What? It's funny to see you get annoyed over small things, when you should be mad about our current one. He spoke as the older one just sighed as he sat back into the bench the two sat on, hanging his down over the bench back. Well, I have to, or I would just curse problems for me. No, or kinda. You know what I mean. Besides, as you know why I am like this, gotta look good for my date comes. He spoke seriously as the younger one just sighed. I know, just teasing you is all. I guess you're right, I do take after Akone in some ways, don't I? He asked as another amused smile crept onto his face. The older one sat back up again, looking at him with a more relaxed smile. Yes, you do. I made you like them after all, or else I would have gone insane in after the first week. He spoke as he looked at the fountain still spewing water into what seems like an internal pool around it. I know, but this will end when she comes. And then we can no longer stay here, no matter how dash, I know, and I am ready, have been for a few years now. The older of the two interrupted, smiling happily. The younger one stood up and then began walking towards the edge of the park they were in. If you say so, I'll be getting ready for the last few of them. They miss you a lot, you know, he said as he stopped and looked back at the older one of them, who stood up as well and looked back at him with a bright smile. Oh, I know, I only let them see for a brief second as promised, they look so happy. But as we promised, I'll talk with her myself. After the one before her you can finally have your rest, you beast. He chuckled lightly at his joke, the other only sighed at his antics. I still don't get how you beat me or even made me your friend, Issei. But our time together has been something I wouldn't hate to have had before, and don't worry, I won't forget. I am not like those weird ghosts of yours. I actually never really cared about destroying this world and never had any real hatred towards you. Spoke Trihexa as it turned around again and walked out of the park, vanishing into thin air. Issei just sighed at it, its weird way of talking and doing things. If I ever get trapped with someone again, let it at least be Drake or a hot woman and not someone I killed, so awkward sometimes. He only sighed as he looked at the fountain again. But it is right though, soon all of this will be over. What to do in the meantime? He just sighed as he sat back into the bench, stretching his body and began moving around until he was in a comfortable position. He closed his eyes as he began humming to an old song from his TV show, then giggling as he couldn't make himself sing the rest. Oh God, why did we ever say yes to that show? Why did we, Rius? Maybe I'll ask when we start our day, he asked as he laid back into the bench and started taking a nap. Inside Tiamat's cave. In the cave, a while after Tiamat had left, Asia was wondering on her accusation while keeping an eye on the three. She had a puzzled look every time she thought she had found an answer, then shortly after she gave up on that idea, only to begin again and repeat this processes. She finally decided to stop trying to figure it out, and just looked at her two friends sleeping on the now gaunt dragonic body of Issei. Their faces had small smiles on them, small happy ones, with a few tears rolling down their cheeks. I hope they wake up soon. All three of them thought Asia, as she had more or less accepted that this dragon was Issei, as his aura was not that could be mistaken. She sat down next to the sleeping form of Kenneo, with her back up against Issei's body. She could his neck moving slightly as air was being inhaled and then exhaled from him. She found this motion calming as her body would massage in a way. She could fall asleep like this. She wanted to fall asleep like this, with him and the others, like she did all those years ago. But she couldn't. She had to stay awake until Tiamat was back or until one of them woke up. She suddenly felt a hand on her arm. She moved her head on at this sudden action. What she saw was the hand of Kenneo as she had gripped onto her arm. Asia looked further up to see Kaneko's face, which had now a sadder expression, but weirdly enough still bright smile. She was happy yet sad? What is dreaming about? How can she be both sad and happy? Wonder Asia as she held her friend with one of her arms, as a sort of comfort. A little bit after Kenneo seemed to start waking up, as her body began moving a bit and tiny, yet cute yawn escaped her lips. She opened her eyes slowly, but when she saw Asia she shot them up in an instant and hugged her with her full strength. Poor Asia didn't stand a chance. As Kenneo was slowly crushing Asia, Zenovia also began to wake up, but instead of trying to kill her friend or whatever Kenneo was doing, she instead moved to the front of Issei's head and began to hug it lovingly. Kenneo had her eyes closed as she was sobbing into Asia, while Asia was whispering, "Kenneo, please, stop chucking me." Kenneo. As Asia said that, Kenneo opened her eyes and let go of Asia and bowed down as she said sorry many times. Asia said it was alright, but just became confused as she had thought that it would have been Zenovia to chuck her and not Kenneo. "Are you two okay? What happened while you were sleeping? You seemed sad and happy," asked Asia as she finally had an easier time breathing again. Kenneo and Zenovia looked at each, as if they were having a silent conversation with each other, then both nodded and looked back at the even more confused Asia. Kenneo stood up and motioned for Asia to do the same. Then she took her over towards Zenovia where they all three sat down. Asia could feel the warm breath of Issei behind her. It was weird feeling, yet not an unwelcome one, as it did feel nice in some way. She looked at her two friends again, they seemed to have gained a small blush as they began thinking about their dreams. What happened? Why do you two seem so sad before, then happy, and now this? Please tell me, I am getting worried, she said as her two friends gained a shocked face, then began giggling like women only can at their friends' worry. We are okay, more than okay in fact. We were happy when we saw him, we saw Issei again, said Zenovia as Kenneo nodded. Asia gained an even more confused face, then it turned into happiness at the mission of seeing him, of seeing Issei again. Really? You saw him? You saw Issei? She asked as her face gained a beautiful smile along with happy tears to make her even more cute in some unknown way. They both nodded, making her close her eyes and clap her hands together like she was going to pray. This truly is a wonderful day. Issei is still alive inside of this dragon, she said. Unknown to her though was the sad faces of the woman in front of her as she, unknowingly, just ripped into a new wound they had gained. Zenovia reached a hand out to Asia, gripping her shoulder in a tight grip. Asia opened her eyes, that shine with the unknowing happiness, then became worried as she her friend's teary eyes staring into hers. Kenneo did the same as Zenovia, making Asia turn her head to her too, only to find the same teary face again. Why are you crying? He is Issei is dead, Asia. He died and has been dead for the last 11 years. He isn't coming back this time, spoke Kenneo as her voice became weak with every word. It hurt to say it, but she needed to for Asia's sake. Asia had a frozen face, her smile was still there, but it became rather sad as her eyes gained a dead look to them. Tears ran down her face, as her arms fell down to the ground. She couldn't take it, she had just seen her dream of Issei coming true, only to then be destroyed in an instant. Her heart broke, she felt nothing and saw nothing. She fainted out of pure sadness, much like Rius had done earlier today. Kenneo and Zenovia catched her, and lie her down on the ground so that she could hopefully regain herself after this bombshell. They both looked at each other, not really knowing what to do. Then Zenovia remembered something. Me and Asia were sent to get Kenneo back, she thought, then looked at Kenneo, who had her focus mostly on the sleeping body of Asia and sometimes looking over at Issei. Kenneo, me and Asia came here to get you and your group home, but with this whole thing I don't think we should. She spoke. Kenneo looked at her in response, then gained a serious face. I think we should call back and tell them that he is alive. Rius would be over the moon when she hears this, spoke Kenneo as her face gained a small smile, though Zenovia didn't look as happy. I don't know if we should. You see, Rius has fainted because of the 2 artifacts broke. She is right now sleeping. Akone has taken command for the time being, asked Zenovia back, making Kenneo have a slightly worried face. They both had a moment of silence, as they thought about what they should do. They had to tell Akone that they found Kenneo, but would that really be a good idea? Because if she would ask what had kept Kenneo there, and they wouldn't lie to her about that, they couldn't, it would be too cruel. I think we should just tell her the truth. We can't just ignore her or they send more people to get us back, said Zenovia. Her tone was rather strong as she saw this as their only option. Kenneo had doubts about this. It would be easier. But they really believe them? Would she or any of them really believe it? I hardly still believe it, but it's the truth, responded Kenneo. Zenovia gave a knowing sigh. She had to admit that if not for the aura, then she too would have not believed it. They both sighed again, then just sat there for a bit. Nothing happened for a bit of time, until a small red circle appeared next to Zenovia's ear. They both gave each other an oh shit look, as Zenovia got ready to answer the caller. Zenovia? Have you and Asia found Kenneo yet? Spoke a rather worried Akone from the other end. Zenovia and Kenneo could both hear it clearly. Yes, we found her. I am with her right now, answered Zenovia. At that the circle moved away from her ear, then moved towards the middle of the two of them, turning itself over so it hung flat in the air. It soon after had a small figure appear from it. It was Akone. Her face had her welcoming smile, yet if you looked close enough you could see the worry behind it. Ah, Kenneo, we have been so worried. You know what happened to Rius earlier, right? Kenneo nodded slowly, as she began sweating a bit, hoping Akone wouldn't notice the Gant dragon right behind her. Okay, good. Then you three should get home as fast as you can. Wait, where are you? Is this a cave? Where is Asia? She asked as she had finally noticed the area they were in. She moved around, as her magical body looked around, her gaze landing on the sleeping body of Asia. She turned her head back towards the two. What happened? She asked. The two looked, as they knew they had to tell the truth. They both looked at each other, as Akone looked back to the sleeping body of Asia. What the three girls didn't know, though, was that they had, with all their talking, woken up Issei. He had yet to make his presence known, though, as he was just observing. He was a dragon, which have quit the weird interest in watching weaker beings talk, unaware of them being watched. Well, you see. We found someone. The dragon we were sent to deal with. Well, he turned out to be Lady Tiamat's son, Soa. Spoke Kenneo as she was feeling the sudden pressure of Akone's gaze. She was not in the mood for word games, she wanted to know what happened and now. And what does that have to do with Asia? Did the dragon attack her? She asked, with a much commanding voice. No, I fought him before they even came here. But you see he is Kenneo felt she couldn't speak as gaze of Akone became more strict with each word. He is what? What is he, Kenneo? She asked as she suddenly felt a weird pressure on her, like she was being warned. What is this? She thought the two other women were unaware of this, as Kenneo gathered as much courage as she could. He is the reincarnation of Issei. She had started off with a weak voice, but ended it with her yelling. Akone stood there, unsure of what she just heard. The circle closed soon after, leaving the two women confused, and Issei wondering who that woman was. Wonder where that devil is going? At least she stopped threatening Kenneo and Zenovia. Wait. How do I know those names? He wondered as he looked at the two with slightly opened eye, just open enough for him to see them. He for some reason knew these two's name. He had met Kenneo early today, but how did he know Zenovia's all of a sudden? His brain began hurting, as he felt, saw, heard, smelled and remembered more things that he had never seen or done. I know them, but how? These aren't my memories, these are someone else's. But why do I have them? He wondered. He saw more of them, their happiest times, their best times and even the sad times. It felt so real, he wanted to cry like he was happy about this. He wanted to hold them, even that sleeping blonde girl. He felt like he knew her too, but he didn't remember her, only those two. Why do I feel like this? Why am I seeing all of these things? Why do I feel all of these things? I feel happy, I feel scared, I feel alive. What is happening to me? He kept seeing more and more. He heard before, but felt he had. He then heard two names that hit him harder than anything else he had remembered so far. The first one was Issei Hayadu. He didn't know why, but he felt happy at remembering this name. Was this the name of owner of these memories? Or is it mine? He thought as he heard it. But when he heard the second name, he went numb. That name hurt, made him happy, made him sad, and so many other things all at once. Hundreds or thousands of images of this red-haired person flashed before his eyes. That name, it was special to him, but he didn't know why. Why do I feel these things? Who are these people and why do I miss them so much a bit ago? He wondered, as he looked through these memories of him and these two women. As he did so he found no real answers, only more questions, like who are these people, why do I know these things and who is this Issei Hayadu? He knew he might be able to get answers from the two women in front of him. He decided to let them know of his presences, but when he opened his eyes, there were one more woman. A tall, long raven black-haired woman, with a most beautiful body, one that could almost rival his mother's. Her eyes were a shade of purple that made his body feel weak at the mere sight of them, as he felt his heart beat with joy at the sight of her. Who are these people? Why do I feel so happy to see them? He wondered, as his confusion became even greater with every new feeling he felt and memory he saw. Meanwhile this was happening, Akone had teleported to Kenneo, Zenovia and Asia. Her face had red circles under her eyes, along with a few lingering tears. She had cried prior to this, as she had become sad because of what Kenneo had said early. Kenneo, I know you miss him, But right now is not the time to joke about such things. Rius is already. She was cut off as a roar was heard from the body of sleeping dragon. Only they didn't know he had been awake for quite a while now. Akone stepped back, scared at the thought of fighting a dragon of this power. She could his aura, his power radiating off of him. Kenneo and Zenovia looked on with a worried look both, as they didn't know what was happening. Issei now stood on all fours as he stared them all down, sadness, rage and despair in his eyes as his mind was barely able to handle any more of this. Issei, calm down, everything is okay. I am here, Asia is here, Zenovia is here, Akone is here. Kenneo spoke as she raised her hands up, in a non-threatening manner, as she slowly walked over towards him. He meanwhile just became more confused. Akone looked shocked, as she didn't understand how that dragon was her Issei, but then she felt his aura, his power. It was well hidden, but at the current time of him releasing it all out in waves she could begin feeling his aura in there. Oh my Satan, it is him. But how? She thought. Kenneo moved towards him one step at a time, Zenovia following suit a short bit after. Issei glared at the two, as he felt many emotions, but he didn't feel they were his or should be his. They came closer and closer to him. He could slam his fist into them now. He was mad enough to do so, but something kept him from doing it. It was like a voice or a feeling telling him that he would only feel worse if he did so. He moved his head as high up as he could, staring them down as he began to use his golden eyes like he had when he fought against Kenneo. It stung as his glare narrowed on them. Who are you? What have you done to me? He roared, as a small flame burst out between his teeth. Kenneo and Zenovia kept walking closer to him, as their eyes became more determined. Will Akone just looked on as she was unsure of what to do in the current situation. But what could she really do? She has never experienced something like this before. Issei began to focus more on Kenneo and Zenovia as they now stood at his feet. He could crush them right now. He could make them pay for whatever kind of spell they had put on him. But again that voice in the back of his head told him not to, as it wouldn't make this feeling go away. Kenneo and Zenovia both placed a hand on his front leg, while looking straight at him with no fear in their eyes. He was impressed. The only being he had met so far that could look at him face to face was his mother. No one else he had ever met could meet his gaze for more than a quick glance. He was still unsure of his current influx of memories and knowledge of these two, along with the blonde and black-haired women who stood at the middle of the cave. So much against his better judgment, and much to the joy of this inner feeling or voice of his, he lowered the aura that he was releasing. This made Akone release a breath she was holding in. The stinging feeling from his eyes also faded, along with the feeling of being outmatched. The two who still looked at him with no fear, gave him a small smile as unspoken thank you. It made him happy. Why it made him happy, he didn't know, but it just did for unknown reasons. Akone had now regained her composure, and decided to ask about the elephant dragon in the room. Kenneo, is that dragon really Issei? Kenneo turned her head back towards Akone, her smile still present. Issei too looked on, pondering what she meant, and also why he knew them all of a sudden. He is a reincarnation of Issei. She spoke, making Akone close her eyes as she thought this over. Will Issei just look at the white-haired midget like she had just grown two heads? He began lowering his head, so that it was only a meter or two away from hers. What do you mean by that? He asked, his sudden voice, or rather his sudden ability to speak, shocking not only him, but also Kenneo. Kenneo looked at him, wondering how he had gained the ability to speak. The only answer would be his memories gave him that ability. Funny thing, as Issei was thinking the same, just slightly different. You can speak now. That is wonderful, just wait till Tiamat hears this. She said as smile grew even more. It made Issei feel his heartbeat get faster for a quick moment. Cute, he thought. But to answer your other accusation, then yes, you are the reincarnation of Issei Hayabu, the former Red Dragon Emperor. And my mate, that last was more like a whisper, but thanks to his dragonic sense, he heard it loud and clear. If he wasn't a red dragon, then they would have seen Gant blush on him. He didn't understand why he was happy, yet he also did. This whole memory thing had begun to affect him more, Even in this short time that he has had it, it seemed to have been able to take root. Then something hit, something she said which made him confused. I was the dumb red-eyed it. Then why hasn't mother killed me yet? All the women were taken by surprise by this almost childish accusation, but they, or at least Zenovia and Kenneo, remember that he was in fact only 11 years old or less. It surprised them even more that this was the first time he had acted his age. Well, yes, you were the dumb red-eyed it. When you were Issei Hayadu, though you were not called dumb red-eyed it, you were called Red Dragon Emperor. Zenovia spoke, as she started giggling a little at this childlike Issei. Issei only turned his head sideways, as his confusion only kept growing. Kenneo reached an arm out to his snout. He moved his head closer, almost wanting to feel touch. She nuzzled him softly, earning a few growls of thanks from him. Yes, you were called that. You were also called the strongest Red Dragon Emperor, and even the strongest being in this world, she said as she too giggled slightly. He turned, gained an awestruck look in his eyes. He wanted no more about this awesome old self of him. He had more or less gone into total hatchling mode. Can you tell me more about him, Kenneo? He spoke in childish glee, unaware of the effect he had just caused for Kenneo, who was blushing madly at him saying his name, but not like a person you have just met, but more like an old friend. Of course, I see, she spoke, her head tilted to the side as a cute smile grew on her face, along with single happy tear rolling down her cheek. This made Issei freeze as he looked at her face. A single image kept appearing and disappearing. It was a beautiful woman, her face almost pearl white, with two sky blue eyes and a smile he would and had died for. Her crimson red hair flew around her as the purple sky behind her went by, and as feathers of some creature fell off. She smiled at him, and as she did his world froze. He remembered her, everything about her in that one instant. His king, his master, his lover, his Rius. My Rius, my Rius, my Rius, my Rius, my Rius, my Rius, my Rius. His mind screamed, then it went silent again. He had forgotten what he was just thinking about, as he then returned his focus back to Kenneo, Zenovia and Akone telling him stories of his past self. Somewhere in the dimensional gap, 3 of the top 10 strongest beings in existence were all floating around, postured in a circle of some sort, as they seemed to have conversation of some sort. One of them was a tall, handsome, red-haired man. He had pretty casual clothes on and had an almost devilish smirk on. The 2 others wore the same still of cloths and were almost physically similar, if not for the fact that one of them looked like a loli with more lively eyes, while the other had quite body and dull eyes. They both wore a simple long-armed black shirt, with a small black skirt. These 3 being were Great Red, Ophis, and Lilith. They were all having a discussion about something rather important, something that could change the world as they all knew it. Should they all start a family together? Lilith and Ophis had been asking Great Red about this for the past decade, and he said no every time, as he did not want family nor a mate. I am telling you 2 for the last time, go ask someone else. I am not a family dragon, I am a god, he yelled back. Ophis just stared at him, no emotion showing. Lilith was hiding behind her mother. I am only asking if you like to be my mate and have more children with me. How is that such a bad thing? I am even made myself look more attractive just for you. Why is this not working? I am always surrendered by men of almost any species when they see me in this form. Ophis spoke, though it turned more into an audible thought train. Great Red just sighed, as he knew he was gonna be stuck like this for the next month or so. Before they could continue their important discussion, they all felt the aura of another dragon entering the dimensional gap. They all turned their heads towards them, and saw a beautiful blue-haired woman float towards them. Ophis got a bit offended when Great Red looked more interest towards the newcomer than he did when he looked at her. So he likes blue hair? She thought. The blue-haired dragoness bowed before the 3 dragon gods. Great Red turned his whole body towards, as a signal for her to start talking. The 2 others did the same. I am sorry for disrupting whatever you may have discussed earlier, but I need a favor from you all, she asked. Worry was clearly in her voice, as she was after all asking the 3 dragon gods or the 2 pieces of Ophis' full godhood, and Great Red for a favor. Oh? Well, let's hear it, It can hopefully be more interesting than my last 2 convastions this year. Spoke Great Red as a tired sigh left his mouth. I assure it is. I feel rather dumb for not doing this earlier. But I would like to ask you to help my son. He is in great pain and do not know what to do. She bowed again, as what seemed to be a small tear fell from her eye, which was noticed by Lilith and Ophis, who had both moved closer to her, sniffing to her like she was something they had never seen before. Tiamat felt weirdly frightened by this, thinking she was going to be food for the double goddess. Ophis and Lilith moved back towards Great Red, who too had smell and sense what they too had. They all 3 looked at each other, then back towards her. You have a son? Asked Great Red. Tiamat didn't really expect that accusation, but it was better than being eaten. Yes, Great Red Sama, I have had him for over 11 years now, she said. Suddenly Ophis was up in her face, her dead eyes staring into her own chromatic ones. Why do you smell like Drake? Asked Ophis. Tiamat had a shock reaction to Ophis' sudden statement. Great Red and Lilith looked at Tiamat with the same accusation in mind. Tiamat didn't really know what to say. Her brain had become fried at the sudden accusation from Ophis. I guess I can't it hidden anymore. Here goes, she sighed, then took in a deep breath, closed her eyes and opened them again as she breathed out. I smell Drake because his former host, Issei Haidu, is my son. She spoke, trying to keep a stray and clear eye contact to Ophis, who in turn to her answer just titled her head. The 2 other dragon gods did the same. It became painfully quick, even for this place. Tiamat began sweating bullets thanks to the stares of the strongest beings in this universe. Isn't Drake host dead? Asked Ophis as she stared into the eyes of Tiamat, almost burrowing into them with how soulless they looked. Tiamat breathed a relieved sigh, then prepared to talk again. Yes, I don't know how or why, but he seemingly reincarnated as a dragon, or as Drake in some way or form. She spoke as the 3 gods listened with what she thought was interest. Suddenly Great Red giggled, followed by Ophis and Lilith seeming to smile slightly at Tiamat. This in turn made said dragoness very, very scared. As why would all 3 dragon gods react in this way? Was it good or was it bad? Great Red moved closer to Tiamat and placed a hand on her shoulders. His face gained a small smile as his eyes gained a spark of interest. Say, Tiamat, did you put seals or something on your son? His accusation confused Tiamat, as she wondered how he found out. Well, yes, Great Red Sama. His power was much too great when I found him. It could have ripped his body apart. I could only ever guess it was because of the power he gained from Drake, but I was never quite sure. She spoke truthfully, as she really had no idea how far or how power he really had. Interesting. I would like to meet him, which you wouldn't mind since you did come here for my help, right? Asked Great Red as he smirked slightly. He thought he was being pretty cool. It only lasted until Ophis hit him on the head. Baka Red, so you don't want me or Lilith, but you are fine with Tiamat and her son? Asked Ophis as she showed a bit of jealousy for once in her existence. The 2 began a small fight over that, throwing words and sometimes fists at each other. While that was going on, Lilith and Tiamat continued to talk. Tiamat was though very scared of the small fight between the 2 god-class beings next to her. So how old is your son again? She asked so childishly. Tiamat couldn't help but feel a bit glad that at least one of the 3 dragon gods was normal, or close enough to being normal. He is 11 years old, but if what Kenneo and I are trying could work, he might end up being 19 or 20 years old. As she said that, Tiamat's heart felt a slight crack in it, at the single thought of what if. What if it sucks? Will he forget our time together? Will I lose my son, and will he return to those he once saw as his family? She was brought out of this train of thought by Lilith shaking her. She looked at her and saw the small glint in them. She was happy. Really? Can I play with him one day? I am only 12 years, but I have never had a friend. Mother says they would use me for my power and ruin the world. She pouted at the end of that, rather truthful and kinda sad, sentence. Tiamat giggled slightly at this childish conclusion of Ophis. Well, I would have to ask him, but I think he would like to. Besides, not all your friends would want you just for your power. Your mother was just being a bit. Oh, I shouldn't say that last bit. He spoke Tiamat as she bent down on her nest to have perfect eye contact with the small dragoness in front of her. Lilith gained a happy smile at this hope promise of her gaining a friend. Yay, I can get a friend. So mother really is an idol like Papa said. She celebrated. Wait, Papa? Lilith. Who is your Papa? Asked a very confused Tiamat, as she had always thought that Lilith was just made from Ophis. Lilith stopped her small party as she turned to Tiamat ready to give an answer, but was stopped by Ophis standing in front of her in instances. No one, she don't have a Papa, understood Lilith. Ophis didn't show it, but her tone was serious and harsh. Lilith nodded in return. Okay, mother, I am sorry. She spoke quietly. Great Red joined the three others. His body had a few bruises. The same went for Ophis. So anyways, we will all help you. We owe Drag hosts for dealing with Trihexa, which we should have done. Spoke Ophis. Great Red only sighed as he had given up and did also want to meet the boy as he was unknown bug or flout in God's system. I wonder, how did God's systems allow him such a rare possibility? Reincarnation is a thing, but not to this level that I can sense just from Tiamat. Though Great Red, as Tiamat was bowing thankfully for their offered help, Tiamat's cave, the three devils had been telling Issei about his former self, as he had begun to want to know more about how he used to be in his old life. They kept telling him about the wonderful things he had done, how he was always one of the first to fight against evil and protect what was good. How he would always support those close to him, and make those he fought fear him, how he would never give up. How he would always return with a lot of wounds and a dumb cheerful smile. Issei had sparkles in his eyes as he heard about all the things he had done. They had talked for a bit over an hour. Along the way Asia had woken up. She tried to hug him, but was told not to by Kenneo, as Issei still didn't remember much about anyone, besides her and Zenovia. Asia gained a sad expression at this new information. Akone gained a confused one. She began thinking about how he only seemed to remember those two, which led her to ask. Say, Kenneo, how does he only seem remember you two? What did you do to make him remember? She asked, gaining the opinion of everyone in the cave. Zenovia looked at Akone with as much confusion, as she had only thought about it now. Kenneo, however, gained a slightly more embraced face, as she had the knowledge of this entire time and hadn't even thought of sharing it. Issei looked uninterested as he wanted to know as well how he knew these things now, and how they did it. Tiamat told me that we have to enter his mind while he is in an unconscious state, like sleeping. Then we have to feel our bond with him to enter fully. She answered as a small blush crept on her face for forgetting something as important as that. All the other women in room gained confused look, while Issei just thought that sounded kinda weird, but if his mother had said it was the only way, then so be it. So we just have to feel our bond to him, so that we can enter his mind? Asked Asia as her eyes began shining with hope. Kenneo nodded in turn, making both Akone and Asia smile at this wonderful piece of news. So how do we feel it or find it? Asked Akone as she gained a more determined expression. Kenneo just looked at her blankly then answered. I have no clue, I just got into his mind while I was crying. Kenneo stopped herself as she began thinking about the things she did before she entered his mind, then it soon began to form in her head. We have to use a strong emotion tied to him, like happiness, anger or sadness. She suddenly spoke, scaring Issei at her sudden outburst. Akone and Asia looked at each other, then back to Kenneo. Are you sure? They both asked. Kenneo nodded confidently. I would never lie about something like this. All the women looked towards Issei, who looked at their smiling and determined faces. He didn't really want to know more about them before, he just wanted these images in his head to go away, but now he felt that he needed to uncover more of his past life. He had to do this. His mind, his heart, his spirit were all calling out to him with these words, do it, find out about your past self. He lowered his head, along with his body, laying down on the ground, in a comfortable post-ion. All right, I will let you do what you must do. He spoke. Issei, thank you for doing this for us, it means everything to us. Said Akone as she and Asia walked towards him. He had a single eye open towards them, as he giggled towards them like the child he still was, even if he could act very mature at times. I don't mind Akone-san, Asia-san, I want to do this too for my own reasons. He spoke as he closed his eye as he prepared to drift off to sleep again. But really I want to know more about this red-hair woman the most. If I remember more memories then maybe I can find out more about her, he thought as he felt Kenneo use some senjutsu to make him fall asleep. Akone and Asia each sat at different sides of his head, thinking about what Kenneo had told them. Use a strong emotion between me and Issei. But what would that strong emotion be? They both thought as they began thinking about all their current and past time with Issei. The happy, the pervy, the slily, the sad, the bad and the devastating. A small tear left Asia's eye. Her mind began to wander, as she could feel her body becoming weak. Her mind drifting between all the times he held her and kept her safe. She fell asleep, remembering the first she met him. Akone had a kind smile on her face as she was remembering the time Issei helped her reunite with her father. It was maybe not the happiest, but it was definitely one of the most important ones as it helped her and her father both so much. You could never let anyone stay sad for long, could you, Issei? She thought as her mindscape suddenly changed to an all-too-familiar room. Her old house's living room, the floorboarding, the walls, even the furniture was all like she remembered from when she was little. She too had fallen asleep, dreaming about her past life, and maybe even one with Issei. Kenneo and Zenovia looked at the three sleeping toddler. They felt a bit sad that they couldn't get him fully back as the ghost of Issei had said. Zenovia looked over towards Kenneo, with a happy smile on face, making almost more beautiful than before. Did you also see him? The older version of Issei? She asked. Kenneo had a small moment of shock then happiness at seeing his possible real face, even if it was a short moment. Yes, I did. He was quite handsome, wasn't he? Both women giggled a little, like they're just talking about normal couple stuff. They hadn't felt this feeling in a long time. They had talked once before about how Issei would look if he was still alive. They had never imagined that he would take after his dad, but they couldn't lie. He looked pretty handsome in that one single instance that they saw him. I wonder what they might see inside of there. What did you see? Asked Zenovia, as Kenneo again giggled at this sudden and much nicer mood. Nothing too special. I did see a pervert though. They both laughed at that, as they continued to talk more. Inside Issei's mind, Akone opened her eyes only to find herself on some rather nice and clean floor mats. She moved her arms and used to them sit herself up. Once she did, she started her surroundings, until she saw something she hadn't expected to see. The room itself was a classic Japanese living room, with floor mats everywhere, a low table with one pillow on each side. It had a small side kitchen to the left, along with double doors right behind the table. The door was open, letting in the golden sun rays, which made small shadows and figures dance around on the floor. But that wasn't the real thing which cut her off guard. What cut her off guard was that she could see three people sitting in the door frame, all close to each. A man, a woman and a small girl. The two females both had long raven black hair, while the man had brown spiky hair. Akone slowly began to stand up, walking towards the sense before her. She didn't know what she was seeing. I am inside Issei's mind or in my own dream world? Who are these people and where am I? She stopped herself as she saw a picture on the wall to the right. She walked closer to it, to see if her eyes weren't tricking her. As she stepped closer and closer, she started to realize that this house was not just some old classic Japanese house, but in fact her childhood home. And the picture on the wall confirmed it all for her, as it was a picture of her younger self, sitting on her late mother's lap, with her father next to them. A small tear ran down her cheek at this one memory of past bliss, before everything became so damn messy and sad. Why I am here? And who are those people in my house? She spoke out, not receiving any answers or any kind of admission of the random people in her home. Who are you people? She asked again towards them. She could barely see their faces, as it was hidden by the sunlight. She moved closer towards them to get a better look, where the sunlight wouldn't hid them so well. She first saw the little girl's face. She looked like a small copy of herself. Is that me? Wait, does this mean that woman is? No, it can't be, or can it? She wondered as she moved even closer, but what she saw was not the face of late mother. but instead her own face. She was smiling while playing with the small girl next to her, while the man looked on with satisfaction, or at least judging by that smile. But why am I here? Why am I here? And why do I have a daughter with someone who isn't Issei? What is this? She began crying a bit, as her brain began to crumble under this weird and betrayal of her once dead lover. Why would she have a child with someone who wasn't Issei? She needed to know who this man was, so that she could do something. With slow and hesitant step towards the brown-haired man, with each step beginning to bring more life to this home and family. She could hear this dream's version of her talking to her doctor about stuff, and saying stuff like, "When you get older, remember to find someone like your father, as they're always the most fun to tease." Akone felt slight disgust that she, even if it wasn't really her, that she could say such a thing. "Stop it, Akone-chan. I would feel bad for the poor boy, and even more so if she gets your SNM traits," spoke the man. His voice cut Akone off guard as she felt she knew this voice, but who could it be? She took a deep breath, and made the final step towards the man. She closed her eyes as she didn't really want to see this dream Akone's choice for a man that wasn't Issei. She opened her eyes, and almost upon sight she fell to the floor with tears in her eyes. All her anger, all her disgust, all her fright of whoever this man could vanished, as if it had never been there. It was him. It was like she always wanted it. It was Issei, his brown messy hair, his cheerful smile, and those pretty honey brown eyes of his. He was with the ideal family that Akone had wished for with him. They were sitting here with their daughter, a beautiful little girl. Akone just stared at this almost fairy tale-like image of what she had dreamed of for so many years now, if he was still alive. "Issei, my Issei." She spoke quietly, as she reached a hand out to him, to touch his face for the first time in what felt like a lifetime. She felt his warmth, his rough yet nice skin against her soft and delicate hands. Before she noticed it, the sense had changed to her sitting next to him in the door frame, her daughter on her lap swinging her legs around, giggling the whole time. She looked to her side to see Issei holding her hand on his cheek, smiling gently to her. She began to cry. She began to cry like she did when he had died, when her mother had died. She felt like that little scared girl again, holding on to her mother's dead body for dear life. But this time she wasn't crying tears of sadness. This time she was crying tears of happiness. "Hello, Akone, been a long time, hasn't it?" he asked, his smile still as friendly and charming as always. She moved her daughter off her lap, then within a few seconds had her whole body on Issei's. Ing him lovingly on the lips, tears of happiness rolling down her cheek. She was then again, without noticing it, moved to a new post-ion again. She was back where she stood before. She looked on as she saw her dream version and Issei patiently with each other. "It's okay, it's easy to forget yourself." She turned her head towards the voice, but instead she found that whole room had been cleared of everything. She then looked back, worried that Issei had disappeared, only to find what she had feared. The whole house was empty, besides her. She closed her eyes, crying sad tears as she had just lost her paradise. "It's okay, Mama, you can still be with Papa if you want to." She opened her eyes to the sight of her doctor standing in front of her, with a key in her hand. She reached the key towards her. Akone slowly took the key, then looked back at the little girl. "What do you mean that I can see Papa again?" The girl giggled in response to her accusation. Akone just looked stunned that she began laughing while she was already down. She then felt a hand touch her on her shoulder. She turned her head and for the second time yelled, "Issei!" She saw a much younger version of the one she had just a moment earlier. The one she saw now had a small smile on his face, as he pushed her shoulder a little, making her turn fully towards him. She wanted to do something to him, but felt that whoever this was, they would not give her anything back. "So, are you the real Issei or just another piece of my dream?" she asked, as she heard a small laugh leave his mouth. "My, you are smart, or at least when you have been tricked once. Sorry about that earlier, but it seems your desire to be with him had too much of an effect on his mind that he made this place for you," spoke the younger Issei, as his voice became a bit more stoic and eyes a bit more dull. "I see, so what will happen now?" she asked, which made Issei turn his head towards her. I now see why I was based mostly off on you. You can act much more maturely. Well, I want you to open that lock on Issei's body over there. You do have a key, right? He pointed towards the door frame which led to a small clearing, with lush green grass, and suddenly the body of Issei, or rather his new dragonic body. It had chains and locks all around it, not keeping him chained to the ground, but more like to himself. I do, so when I unlock one of those locks, he will remember me, right? She asked. She felt the answers and accusation just came to her, like she knew all of this information beforehand. That is true, this part usually takes longer. But I guess I was based off of you for a reason. I now see why. You don't have much doubt in what you do, and believe that you are doing what is right. Maybe that is why he broke promise to me, about his spilled second appearance rule, just for you. The younger Issei spoke. Akone felt happy to know that Issei broke a rule just to see her for a little bit longer, even if it wasn't the real one. I will ask you what I have asked those two before you as well, and that is to not make him into your old Issei, but rather let him stay his own Issei. He spoke. Akone nodded in agreement. Good, well, it is almost time. Take care of him for me and Issei. The kid deserves a good life, and to know of what he once did. He smiled a little at that last bit, as he stepped to the side, motioned Akone to walk over the sleeping dragon, and give him his birthright. She began to walk, each step feeling so hard and so long. Small images flashing in and out of her head. Happy times, sad times, and so many things in between. She was sad that she would never get him fully back, but she had to accept this. She gained a small smirk at a single thought that passed her mind. Maybe if I make the new Issei fall in love with me? That would be a nice thing, wouldn't it, she thought as she walked a bit onwards towards his sleeping body. When she reached Issei's sleeping body, she could hear the chains rustling. It sounded almost like lullaby. She put the key into the first lock she found and clicked the chain along with the lock fell of his body, only to disappear into violet dust before it hit the ground. Hope you didn't mind having a daughter with me for a little while, Akone. Just call it payback for all those times you teased me. She heard someone inside the house yelling at her. When she turned, the family she and Issei could had waving at her, all smiling. She couldn't but smile too. She looked back to the sleeping body of Issei, only to be met with one of his eyes looking straight into her own too. His became a slit as she began to feel herself becoming drowsy. She was cut by the head of the now awake Issei. She held on to his head caringly, smiling an oh so beautiful smile, while looking so at peace. The dragon laid his head down again, as the scents they were in began to turn white. Then soon after it was just a white void. Inside Tiamat's cave, Zenovia and Kenneo had been talking for the last few minutes. The conversation had been rather pleasant. They had only been stopped whenever Issei would begin growling in pain, or make sudden movements. They kept themselves in high spirits by talking about other things, and talking about what they could do now that Issei was regaining his memories and how Rius might react when she meets him again. I think she would be so happy that she might just let her powers run rampant. It would finally make her whole again, said Zenovia, Kenneo nodding in agreement. I think so too, but it might be bad if she did as you said and went rampant thanks to her happiness, so we might have to bring them somewhere else for them to meet, suggested Kenneo as she giggled happily, as she spoke about Rius, who did have the power to destroy at most half of Japan. But if she went rampant with happiness, then may the dead god of heaven have mercy on them all. They both laughed about this, like it was nothing at all, which it really wasn't at this point for them. They suddenly felt 4 different auras entering the cave. They turned their heads towards the source of huge auras being released. They saw a gant blue gate, with runes in what could only dragonic, opening up reliving 4 different people. They recognized the one in the front as Tiamat, mostly because her aura had shifting color scheme as her power was that of chaos, so it was a chaotic mess of colors and such swirling around her. The second one they recognized was Ophis as she floating next another small black-haired girl and in front of some red-haired man. Her power felt infinite, much like her existence and life. The small girl next to her had the same kind of aura to her, so they both assumed that she was the daughter that Rizvium had made from the DNA of Ophis. Her name was Lilith, right? Whispered Zenovia to Kenneo, who just nodded at the accusation. The last one was a man, who they didn't know or had ever met, as far as they know. He was rather tall, had long red hair, with a big golden horn earring in his left ear. His eyes were golden, much like Issei's new ones. His aura was rather different compared to his almost bad boy appearance. It felt nice and almost dreamlike. It gave a soothing feeling and almost made them think they could do whatever as long as they could dream it. What a strange aura though, Kenneo. Lady Tiamat, where have you been? Asked Kenneo, as she had been pretty angry at her sudden disappearance, while she was fighting to bring back Issei's memories, and she had just left when she woke up. Tiamat gained a sad smile, as she met her glare, not flinching once as she looked into her eyes. I am sorry, but I had to leave to get these people's help with Issei's sudden and rather extreme pain. She answered back, a small tear formed in her left eye. She was ashamed of herself for leaving her son while he was suffering, but felt she had to. I am very sorry, and I feel great shame at my actions, but I must do something to help him or would feel even greater shame as his mother. She spoke again, looking back at Kenneo, now much smaller glare, with a determined look in her eyes. Kenneo just shrugged it off and looked away. A small amount anger was still present, but she knew that she was being honest. I hope you will forgive me at some point, but for now let's help Issei, Tiamat said as she had walked over Kenneo and put a hand on her shoulder, smiling kindly towards her. Yeah, that is why I did this to begin with. She almost mumbled, but thanks to Tiamat's dragonic sense she heard every word she spoke, and smiled. The red-haired man walked towards Issei's sleeping body, with a small amount of interest in his eyes. Ophis and Lilith followed behind him, also inspect him all over. How your seals are still holding his quit the feet, Tiamat. They should broke years ago, with the amount of aura and power I can feel from his body. Spoke the red-haired man, even more interest appeared in his eyes. What do you mean by that, Great Red Sama? He was never more powerful than me before he was 10 years, so how can think that he would be able to break seals that could hold Drang and Albion for a few decades? Asked Tiamat. This in turn made the two girls gained quit the shock. The people she had brought that they already knew was already quit the surprise. But that she had gotten the help from the again strongest being in this world was not something they were ready for. Yes, I sense it too. His power has been growing quite a bit. I think that you may have been the one hurting him. Tiamat. Spoke Ophis, her tone uncaring and more as a machine just saying it as it is. Tiamat gained a shock, then hurt face after finding out that her son was more powerful than the heavenly dragons, and that the seal she had put him was hurting him without her knowing it. We would need to remove these seals, let his power and aura free so that his body can adjust to it without so much pain. Spoke Great Red, as he lifted his hand over Issei's body. A small circle was formed under his hand. For a few moments nothing happened, but then when it disappeared a huge pressure was felt from Issei's body, as the cave began to tremble. Kenneo and Zenovia fell on their backs by this sudden pressure. Tiamat and Lilith had a bit of trouble standing up. Ophis and Great Red took it like it was nothing. They both seemed to seal his powerful arrow within a dome around him, and the two girls inside. Kenneo was the first to speak, utter shock on her face. What was that? She asked, making both Ophis and Great Red turn to her. That was Issei's real power. It's somewhere near his original power, before he killed Trihexa. Spoke Ophis, shocking most of the people in the cave. Kenneo sat up slowly, looking shocked at what Ophis had just said. Is he really that strong? Asked Kenneo, gaining a nod from both dragon gods. Yes, he is quite powerful. Might be heavenly dragon level, maybe under it, but he might just get there one day. Spoke Great Red, smiling a bit, showing his rather sharp teeth. Tiamat gained a rather worried look, which Lilith noticed. Are you okay, Tiamat? She asked, making Tiamat turn her head towards her. I am, but I don't know if I should be happy or worried about this. I am proud yet scared that what happened to those two fools will happen to him as well. She spoke, worry clear to anyone in the cave. Kenneo stood up, followed by Zenovia. They both walked over to Tiamat. She looked at them, still worried, but also a bit confused on why they seemed to have a more happy posture than she had. You don't have to worry about that, as me and the other will help him and protect him so that won't ever happen," said Kenneo with determination in her eyes, and almost radiating off of her. Zenovia nodded rather happily next to her. Tiamat gained a grateful expression at this, moving a hand on each of their cheeks, holding them gently. Thank you so much. Keep my red gems safe." She gained a small smirk, and then said, "And you might get my blessing, hee." These gave them both quite the blush, making Tiamat laugh out loud. Great Red and Ophis began to think over how they could help more, or if they should even help more. Then they both noticed a sudden feeling of being watched. It came from Issei, or rather his aura. Great Red smirked a bit at this, while Ophis just looked blankly at the figure they could almost see inside the aura, staring back at them. Great Red started walking towards the dome, no one but Ophis noticing. "Are you gonna talk to him?" she asked. "Yes, why not? It would be a waste not to," he answered as he disappeared into the dome, entering Issei dreams. Inside Issei Hayate's plane, as Great Red entered the dragon version of Issei's dreams, he had found a small dream or plane which did not belong to him. It belonged to Issei Hayate. When he arrived at it, he was consumed in white light, then spat out on the sidewalk of a small town park. It had bushes all around it, with a rather elegant fountain in the middle of it. Behind said fountain sat an adult man, with long brown spiky hair, and a small beard. He hadn't noticed Great Red, who began to walk towards him. As he came closer he saw another figure standing off to the side, next to Issei. It was a younger version of him, but it felt nothing like him. Great Red moved slowly closer towards the pair, though before he could hear them, the younger one vanished into the park's bush garden. The older Issei had turned his head towards Great Red, who hadn't noticed as he was still wondering about why this younger version of Issei felt so weird to him. "Hello, Great Red-sama. Nice to finally meet you, come sit down," spoke Issei, breaking Great Red's train of thought, as he had been a bit shocked to have not noticed Issei's eyes on him. He moved towards him, still wondering a bit about who that person was. When he was at the other end of bench away from Issei, he stopped and sat down on the rather nice stone bench. He turned his head towards Issei, who was smiling towards him, with a rather friendly smile. "Nice to meet you too, Hayate-san. It is an honor to meet you." Great Red spoke, as he did a small bow with his head, showing Issei the respect he felt he deserved. Which in turn ended with Issei laughing a little, making Great Red look confused at him, not understanding what was so funny. "Oh, I am sorry, it's just a bit weird to be bowed to, it's been so long." "You don't have to bow to me," he spoke, making Great Red a bit more confused. "It would be weird for the strongest being in our universe to bow to small nobody. I am not anyone important anymore. Hee, I am just some old fool," spoke Issei as he looked towards the fountain with a happy smile, though he had a bitter look in his eyes. Great Red understood what he meant, but he felt it was not so, rather that he was the fool. "I don't think so, Hayate-san. I and Ophis feel great respect towards you. You are no fool, you are not some nobody. You are the once strongest being in our universe," spoke Great Red confidently, making Issei chuckle a bit. "Thanks for that, I needed to hear that. After all this time you start accusing a few things about yourself. But I am guessing that is not why you came here, so what did you come here for? If it's just for a chat, then you should probably just leave as I have better things to do," spoke Issei as he went from rather kind face to a more serious one. Great Red didn't flinch. He just looked back at him. "I came to ask why you didn't take over his body and came back to life?" spoke Great Red, leaving Issei silent for a bit, until he began to laugh. He continues to laugh for a bit, until he calmed down and looked towards the perfect blue sky. "I don't know, never really thought about it. But before you say anything, the answer is no. I chose long ago to leave this body, and the rest in this plane until this universe would finally end." "Quite dramatic, answered Issei as he continued to look towards the sky, a satisfied smile present on his face. "But why? Don't you want to live?" asked Great Red. "No, not really. I did at one point, but I just realized that I would kill a kid if I did that. His body would become mine, but his mind and soul would be discarded to some abyss. I would never be able to live with myself if I did that, answered Issei, with a grim smile and shameful eyes, as he had at one point wanted to do that, consequence be damned. I see, so once this plan of yours is done, you truly die? Asked Great Red, though Issei just shook his head. No, not really, but I just won't live in this plane of existence anymore. I might be sent to heaven for all I know, maybe the abyss or inside some random god's plane. Or maybe I just become a god of my own little plane? Who knows? Answered Issei, leaving Great Red a bit stunned at his rather deep thinking and his rather detailed thought processes. This though give Great Red an idea. What if you became a part of the eternal dream? Asked Great Red, receiving a shock expression from Issei. Maybe, but could you even do that, Great Red-san? Asked Issei, intrigued and hopeful that he might be able to live his life or something like that through Great Red's domain. Speaking of which, he began laughing a bit himself, as he suddenly stood up. I am the dragon god of dreams. I can do impossible, as that is my dream and will. I will give you access to my plane, or rather to the plane of dreams, he declared proudly, smiling proudly as he did. Issei smiled happy, but then it vanished into a saddened one. I would love to, but I feel I would only prolong my and the others' suffering if I did this. I think instead you just kill me. When I have meet Rius, I would like you to take me from this plane and into the eternal dream of my own design, he said as tears ran down his face. Great Red didn't understand at first, but then understood it. I see, if you're just free spirit in there, you would one day not be able to hold back and visit their dreams? Asked Great Red, an understanding smile appearing on his face. Issei only nodded to this. So instead you want me to put you in an eternally dream where you will never realize that you are dead? So that you can be with those loved ones of yours? He asked, Issei nodding again. Great Red sighed, then sat down again. I see, I will do it. See it as my thanks to you for doing what I should have done, he said. Thank you, Great Red-sama. Suddenly Issei gains a small smile as something tells that he has to leave. He stands up and walks towards the end of the park. Great Red stands up as well, reaching towards him. Where are you going? He asked. Issei turned towards him, his smile much brighter than before. I am going to see my Asia. You can stay if you want to, but I don't think we have much more to discuss, not until. You know. He spoke as his smile faded for a second, but returned again. I understand. Until then, Issei Hayadu, goodbye, he said, as he felt himself leaving Issei's plane. Feeling himself leaving the dome he created and returning to the real world. Inside Issei's mind, with Asia, Asia found herself in a familiar room, on a familiar bed. It had porn mags on the floor, posters of nearly nude women on the walls. But even though it had those things, she couldn't help but feel comfortable in here, as this was Issei's old room. She was lying next to said person, but he was not awake, nor the one she saw dead for their sake. This was Issei before his fight against Riser for Rius's freedom. He still had a few burn marks, but he was breathing normally. She didn't know why she was here, but she didn't care enough, as she could hold on to her Issei. She felt his breathing, his warmth. His smell was also soothing for her, but what she was mostly happy about was that his left arm hugged her into him. She felt so happy. It had been so long since she felt his touch, his warmth, his everything. She could almost cry, that was how happy she was. The door opened slowly, but she didn't notice as she was in her own little world. Out from the door came another Issei, his appearance much like the one he had when he died. He stood there in a white robe, looking at her as she was at peace for the time being. He coughed into his hand, making her finally notice him. When she did, her eyes could barely hold back her tears. Here was her Issei before he died. She then became confused as to have two Issei were here, but when she looked down to the sleeping Issei, he had vanished. Sorry, Asia, but he was only a memory, nothing more, spoke the other Issei. She looked back at him, her confusion evident as well as her tears of either joy or sadness. She wasn't quite sure. You see, Asia, this is all just a dream. You and I are the only things in here, he explained as he walked closer to her, while she just sat on the bed, still confused. Then why did it feel so real? When I held Issei? She asked as her voice croaked a bit, her tears rolling down in much greater force. Issei reached his arms towards her and held her in a tight hug. It's okay, Asia. It feels real because you want it to be real, but sadly this is not dream anymore or ever was. It's only a memory, my dear Asia. He cupped her face, bringing up so that she could see into his eyes. Asia leaned forward, thinking that maybe he was the real one. She ate him on the lips, enjoying the sensation of ing him again after so long. Though she noticed he wasn't ing back, making her move back with a worried face, thinking she had done something wrong. It's okay, Asia, I don't mind. But you must understand that I am not Issei Hayadu. I am only a spirit or a guide. But trust me, he would have ed you if he had the chance. He said. Asia's eyes began forming tears of sadness and happiness at these words. While she was crying, Issei decided to pick her up, carrying her bridal style out of his room. Asia almost wanted leaped out of his arms, but she felt that she should just let him take her to where he was going. He carried her into the halls of the remodeled house, down the stairs into the living room. She saw her adopted parents sitting there with their son talking, but she couldn't what they were talking about. It's only a memory, Asia. Besides, this one is not for you to see, it's for him. He pointed with his finger towards one of the large windows, where she could see Dragon Issei lying down and looking in on their conversation. How is he here? She asked, not that she wasn't happy, but just confused. He has been everyone's dreams, but this time he is looking through his memories himself, he can't see us. He answered as they moved towards the front door, opening it and going outside. But they weren't outside the Hayadu mansion anymore, but rather in the old abenited church in front of a row of destroyed pews. Asia recognized this place within seconds of being there, but something was different this time. There was a small red-haired boy, with scarlet parts across his face, and a small tail, that was lying on the pew that she should have been lying on. Who is that? Asked Asia, confused as to why this person, who she has never seen before, was lying on her deathbed. Issei sat her down, so that she could around herself. I see, it seems like Issei has gained some sort of human form, interesting. Spoke Issei, as turned towards Asia, her face held confusion, but it then turned to shock. He looks just like he did in those old photos of him and Irina, she said. Oh really? I would have never guessed he chose this form. Oh well, Asia, take this, he said as Asia turned towards him. He held out his hand, and as he opened it a small key fell out, landing in her open ones. She looked at him confused. He motioned her with his eyes to look back at the boy, where she now saw 2 chains and 2 locks on him. I am sorry to say this, but this will be goodbye forever. Once you unlock one of those locks, then he will be the new Issei, he said. Asia wanted to cry, but she tried her best to hold it back. She felt his hand on her back, pushing her gently towards the kid version of Issei. She began walking towards him, feeling her legs to be rather light, almost like she could run. No, she wanted to run to him. As she began running from the church door, memories flushed her mind. Happy tears fell down her cheeks at every one of them. When she reached him, she sat down on her knees, holding one of his small hands in her own. She put the key at one of the locks, and then as it turned click, one of the chains fell of him, but soon after disappeared in a green glow, much like her twilight healing own glow. She suddenly felt a hand on her back. She turned to see a different man. He looked very much like her adopted father, but she then saw his spiky hair. Issei? Is that you? She spoke weakly. As she reached an arm out to her, he held it, smiling towards her with that all-too-familiar smile. Hello, Asia. Sorry I couldn't come earlier. Had to do something important. I am sorry, but I have to go again already. I love you. I will always. Take care of the kid for me, okay? He asked, gaining not only a nod, but also happy tears. He vanished as he smiled even bigger at her. She looked a bit longer at he had stood, only seconds before. She turned back to the sleeping form of Issei, only to be greeted with his golden eyes looking at her, almost piecing her. She placed a hand on his cheek, which he slowly leaned into, closing his eyes. He put up his own hand holding hers. The church began to be consumed in white light, but before they were both consumed in it too, Issei said something. Asian-san, I remember you. He spoke softly as he hugged her, not seeing her teary eyes. She smiled as she held him tightly. They both vanished into the white light. As Asia and Issei both began to wake up, Lucifer/Vala's mansion, Vala, Kuroka and Albion had been searching, for the last 3 hours straight, for the brief angry signature of Issei that Albion had felt. Though they hadn't had much luck with this, as it proved to be much harder to search for an aura that you hadn't felt in over a decade. Which led to the current disc scion about if Albion maybe might have just sensed Drake's new host. Are you sure? Hardly any of us in this room or city can even remember what his aura felt like, yelled Kuroka, tired and frustrated. She had hoped to make her sister happy again with this, but she wasn't so sure anymore. I am speaking the truth, I would never lie about this. I felt him, if only for a brief second, but he is out there, I just know it, yelled Albion back. Vala was taken a little aback by this, the same for Kuroka. Neither had ever heard Albion yelled with so much concern in his voice before, not even about Vala. Albion, I believe you, but I think we must take a break for now and think up a better plan than this, said Vala as he stood up, feeling his legs almost give out thanks to the non-stop use of magic and his scared gear. Albion sighed out loud, as he knew they were right, this wasn't getting them anywhere, and they needed a break. Fine, but I will keep searching, so just bear with me on that, he said as he deactivated the wings, but Vala could still him as he was using small amounts of his magic to search for Issei. Let's go, Kuroka. I am sure your sister should be back by now anyways, Vala said as he walked carefully towards the door leading out of the room and into the living room. Kuroka only nodded, as she put one of his arms over her shoulders and helped him walk to the living room. As they passed the couch where Biko sat and was watching something, they got a few laughs from him, as he saw them. Oh, those the big scary white dragon emperor need a little kitty's help to walk? Ha ha! He laughed as loud as he could, getting a small death glare from Kuroka, while Vala just ignored him and kept going. As they reached the kitchen, sitting down and trying to relax, they were suddenly approached by Ortha. So how did it go? He asked, his face showing no emotion, but his voice held a bit of curiosity to it. Vala just sighed, before he turned his head towards. We didn't find anything, it's like he was there for just a second and the puff, he was gone again. I am starting to think Albion has gone senile or something. Vala sighed again, as a small headache began thanks to the senile dragon emperor, Albion yelling about him still being young and stuff like that. I see, well then I think you might like to know that Albion might not have been as senile as you think, said Ortha, a small smirk present. Before Albion could complain about how people no longer had respect for dragons, Vala stopped him by asking, What do you mean by that? What happened while we were searching for Issei? Asked Vali. A serious glint in his eyes appeared, and Albion waited silently with bated breath to hear what had happened. Well, just like how the piece of the divine dividing went missing and returned to Issei Hayabu, so did Ascalon, the dragon slayer, said Ortha with a calm face, while the two people in front of him both had a shocked face. Suddenly Albion's white slivery wings appeared, as a booming laughter could be heard through the whole mansion. I knew it! I told you he was alive! Those pieces would never go missing or be returned otherwise, roared Albion with glee, as in the background some small plate and cups fell onto the ground broke thanks to Albion's sudden pop-up. Are you serious? No bullshit or anything like that? Asked Vala as he grabbed onto Ortha's collar, almost yanking him off the ground, with the amount of force he was using. Ortha nodded rather vigorously, as he would not said it, but he was very scared of the suddenly emotional Vala in front of him. Vala, noticing his current show of strength, and small fear in Ortha's eyes, put him down again. Oh, I am sorry, I don't what came over me, he said as tried his best to regain his cool attitude, but he knew that Kuroka would never let this down, and would definitely use this against him at one point. So how long have you known this, Ortha? Asked Kuroka, as she leaned over the kitchen island, towards the two. Since an hour ago, it seems around the same time Albion sensed a piece of himself return to Issei, the sword also vanished. It's quick chaotic over at the Gremry territory right now, as Archduchess Rius Gremry seems to have faint as a result of this. Spoke Ortha, his voice as calm as could be, but he did feel a bit bad for her current state. Maybe that is why Kenneo hasn't answered any of my calls? Whispered Kuroka as she held her arms under her bust, not trying to highlight them, but just in deep thought. Incorrect, it seems that she, along with 2 people serving under Gremry, has gone missing around the same time as those 2 artifacts disappeared. Corrected Ortha, as Kuroka looked up shocked at what Ortha had just said. Are you sure? She asked, worry and fear in her voice. Ortha nodded only, making Kuroka gain an even more worried face. I wonder if all of this has something to do with sudden return of Issei's pieces? Thought Albion out loud, gaining the attention of all 3 people in the kitchen. What do you mean? Asked Vali, curious to hear what Albion might be thinking. What if all these things happened because of something that Kenneo might have done? Who knows, she might have found Issei, but then why wouldn't she have said anything? Albion continued with this train of thought, as the others jumped off at the she might have found Issei part, as that was the most important thing. Vala and Ortha looked over Kuroka, who looked at them wondering why they suddenly looked at her. Kuroka, do happen to know what Kenneo was supposed to do today? Any missions, plans, or meetups? Asked Vala. This in turn made Kuroka remember about a small conversation she had had with Kenneo about some mission she was going to do today. Yes, she told me she was going to do something for the familiar masters. Something about a familiar being overly aggressive or something like that. She said as the 3 males listened on, starting to piece this mystery together. Then she must have found Issei or something along those lines. Hurry, we must give this information to Surzex and go look for her in the familiar forest, said Kuroka as she had gone into overprotective big sister mode. She had one goal, and that was to find her sister, and now they at least had a place to start. All the males went into action, Ortha calling his sister to bring Surzex the newfound information and come to the Lucifer mansion as fast as he can. While he was doing that, Vala was preparing a magic circle to go to the familiar forest. A few minutes after most of Team Vala, Kuroka, Ortha, Biko and Vali, along with Surzex and Grafia, stood on the magic circle ready to travel to the familiar forest. While Vala was still preparing it, as this was quick funny enough, his first time going there, Grafia was being infomed of the current theory that Issei was alive and was maybe in the familiar forest. Even her stoic face mellowed a bit, as a happy smile appeared, happy to have her younger brother figure back. Is everyone ready? We don't know what we might see or meet there, but our current goal is to find Kenneo, along with the 2 other servants of Rius and hopefully Issei Hayadu as well, said Vala. As everyone nodded, he nodded back as he activated the circle. It began to shine a whitish light, consuming them all. As it vanished, the room they had all stood in a moment before was now empty, until a blonde hair which suddenly appeared where they stood. She looked around the room, to find no one was home. Where is everyone? Did they leave without me? But I wanted to meet the Epee dragon, yelled the rather childish Lefay. Gremry territory. Inside the bedroom of Rius Gremry, the head of the Gremry clan and Archduchess of Gremry, 3 people are standing around her bed. They are Kiba, Gasper and Rosweiss, all of whom are very worried about their king's and best friend's well-being, as Rius has been like this for the last 4 hours. And they all knew why, which almost made the current mood even worse in whole mansion, as no one, but the servants, had not been affected by this. The room was silent. Only the low breaths of everyone could be heard, while a few times footsteps could be heard outside. Gasper sat on a chair next to Rius's bed, holding her hand and by what Kiba and Rosweiss could guess, praying to the spirit of Issei to help Rius feel better. Kiba had thought about doing the same, but he would just feel bad for calling on Issei's help, as it would make him feel useless and that he couldn't do anything without Issei. Which he sometimes felt like were true. Rosweiss switched her focus a few times over the last few hours, as she was asked by Akone to be in charge until she came back or if Rius woke up. She had been taking a few calls, silently of course, and received a few messages. One of these messages, which had been sent only a few minutes ago, was from Lefay. And it had something very interesting in it, as Rosweiss had been looking at it for the last 5 minutes, reading it through all the way to make sure she wasn't being fooled. Kiba. Gasper, come see. This she spoke with a shaky voice as the two males looked over at her, seeing how her face had a rather shocked face on it. Kiba was the first to walk over and see what she was looking at. Gasper followed slowly after, as his legs were a bit weak after sitting on a chair for the last 4 hours. Rosweiss made the messages bigger and turned it towards them. They both looked confused at it. What does Le Fay want? Asked Kiba. His voice seemed uninterested, until he saw it. Dear Rius Gremory, I have wonderful news that I and the rest of Team Vala would love to share, but can't as per the requisite of Lord Surzex Lucifer. But since they decided to leave without me, I have put it upon myself to inform you that early Toadat Albion had sensed the angry of Issei Hayadu. In other words, we theories that he was still alive, which the rest of team now has found was indeed true. He is alive somewhere in the familiar forest. Le Fay the message had made all 3 of them stunned by this. Rosweiss, who had already read it, and regained a bit more of her composure, now stood and looked at the 2 boys in front of her. Kiba had a happy look to him, though it turned rather quickly into a confused and shameful one. Well, Gasper was just crying in every emotion that would fit his current mental state. Though something that Rosweiss also saw, as she was trying to come up with a plan to deal with this, was that Rius's bed was empty. She was gone. Where is Rius? Asked Rosweiss, making the 2 boys come half out of their saddened state. They both looked towards the bed and saw the same. An empty bed. They all 3 looked at each other unsure of what to do. That was until Rosweiss got a small idea of where she might be. I think she might have seen the message from Le Fay, so she must be in the familiar forest. We need to go there now. Ordered Rosweiss, the 2 boys nodding in agreement. Familiar forest. Have you sensed anything since we came here, Albion? Asked Vala as he, and his team plus Surzex and Grafia, had arrived in the familiar forest. They had began search for his angry, or anything they could use to find him. No, nothing. No, wait, I have something. To the north over at that mountain, I feel his angry. But be warned, it is not the only dragonic one I can sense from there. Spoke Albion as the others looked towards the mountain, now sensing it too. 4 or 5 dragonic signatures in one area, and all of them were strong. It didn't help much when they sensed the 4 devils among the dragon ones. But they also sense a few more devil energies in the area, a group around the same size as them heading towards them, and one other who seemed to be rushing towards the mountain. Both Surzex and Grafia felt said angry and for a brief moment felt like they had to run after them, but they didn't know why. It seems that Karuka's little sister Peerage are on their way here, maybe to fetch us or something like that, said Albion, who too had felt that other devil angry, but didn't focus too much on it. As he had said earlier, Kaneko's Peerage came up to them, after having spotted them a bit further down the road. My king, me and the rest of our master's peerage has been sent here to fetch you, as per both our master and Lady Tiamat's orders. Spoke Nene, the queen of Kenneo, bowing before Surzex, as did the rest of the peerage with her. Thank you, I would like to make ideal chat, but that can wait. Is Issei with Tiamat? Asked Surzex as he began to walk towards the mountain with the others following suit. He was worried, but wouldn't show it. Though Grafia knew, as he would always stand around and make ideal chat whenever he dealt with a problem of little importance. Yes, my king, we ourselves don't know who this person is, at least not enough to know how or why Ama would come all the way here. Spoke Nene as she followed nervously behind Surzex. Nor would you, thanks to those old fools. He is important, very important. That should be enough for now, said Surzex, a bit more friendliness coming forward as he felt the poor girl trying her best not to stumble thanks to how nervous she was. Karuka suddenly grabbed the now much calmer Nene on her left shoulder, making her now slightly shocked at the sudden contact. Is my sister okay? Is she? Asked Karuka, her tone letting her worries be heard. Nene looked puzzled, as she wasn't quite sure how to answer that. She would like to think that she is okay or at least safe, but she couldn't be quite sure after all that has happened. She hasn't seen her since she went inside the cave with Tiamat and Issei. I don't know, but I believe she is safe as Lady Zenovia and Asia are there with her. Nene tried to hide her own doubt, but felt the piercing glare of worried Big Sister slowly crawling through her words and then. Good, thank the mouse, spoke Kuruka with relief, making Nene also sigh in relief. I'll be going on ahead of you, this is gonna take too long, said Vala as he suddenly summoned his sliver wings and flew towards the mountain, followed a bit after by Bikwa, who was a bit interested to see who these dragons were, along with seeing Issei for the first in a decade. Even if he doesn't want to admit it, he has missed him a lot, spoke Ortha with little emotion in his voice, but a friendly smile and clear blue eyes looking towards the silhouettes of Vala and Biko. He is right, that going by foot will take longer, but I can't make myself go to him any faster, said Surzex as he kept walking forwards, not even looking towards the others as he said that, but more to himself. Grafia knew why, as he had told her that he felt that it was his fault that Issei died. If only his plan had worked, then he would have still been around. She held a small smile as her husband continued to doubt himself over something she and he knew Issei would never hold him up to. That is just not the person he is, or ever would be. Inside Tiamat's cave, Tiamat, Lilith, Zenovia and Kenneo had been talking a bit to help Tiamat not feel too worried about Issei, her son's incredible power. She could still barely understand how he had been allowed to keep or gain such tremendous power, as only a 11-year-old hatchling. Zenovia and Kenneo had just kept saying that he was called the Red Dragon Emperor of the Impossible for a reason. She had laughed at these comments, but still her worries lingered, and even more so her own selfish one. Would he leave me, now that he is stronger and knows about his past? Will he ever look at me the same way? She wondered, she feared, she dreaded. She felt two people exist, the dome around Issei that Great Red had created, to keep his power, his aura, from destroying the cave. Out came Akone and Asia, both smiling widely. Akone seemed to be a bit more sad, but even then her smile was radiant, while Asia seemed to have had a much more pleasant experience compared to what she had heard from the two others. Kenneo stood up, along with Zenovia, and walked over to the two. They made a group hug as they all smiled, speaking in a low tone. Though thanks to the fact all the people who weren't in the hug were dragons, they could hear every word they said. How did it go, Asia? Did you meet him as well? Asked Kenneo, as Asia nodded happily, tears stringing down her face. Yes, I did. It makes me miss him even more. She stopped as she looked down for a bit, the others understanding why, only for her to look up again with an almost even brighter smile. But I saw Issei in his human form, I think. He was so cute, and he called me one Issei, she said as her tears rolled down from her eyes, her smile ever bright. The other girls were shocked to hear about his human form, as was Tiamat. Akone smirked a bit at this, as her inner competitive self came out. Oh? Well, I met mine and Issei daughter, I even got it from him as he was my husband, she said with pride, the other eyed her, then turning to female Agresian as she had called him her husband. What do you mean your husband? He is mine, started Asia. No, I believe I should have him as my husband, as I found him, followed by Kenneo. No, I believe the real Issei was trying to tell me, he wants to marry me and only me, he, said Akone with playful smirk. Will Zenovia was confused over why they fighting over who gets him as their husband, when it was obviously her he would marry. The four dragons let them play their little game, as it was better than them crying over having seen him. Though Tiamat and Lilith would listen in every time something interesting was said. So you spoke to him? What did he say? Asked Ophis as she gained the focus of every dragon in the cave. Great Red looked at her, then back to the sleeping body of Issei, then back to her. That once this thing that all of his former loves are doing is over, then I will come and take his soul into a dream of his own, where he will dream forever, until my own demise, said Great Red, as the three females looked at him with a bit of shock in their eyes. So you will grant him his own heaven of sorts? Interesting, why did I never think of that? Can I offer my own instead? Asked Ophis, getting a no signal from Great Red as soon as her words had left her mouth. No, as I don't think he or you would like that happen. Imagine being in limbo as your heaven? Sounds awful, so that is why I am taking him into my very being as part of the endless dream, spoke Great Red, gain a small pout from Ophis, who kinda wanted to let find peace in her own being. And a thankful smile from Tiamat. Great Red and Ophis turned their heads towards the entrance, followed by the two other dragons. It seems like people just won't stop bothering me today, said Tiamat as she began to walk over towards the entrance, followed Lilith and Ophis. As they knew the person and wanted to see what he was doing here. Great Red stayed behind, to keep an eye on Issei. I wonder if he knows that I can sense if he is sleeping or not? Wondered Great Red, as he saw Issei open his left slightly only to close it again. Much alike a person waking up over a long period of time. He chuckled a bit to himself, as he always found it amusing to see how beings of different races and standing in this world act. O mortals, the funniest creatures, only followed by gods and Ophis at how laughable they are. He thought as continued to look around the cave, seeing with his dreamlike abilities what this place has seen throughout the years. A motherly Tiamat playing with her first and only hatchling, and Issei learning and growing up as a dragon. As Great Red continued to see what has been, he was interrupted when he sensed a rather destructive presence coming closer to the cave. He looked shocked for a few seconds, then confused as the presence suddenly vanished into the thin air. He tried to sense for it, but it seemed like his sense were being interrupted or cut off in some way. He didn't fully understand what was happening. What could be strong enough to cut off his sense or magical sense in this situation? He kept at it, feeling the presence a few times. It was coming closer. He looked over towards the sleeping body of Issei, noticing he seemed to be reacting to something as well. Could he be sensing this as well? But when he looked at the 4 devil females left in the room with whom he was confused, as they didn't seem to have sensed anything at all. He began walking slowly over to Issei's body, as he felt like whatever this presence was, it was after Issei for some reason. The girls noticed this, and looked at him worried. Akone stood up, and walked slowly towards him, with the other girls following behind her. He was still too focused on the weird presence, that he wasn't prepared for the sudden feeling of a hand on his shoulder. "What?" he yelled, not really caring as he was still trying to find or at least keep track of this presence. "I am sorry. But you seem a bit stressed or worried perhaps? Can we do anything to help?" asked Akone, who would have enjoyed the sudden aggression at any other moment, but not right now as he looked too serious to have just yelled for no reason. "I keep feeling this weird presence near us, but I can't seem to track it down or anything other than where it is with second between. It keeps cutting off my sense somehow, leaving me blind. If you 4 can also try to sense it, that would hopefully tell me what it is after," he explained. The 4 devils nodded and began to do the same as he was doing. But they didn't feel or find anything weird after a solid minute of trying. "We can't find anything, maybe it's just too strong for us," said Kenneo, making Great Red growl as it seemed like this presence was so strong that only he or maybe even Ophis could sense them or keep sensing them over and over again. Speaking of which, he felt Ophis entering the room again. Along with the Tiamat, Lilith and the host of Albion and the new Sun Wukong. He turned his head, seeing the shocked faces of Vala and Biko as they saw Issei's body, or rather his new body. But he didn't care about that, but more the 2 people he believed could help him with this current problem he was dealing with. "Ophis, Albion, come help me. You must both have sensed this weird presence, right?" he asked as Ophis nodded as she had, but felt that Great Red might already be dealing with it. 2 sliver wings popped out of Vala's back, as a booming voice was heard from them. "What presence might you be talking about?" "I have only felt." "Oh, I see." Albion had just noticed as he had sensed for whatever Great Red had talked about, and just sensed Great Red's senses being cut off again. "Help, will you? I fear this thing might be after Issei for whatever reason." Great Red spoke as he focused his full power into finding this weird presence. He was joined by Ophis and Albion/Vali a bit after. "Can you sense anything, Albion?" "I can having it be cut off as I feel the slightest bit of it," asked Vali, as Albion knew what he meant, as it was more or less the same for him. "No, not really either. I am having the same problem as you, Vala. Whoever or whatever this thing is, it is clearly powerful if only Great Red and Ophis can sense it as well as they can." spoke Albion, groaning a bit at his failure to sense anything today, as well as he would normally. I believe you are right with its current goal, as it seems to be sensing for Issei. You can feel that destructive aura flooding over Issei, right? Asked Ophis as Great Red nodded in agreement. The other people in the cave looked at Issei's body and noticed this weird and crimson red aura flooding over it. It began to spread it out as if warding off those near his body. It clicked for the four devils. This magic or aura rather was Rius Gremmery's aura. It's Rius, she is awake. But what is she doing here? Asked Akone in low voice, but it heard by every dragon in the room. Rius? What is she doing here? Those Surzex wouldn't tell you her until we found Issei. Geez. Vala said as the current situation seemed to be getting a bit more problematic than he had first expected. He turned towards the rest of the group, as he got eye contact with them all. Me, Biko, and you guys will go out and find her. Hopefully we can calm her down. Or else we'll have another Kotown incident on our hands. He said the last part a bit lower, as to not bring back bad memories to the girls. But Kaneko heard it. Her mind went blank at the mention of it. No need, she is already here, said Great Red, and as if on K. The cave walls behind Issei blew up, throwing dust and stone and rocks of all types at the people inside the cave. The three dragon gods just took it, Tiamat trying not to cough too much stood near them as well, her motherly instinct telling her run to her hatchling's side and protect him. The others had to wave their hands around. Vali used a small wind spell making all the dust leave the room. It all went right the new hole in the cave, letting everyone in it see the looming figure of Rius Gremery. Her entire body was covered in a thin layer of destructive magic, not as strong or as dense as Surzex when he would go into his super devil form, but quite close to it. It was leaking from her though, mostly from her legs and feet. It seemed to almost flood the whole floor as it kept spreading out. It didn't hurt though, but it was still unnerving that she could pull off something like this. If she decided to make all of it into destruction magic, then they would all be dead. Or very hurt in a few cases. Vala tried to take a step forward, but was stopped by Akone, who shakingly walked forward, followed by her friends. Rius hadn't seen them or was just ignoring them completely, as she seemed to be scanning the cave for something or someone. Rius, what are you doing here? Asked Akone. Her voice was a bit weak, but still strong enough to make Rius look at her. I am here to see my Issei. Where is my Issei? She asked. Her voice was cold and uncaring towards her. She just wanted to find her Issei. He is right. There Akone spoke weakly, while she pointed a finger towards the sleeping body of Issei. Rius followed her finger point of demarcation, her eyes growing wide as she saw the sleeping body of a red dragon. She turned her head back towards Akone and the others. That thing is not my Issei! Where is he? She yelled, coursing the cave to shake a bit. As her aura for a split second grew more intense, it even hurt the people in the room for a quick second. Akone winced in pain, as she felt some of her skin had burned off. She looked back at Rius, who looked at her with sad eyes. She knew that if Rius got more angry, then she and the others would have stopped her, or she might kill some of the people in this cave, without a single thought. I know it sounds insane, but trust me, Rius. That dragon is Issei. She spoke as she tried to look brave, mostly to make her three friends next to her not be too scared. But she was scared, very, very scared. She had seen what could happen if Rius went further than this. She had seen it once. The aura grew a slight bit more intense, not hurting anyone yet, but it didn't help the people in this room to not feel a bit of dread. Expect Ophis, Lilith, and Great Red. Rius looked sternly at Issei, scanning every bit of his body, and after a few seconds, her eyes widened as she felt it. It was his aura. She felt onto her knees, as she shakingly looked towards Akone, her eyes asking if it was really him. Akone nodded slowly, hoping. No, praying to whatever power that she wouldn't go berserk and destroy everything. She looked back to his body. Her eyes was filled with tears within seconds. My Issei. He is right here, she whispered, almost mumbled. No one moved as everyone in the cave had their full attention on Rius, checking to her aura for any sudden spikes in power or inteste. After a bit, Tiamat decided to go over to her son, Great Red would have stopped her, if not for Ophis graping his hand, telling him with no words. She is his mother, and she wants her hatchling to be safe. Let's just watch for now. Great Red nodded, as they both stood and kept a trained eye on her. As Tiamat got closer to Issei, Rius had still not reacted to her presences, letting her kneel down next to his head. She stroked it softly, not fully sure about what she was suppository to do. Rius had still not moved her gaze from Issei's head, but her eyesight of Issei became blocked as the hand of a beautiful woman stroked Issei's head. She looked up at her face, seeing a truly stunning woman. But Rius didn't care about that, more that she was touching her Issei. She stood up slowly, taking one step at a time towards her, whom kept looking at Issei. Tiamat's instinct screamed at her that something dangerous was coming towards, but she didn't listen as her motherly instinct told her to keep her hatchling, her red gem company, and to stay close. Rius stood a few feet away from the two. Her aura still seemed calm, but the killing intent was all too noticeable, especially to the dragons in the room. Tiamat turned her head so that her eyes could meet Rius's. She got eye contact, but Rius's eyes were not her real eye color, but rather a blood-red color. It sent a shiver down Tiamat's spine, as Rius's eyes seemed to pierce her own eyes, know her very soul almost. Why are you touching my Issei? Rius yelled, her aura falluring as she yelled, sending the unprepared Tiamat flying along with a few of the other, weaker, people in the room. He is mine! No one will take him or touch, but me! She yelled. Another wave of destructive magic was sent out, making the cave shack violently again. Both Ophis and Great Red looked on, with a rather calm expression, as they were both more observing than anything else at this point. Rius had noticed that and looked at them in full anger, as her aura kept fouling out in rapid succession. And who are you two? She asked angrily, as they didn't look like they care much. Even though they did, they just knew it was not a good idea to become a part of this problem. Not yet, at least. Great Red huffed a bit, as Rius in turn became more envied. What's so funny? I will kill you! She yelled. Her mind had at this point already gone off, and now she was running on emotions. Not a good combination. Oh, sorry, Devil Girl, but I think you should apologize to Tiamat, or her hatchling might just kill you without knowing who you are. Great Red, as he pointed behind Rius, who followed the direction to find Issei standing up checking on his mother, in less of an intelling state than he had shown early this day, but more animal-like. As he notched his snout against his mother's unconnuized body, Issei. She spoke softly, a small smile creeping up on her face, happy to see him awake. She walked towards him slowly, her aura having died down a bit, not understanding the gravity of her current actions. Issei, it's me, Rius. She said softly as she continued moving closer to him. He in turn stopped his current movements, as he turned his head towards her slowly. She had expected him to have happy-looking eyes, but no. His eyes were narrowed, as the golden light in them began to hurt, just by them having eye contact. So, do you think she will survive? Asked Ophis to Great Red. He shook his head. I don't think so, unless we stop him, that is. He answered. Issei, it's me, Rius. You're first everything. You must remember, or at least know me, right? She asked, not sensing the dangerous amount of hatred and killing intent leaking from Issei's body. But when she had said her name, he reacted. A small pain began to form, first in his head, then his stomach, as he felt his skin began to become solid. He began to growl in both pain and anger. Rius saw this and became worried. Issei, are you okay? What's wrong? She asked, only to now notice the metallic plates forming around his body, as it began to reform something around his body she had hoped to never see again. He roared with so much power even Great Red and Ophis felt it, and was pushed a bit back. His body began to morph even more, as he began to grow golden gem different places all over his body. Rius took a step back, as she almost fell on her back by the sheer fear she had begun to feel. The juggernaut drive, Vali said as he sat on the ground looking at it in pure shock, much like the others witnessing this. I am the abandoned host of dragons, sounded the voice of Issei, the old Issei, But his voice was deep and looming to hear. I was lost in a mist of nothing, with only a shell to call myself, he continued. Rius stared at him with eyes of pure fear. The others in the room, exceeded the dragon gods and Tiamat, began to slowly retreat away from him, as the power he was sending out was on a whole other level than what they could handle. I had it all, only to lose it all. I am blind to the infernet, and have forgotten the dream. For every new line, his power and body grew. They knew that by the next line, he would destroy this world. I will take you to the forgotten, and let you sleep in the pit of no memory. The next line couldn't any of the people wait for, as they all ran as fast as they could, leaving only Ophis, Great Red, Lilith, Rius, and Tiamat to take on his wrath face first. The three dragon gods used magic to not only shield themselves, but also teleport Tiamat and Rius out of the cave, as Issei was finally done with his chant. I am Issei Hayadu, the dragon everyone forgot. Forgotten juggernaut drive. An expulsion enveloped the whole cave in a bright crimson red light. Familiar Forset, Surzex, Graphia and Team Vali, Expect Vala, Biko and Lefay, plus Kenneo Peerage had all run towards the mountain as a huge amount of demonic magic had begun to spike from there. But before they could get any close, suddenly they saw 6 people running out of the cave, then a second later 2 other people teleported right next Surzex. Then he felt the sudden dragonic angry rising from inside the cave. He knew the angry, the aura. It was Issei's. It's his. It's Issei's, just like back when. It dawned on him as he felt the angry was about to burst. Graphia magic shields now. Surzex yelled as he began to pour as much magic he could into a magical shield he had summoned. Graphia followed his lead as fast as she could. The 6 people reached them just as it happened. Surzex and Graphia weren't prepared for how strong the burst of angry was going to be, but their shields held on, just barely. A gant smoke rose from the mountain, as it hid the entire thing in it. Surzex looked at the 8 new people, and saw his sister was here. He kneeled down to her side as fast as he could. She opened her eyes as she saw her older brother, holding her hand with worry in his eyes. Oni-chan. Where am I? She asked as her mind had seemed to finally come down, and her thoughts had become much clearer, but still not clear enough what she had done after she woke up. You're in the familiar forest. But why are you here? Last I heard you had fallen unconscious and was lying in bed. He asked as she seemed to try and remember what had happened, but couldn't remember anything. Surzex looked at the other person, who Graphia had taken care of instead. My lord, it appears this woman is Lady Tiamat. She is currently unconscious, said Graphia, when suddenly they both heard a hard slap, right next to Surzex. He turned his head to the sound and found Akone on her knees, and her hand raised. He also noticed the newly made red mark on Ria's cheek, as she herself looked clueless as to why she had just been slapped. Akone. What's wrong? She was stopped as Vala spoke for Akone. You hit Issei mother, you jealous idiot, answered Vali, Akone nodding with his statement. Both Surzex and Rius looked confused at Vala, then to Akone. Well, Graphia seemed to have put the pieces in places much quicker, as she had noticed the aura around Tiamat was much like her own, when Milicus had almost been killed. Ria's eyes began to widen when began to remember what she had done. I hit Tiamat. Issei's mother is Tiamat. She looked weakly at the 2 people in front of her. Both Akone and Vala nodded, in turn making Rius feel her heart beat fast, almost too fast as her mind began to stop working. Surzex also realized how bad the current situation now had become. He is going to kill me. My Issei will. He'll kill me, said Rius as breath became ragged, as her body began shaking from how scared, sad and horrified she had become. Akone wanted to hug her, but her body, along with the others, all froze as they felt a powerful glare on them. Vala, Surzex and Graphia looked towards the glare's directions, seeing the massive flying form of a dragon, of Issei. But something was wrong with his body. It didn't look like a normal dragon's, but more like the juggernaut drive, said Great Red as he, Lilith and Ophis came walking out of the smoke where the cave used to be. They all looked towards the 3. As they came to a stop in front of Rius and Surzex, Ophis sat down next to them. Rius and Ophis' eyes met, as they looked at each other. "I won't lie, you might die, devil girl," she just said as if she was supposed to understand it, but it clicked for her as Great Red made it easier to understand. What Ophis was trying to say is that Issei will try to kill you. You already know why, right? He asked, receiving a slow and scared nod. "Good, at least you know your mistake, but now you will have to fix it," he said as Rius and the others devils looked at him confused. "How am I supposed to fix it? I hit Tiamat, I hit his mother. No child would forgive you if you did something like that," answered Rius, the other devils agreeing, as they had the same accusation. Children are very attached to their parents, mostly their mothers, and they get very angry when bad things happens to them. Even more so when they are a dragon. True, normally a child wouldn't, but Issei is your normal child or hatchling in this case. He is a dragon of Dragon King power, more than his mother, which makes him a potently new heavenly dragon. If you don't fix this problem, then I think you know what will happen. Dragons are known to hold grudges, it's something their pride demands, explained Great Red as Rius listened to his explanations, and thinking of a way to fix this, but it seemed almost impossible to her. But then something else popped into her train of thought. What would happen if I failed to earn his forgiveness? Well, you would die and I would have to kill him, or seal him away like other dragons before him, answered Great Red, as Rius' eyes widened in shock at having her mind redden like an open book. "Don't worry, I believe you can do it. Dragons are not beasts, we are noble creatures, but our pride is our worst flaw," explained Great Red, as held a hand out to her. She looked at it carefully, then reached her own out and put it in his. He stood up, helping her as well. The others looked on, not too sure what to do, not even Surzex. He was worried, but felt that this person knew what he was doing. The two of them walked away from the group, and near the smoke and dust as Great Red stopped and let go of her hand. She looked at him confused as to what she was supposed to do now. "I can't go with you further than this, as that would not teach you anything and would be an insult to the angry hatchling waiting inside, who requested this of me," said Great Red in a stoic tone, making Rius gulp as she looked back towards the wall of dust, feeling the glare of Issei looking at her and only her. She hesitated a bit, then brought on her bravest face she could muster, as she took her first step inside the dust. As she kept taking short and slow steps, she felt her vision fading slowly, as outside sounds also became mute. She could only see gray, light brown and sometimes black dust and smoke around her. She couldn't help but feel like she had just signed her own death sentence, but a small hope inside her told her to keep going. "For Issei, I must earn his forgiveness. Only then can we be together again. Hopefully," she thought as she kept walking forward. Then suddenly she left the dust and smoke behind, and entered a cave of some kind. She looked back at the dust behind her, only to find it to be gone and replaced by a solid wall of rock and stones. She looked back towards the way forward, and knew it was her only way forward. She couldn't run from this problem, nowhere was she going to. "I am coming, Issei, I will earn forgiveness," she whispered, as her feet began to feel wet. She looked down and saw what looked like a liquid of some kind, but couldn't see it clearly as the cave was rather dark. She summoned a small ball of fire as a light source, only to see she was walking in a pool of blood. She was frozen in place. How couldn't she be? She was standing in blood, and looking around her, this wasn't the only pool of it. She took a deep breath and began to walk again, walking around the many pools, which a bit after turned to lakes of it. She felt herself wanted to gag or throw up as she rotten bodies falling down from the ceiling and some floating up from the lakes of blood. What is this place? She wondered, as her breathing became faster thanks to her being scared and terrified of what she was seeing. She soon after, thankfully, left the blood and gore-filled area behind, but instead entered something that didn't scare her as much. She found that the cave had floated part of it, which was okay, but the weird thing was that the water was black, much like jar or oil. She put one of her feet in it, and felt it to be heavy and almost hard to piece. She didn't want to, but she felt that this was only way to move further. She took of her heavy cloths, like her shoes and crimson red dress, putting them down in a neat pile next to the water. She took a few steps back, as she began to run forward, then jump, then sliding into the black water. She felt the heavy water surrounding her, almost squishing her with how heavy it was. She kept swimming, and swimming. She felt her body and mind starting to become weaker, as she hadn't breathed for a while now. Her eyes began to give in, then her legs, arms, and lastly mind. She began sinking deeper into the dark water, as she reached out with her hand, trying to grasp something or anything. Her body sank deeper, as her mind began to go blank. Issei, forgotten dreamscape. Inside a dark void, no, rather a black space of some sort, sat two figures. One was lying on the ground, its body not moving, but it was alive as far as the other figure knew. The other figure was lying on down its body, in a lying position much like a dog's, staring intently at the other figure. The space was quit, as only nothing and more nothing could be heard and smelled. It was broken as the lying figure began to breathe loudly, then stopping soon after as it stopped breathing, feeling no need for it, and not understanding why it had done it. It then looked towards the other figure, seeing that it was many times bigger than itself, yet it did fear it. Or rather, it didn't know what to do, as nothing happened in its body, mind, or anything told it what to do. It was much like a blank painting, nothing about is compelty, and downs know what it will end up being. The two figures looked at each, their black jar-like bodies with only limited definition, missing eyes to look with. Yet they could still see and hear. The smaller figure kept looking at the other figure, which in turn lowered its head towards the other one's. Its body had black liquid drip off it as it moved, but paid it no mind, as the two were now face to face. Both blank, expressionless figures kept looking at each other, both not sure on what to do next, or if there even was a next step. The smaller figure decided to stand up, the other figure following its movements, moving its head along with the other figure's head to still be at the same height. It then, a bit after, felt it should stand up as well. It did so, revealing its much bigger body, to the smaller figure, whom looked on with interest or something like that. It had seemed to study its body, like it wanted to know more about it. Both figures now stood up, still having eye contact with each other. Both of their bodies began to drip much more of this jar-like liquid off of them. It began to give way for new colors underneath it. Like it was only a blank hitting their real bodies underneath. The smaller figure was the first to be fully clean or revealed of its hidden self. It was a young woman. It had long red hair, with fair white skin and a pair of dull green eyes. It wore nothing other than what seemed to be a bra, panties, and socks. It looked at its now revealed body, studying it as found more and more on it. It then looked back at the other figure, only to find the massive figure was gone and left in its place was a small body. It was a boy with messy golden hair. It had almost tan-like brown skin, with a pair of dull golden eyes with a green slit going down the middle of them. It wore no shirt, only shorts and nothing else. It too was studying its body, not understanding why it was now so small and not massive like before. It too looked at the other figure, seeing a woman standing in front of it. They both looked at each other, still unsure of what to do and what they even should or could do. Their bodies had changed, along with now giving them a gender, or had they always had this gender? Had just forgotten everything they had done before entering this place. The woman bent down on her knees, so that she and the boy could have eye contact. She didn't know why she did this, or why she felt or rather knew she was woman, as she felt only moments before that she was a blank figure or maybe even nothing. The two looked at each other, both had dull-looking eyes, but they then suddenly gained life to them, rather they began to shine as they both felt something. They felt these things they had never felt before. They wanted to act on these feelings, but not sure on how the other would react or what they would even say. Could they even say anything? The boy put his hand to his face, searching for something didn't he know was there or would have ever known was there. He found two holes going up, then stopping at a wall he couldn't get through. He then moved his hand a bit down and found two flaps under his nose. He put a few fingers inside it, finding another wall, but this time he felt he could move through it. He opened his mouth, the woman looking at what he was doing. She tried the same, finding her own mouth as well. "What will era owe you? Who are you?" asked the boy, his tones sounding unsure of himself. As this was his first time speaking, as far as he knew at least. The woman looked at him, trying to think up a good answer to give him, as she had somehow understood what he had said to her. Adonkati. Nouch. War. Joe, I don't know, who are you? She asked. She herself also felt unsure of herself as she had asked and answered the boy's accusation. The boy looked at her, unsure of how to answer, as he didn't know. No, he just remembered his name, or at least he thinks it's his name. I am Issei. I am Issei, he said, not sure if he said it correctly, but it was the first he had heard it. The woman's eyes widened at the mention of his name, but she wasn't sure why she felt so happy, just by hearing it. Or was she happy? She didn't know, nor have time to devil on it, as she was asked in other accusation by Issei. Where are we? Asked Issei. His voice was less stoic, but more curious than previously. The woman now also began to wonder where they were. She looked around the jar-black space, the floor, the walls, and the ceiling. There was no exit, no way forward, no nothing. Just a black space with only these two as a color that contrasted the rest of this space. I don't know. Where do you think we are? She asked Issei, who too looked around the space, feeling almost trapped inside this space. It felt too small for him. He just shook his head, the woman understanding it as his way of saying no. He looked into her eyes suddenly. He felt almost like he was diving into those beautiful green gems. He felt something as he was doing this. He felt they reminded him of something he once knew or had always known. The woman too, at the sudden eye contact, also began to dive inside his golden eyes, not by her own will, but by a more deep-rooted will and desire to do so. She felt herself relax at their eyes contact, but few times she felt herself fear for her life, and sometimes even want to jump the boy and hold him. She didn't understand why, but she felt a strong connection to him, to Issei. A sudden pain hit her in her brain. Her mind flashed an image of her with a crimson red armored person. His face reveled. It looked much like Issei's face, but older. No, was this the real him, she wondered. Then suddenly Issei said something to her that shocked to her very core. Rius. Is that you? Rius' eyes widened as it all came back to her, her life, her name, her family and friends. Her Issei. She stood up suddenly, backing away as she also realized that the boy before her was the new dragonic Issei. The one she was certain would kill her, for having hit his mother. But even so, her Naviat still pressed her to see if this was her Issei or the boy who wanted to kill her. Yes. It's me. It's me, Issei, your Rius. She spoke, unsure of how he was going to react, and to her surprise, his reactions was not what she expected at all. Rius. Who is that again? Oh right, the girl who got me killed over and over and over and over again. Issei's voice was cold, but it was not the only voice. No, it was mirrored by many old and dead people who have affected both of their lives. Rius saw the jar-like figures of Rainier, Fried, Risser, Kocabriel, Kuroka, Vala, Biko, Ortha, Loki, Diodora, Shelba, Chow Chow, Rizverm, Crumb Crunch, Trihexa, and even herself. She was taken aback, as she slowly walked back away from all of these ghosts. What? What are you doing here? She asked in bewilderment. They all began to giggle, some chuckle, even laugh, while Issei kept a stoic face. His eyes piecing her with how cold they were. It's it clear, Miss Gremory? The boy has held a terribly secret all this time, and now he can finally let it out after all this time. Oh, how you became a Arduchess is beyond me, spoke the older figures, all while the younger just kept giggling and chuckling. Rius just became more worried, not understanding what they sang. What do you mean? What secret? I know everything there is to know about him. He would have told if something like that was real. She yelled, her tone unsure as they seemed to bask in her statement. Do you really, little devil? Come now, I knew more about him after only one date than you did after sleeping in his bed for half a year. Spoke Rainier as her figure put two arms around the shoulder of Issei, holding him into her jar liquid-like form. It began to fall off her body, revealing her real self. The other figures too also regained their real appearance soon after. "Isn't he that right, Issei dear, meow?" asked Kuroka as she hugged his small body from the side, as the others' figures also began to close tightly around him. Get away from him." Rius spoke weakly. She felt weak in the current situation. "Oh, those Risser have to spell it out for you. It's rather simple, if you think about it." Risser started, but it was ended by Vali. "He has always had small part of him, that's hates you more than anything," answered the other version of herself, smirking while doing saying, it almost looked she enjoyed it. No, that can't be right. "He loves me, Issei loves me." She almost cried, but she held it in for now. That was until Drake began to speak. "Are sure Gremry? After all, he may be stupid, but he is still smart enough to put two and two together. I was there with him, as he almost killed you that night. I even tried to stop him, but now I see I might have been wrong to do so. My best partner died for your selfish dreams and wants," growled Drake behind her. She turned her head slowly to see him in his real form, glaring her down as soon as she and him made eye contact. "Drake. How dash, he is here because this place is one where all Issei's memories can be set free," spoke Trihexa, as it lowered its many heads down to her level. She felt a shiver go both up and down her spine at this sudden face-to-face. She looked away from the many eyes of the beast, and saw Issei being covered by the many females, who had all harmed him in some way. She felt the many figures' eyes on her, everyone who have a hand in affecting his life, as well as her own. She began walking towards Issei, slowly, as she felt this would all stop if she reached him. The many other figures let her pass, letting her see the many women who almost fully covered him in their bodies. But as she neared, she saw how those bodies began to melt into jar, covering his body. She began to run past the last remaining figures, who also began to melt away, but before his body was completely covered, she saw a glimpse of his hate-filled eyes. She stood still, frozen in place by this one glimpse. His body was covered in the black jar, but it soon began to expand into something much bigger. It began formed 4 gant legs, as a longer body and neck was also formed. A tail also began to spread out of it. It soon began to form 2 longer and 9 arms out from its back, which after a bit gained a few spikes, which turned into longer and 9 spikes. Its body had become that of a dragon's, though its outwards appearance was that of a black dragon, but even that began to change as the jar fell off it. An armored body was revealed in its place. Every plate of metal was gray, with red and golden lines in some places. Its edges was sharp, and every claw and spike deadly to even touch. Rius stood in fear under its monstrous presences. She felt her heart beating so fast it hurt. It shifted its burning golden eyes to her terrified green ones. She even fell on her back by pure fear of it. "No, of him, Issei," was all she could utter at his new form, no longer the rather cute boy or young man, but now a monster out of a horror story. "I remember everything. Everything you have done to him, to me. You ruined his. No, my life. You ruin everything you touch. But that is not the worst, you even dare to kill my mother. Lowly devil scum," he roared as he had succumbed to his inner anger, as the outcome of granting him his memories back. Not only all the good times come back, but also all those times that make him question his friendships, his lovers, and even his sanity. Rius could all crawl slowly back away from him, as she feared doing anything else would result in her death. He slammed both of his front legs into the ground, making the whole space shake from his sheer amount of strength. "My whole life has been one big joke. And now I finally had a chance to have a good one. But you, and everyone else just had to come along and ruin that. That's all you are good for," he roared as his aura came out in waves, knocking her back every time the wave was strong enough. "And now you even went so far as to kill my mother. You heartless bitch. I see now why they call you the Trihexa of Ruin, because you ruin everything," he roared again. Rius would have become more scared, if not for something he had said. "But I didn't kill her, I only knocked her out," she thought. She tried to stand up, getting knocked down a few times, but she managed to stand after a few tries. What do you plan to do now? Want to tell me another lie? Come and try me. Because this will be your last one. He roared as he lowered his head to her height, his mouth only a meter or two away from her. She breathed in and out, trying to calm herself, as she knew if he sensed the smallest amount of fear, then he would kill her. She opened her eyes, staring into his burning golden one without flinching once. I didn't kill your mother. You may not believe me, but I will admit that I have never once been as good of a master, friend or lover as I should have been to you. I let you take up the burden of my shortcomings, because I was never able to. At least that was what I told myself every time. She stopped, as she bowed before him, lowering herself as far down as she could. Her shame was obvious to Issei or anyone who could see this. I have failed over and over again, and never once did I learn my lesson. Only when you died on that day did I finally get it through my head that I was not. She stopped as she felt his gaze intensified. The pure fear she felt made her unable to continue. What? You were not what? He asked in an angry tone, spring her alive again, fearful he might just kill her outright if she didn't answer. That I wasn't able to do anything, as I had never lost anything when I had lost before. When I lost you, it finally hit me. I had finally lost something, and I could never get it back. She finished. Her voice began to crack as she was crying, remembering how she felt that day. Issei became shocked. He could feel how sad, shameful, and lost she felt right now. He would be lying if he said that he didn't feel bad for her. He could also tell that she had been truthful for every word, making him doubt what he was doing right now. What was he doing, and why was he doing it? Rage? Was that really what led to this? Was that always the one single emotion that was going to bring him to such extents? He felt his older self and his new self both unsure of what to do, as they both wanted to hurt, and yet also spare her. There was silences, as neither of them spoke. Rius was still crying into the ground, mumbling about wanting his forgiveness, even if he killed her. She didn't see his body vanishing, nor the more human body standing where he used to stand. Nor did she hear him begin to walk towards her, each footstep having a splashing noise to it, as the floor made small ripples almost like it was water. She didn't see the 2 feet standing right in front of her, but she did feel the sudden feeling of a hand on her head. I am sorry. I went too far, said the voice of the younger Issei. Ria's head slowly turned up to meet his face, where she saw his tear-stained eyes and his crying face. She was shocked. She had thought he would have killed her or at least hurt, but he looked genuinely ashamed of himself. Why? Why would he say sorry? I have been way worse than he had ever been, she thought to herself. She kept looking at his now crying face. He felt shame for how he had acted. It made her realize that he was just a kid. A kid who had just been given a heavy burden, once again. She sat down on her knees, feeling the less jar and more water-like floor touch more of her body. She then rearched her hands around him, and held him into her, as she felt his tears stream down her chest and stomach. She held him carefully, stroking his spiky golden hair. It's okay. I should be asking for your forgiveness, you don't have to. It's okay now, I won't let anything bad happen to you again, she said quickly next to his ear, soon after feeling the tears stop and replaced with his quick breaths as she felt his body had fallen asleep. Never expected to see you lower yourself that far, just for my forgiveness. You have changed, Rius, said a sudden voice. Rius looked towards it only to find a young adult man. He had spiky brown hair, golden eyes, a small beard, a few scars and rather casual cloths on. Who are you? Another one of those freaks here to ruin his life? She asked with tone that promised he would have to go through her, if he wanted to make trouble. Oh heavens no, G's Prez can't even remember your NR1 pawn? He asked with a more cheerful tone, making Rius' eyes widen at what he had just said. Yo Prez! How have you been? Issei asked, his figure and outward appearance looking like his father's in some way. Rius realized that this what he would probably have looked like if had lived to this day. Unlike the others, his life force was back to that of humans, so age progression was rather normal for him again. Rius' eyes couldn't widen more, even if they wanted, which they did at the sight of him. The real him. Issei. Was all she could say, as she slowly reached an arm out to him. He took it in his own. Yes, Rius? He asked with a smile she would never forget. Forgotten dreamscape. What's wrong, Rius? Aren't you happy to see me? Asked Issei, as his smile became even more friendly and as Rius' eyes began to form tears. She reached her other hand out to his face, holding it in one hand, looking into his eyes. He held her other hand, leaning a bit into it as his smile became much more relaxed, as a few tears began forming in his own eyes. Hey, what's wrong, Rius? Don't cry or I'll cry too, he said, making Rius giggle a little at how he had barely changed over the many years. It's really you, isn't it? My Issei. She spoke with the most beautiful smile Issei had ever seen. He had missed these moments where her most beautiful smiles would appear, where she be herself only for him to see. Yes, it's me, Rius. It's me, Issei, your Issei. He smiled as he said that last part, in turn making Rius no longer hold back her tears, as they began to roll down her beautiful face. In a single moment Rius moved herself forward and Issei for the first time in over a decade. No longer was just in her dreams, the fake and fantasy tampered but a real one. This was real, right? It had to be. Issei at her back seconds after, holding her lovingly into him, still holding on to her even when they both pulled away. Rius and Issei both looked at each other, breathing heavily at their rather long, but it was worth it as they hadn't felt each in that way for many, many years. Rius, you wouldn't believe how much I have missed you. Being trapped like this for so many years, never being able to see you or my family, it was so painful to just sit and wait for that one chance. As Issei said that, Rius felt a slight pain over something she knew that she had tell him, but didn't know how to. I know, Issei, but now's all over and we can be together again. You can live with me and the others in the underworld. You can become my husband after all this time, Rius said, as a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. The same went for Issei at the mention of become married to Rius. But his eyes, as soon as they shined with happiness, they became unhappy and dull, as a small tear rolled down his cheek. What's wrong? Aren't you happy that we can finally be together? Asked Rius, not aware that the younger Issei was looking at them, his eyes holding a small amount sadness, as he knew that what she wished for could not happen. I can't be your husband, Rius, Issei answered, his smile gone, and his happy eyes having turned to sad ones. Rius was confused about what he was saying. Why can't he? I thought that once this was over, me, Issei and the younger Issei. Oh. It's only me and Kid Issei who gets to leave, isn't it? She thought as she looked at Issei with also a sad look in her eyes, as she just sank into Issei, who held her as she began to sob. Why can't I be with you? You're the only thing I want. So why, Issei? Why? Cried Rius, as she held onto his body with every muscle in her body, worried he might be gone if she let go of him. Rius. There is no easy way to say this, but I am not safe to be around, not after all this time inside of here. So once I am done here, I will leave for a perfect dream as my resting place. Issei explained as he began to pat her on the back, putting his other hand on the back of her head, feeling her slightly soft crimson red hair. Rius just kept sobbing as his words sank in. She wanted him to come with her, she wanted him to come back to her and live with him. She wanted to do so many things with him, tell him so many things with him. Isn't there any way to get you back to me? She asked in between her sobs and quiet cries, which became a bit louder at the heavy sigh released from Issei's mouth. There isn't anything you can do, I made my choice and that's all there is to it, he explained as he lowered his head onto her own, resting it on top of hers. They stood like that for seconds, minutes, maybe even an hour. They didn't know nor did they care. This was the last time they would see each other, so they had to get as much out of this limit time as they could. The younger Issei still watched as they kept hugging, feeling sorry for both of them and also relief of the older version of him, as he could finally end his long and not really pleasant afterlife inside of his head. He decided to look at the place they were at, seeing it was a beach, something his mother had told him about. A place with sand, a dust or stone that had been smashed so many times it became almost soft to touch. And with huge lake next to it, which connects to other beaches, and also home to some dumb dragon king named Midgardsormr. But thanks to the many lock and chains of his past life's memory he had unlocked and broken, he knew this place was rather special to his past self and Rius, so in turn it was probably also important to him now. Or should it be? He had not really thought about it before, but all those women and people he saw outside of his mother's cave, they were not there for him, they were there for his past self. So what do they want from him? He isn't his past self. Even with all his memories, powers, strengths, and such, he is still just Issei Tiamat, not Issei Hayato. He hadn't noticed that he had subconsciously turned into his dragon form, but when he did, he didn't care too much, and instead decided to go out into the ocean. He felt the refreshingly cold water hit his scars, and the sand under its surface given under his weight for every step he took. Until he was a few meters away from the shore, he decided to sit down, making massive waves around him. He began to think again what he should do once they left this place. Should he stay with his mother, or should he learn more of his past life? That's when it hit him. He had wanted to become Kaneko's familiar. Why did I want to do that again? She almost killed me, but then again she also led me to meet all these people. What should I do? He mentally screamed at his own problems. He got it was tough for those two and all the other people to lose Issei. But what about him? How will they see him, and what will they see him as? Will he become Issei Hayato, or will he stay Issei? He didn't mind too much becoming Issei Hayato, but at the same time wouldn't it mean he would give up himself to play the part of someone who will be gone and dead by then? If he stayed himself, would those people still care, or would they just leave him alone, and see this whole day as a waste of time? Would they maybe even hate him for giving them hope? These were all unfair things to put on the shoulders of child/hatchling. He doesn't even know what is his or his past lives anymore. It all seems so mixed and connected now. Like he was just a blank painting that got a few colors on it for practice, and now someone had just begun painting the real painting over the former one. His mind was going into overdrive, as fear, terror, dread and despair began to seep in. Was he going to die and let his past self take his place? His body began to scream in pain as he began to turn and roll around in the water, as the pain was becoming too much for him. His mind was no longer his body was both his and not his. Everything was slipped in two, and he only got the weaker half. He couldn't hear the worried voice of Rius yelling out to him, trying to calm him down with magic or just by touching him in a caring way. He let out a roar of pain, as the sound of his screaming was replaced instead with green, then blue, then crimson red and then finally golden flames. His mind was blank, his body was not his. He was nothing, just a small part of the bigger picture inside this body that once was his. Issei! Issei! Can you hear me, Issei? Screamed Rius as she frantically looked over part of Issei's body as it was lying so utterly still in the water, not moving a single inch, not even breathing. She was shaking him for any kind of reaction, but nothing. She stood there in dead silence as the waves hit his dead still body over and over again, like nothing was wrong. She then felt a hand on her shoulder, and when she turned to see who it was, she found no one there. It's now up to you, just do as I told you, Rius, and all will be as it was meant to be. She turned around again, looking frantically for the source of the voice, but when she looked back at Issei's body it now had a chain over it and two locks. One lock was brown, with a crimson heart on it. It also had a key hanging off it by a chain. The other was golden, with broken crimson heart. It too had a key hanging off it. Rius didn't know what to make of this, until it hit her like a reusable plot drive in a romance story. She had choice to make, a choice of which Issei she wanted to free. Well, that was easy, she thought, but no, it wasn't. As she reached out for Borwin Lock's key, she saw images of a kid Issei crying, hurt, and in chains, as she and her Issei were together having fun and being lovers again. It made her cry. It made her sick that she could almost make such a choice without thinking about the possible outcome. But she wanted that, she wanted her Issei. But the images came again. But this time they were worse. It was Issei being angry with her. Tiamat setting flame to the underworld in the grief of losing her son, and every other dragon helping their dragon king to grief. It also showed her friends being disappointed with her. I want him. But Issei doesn't want me to make him come back. He wants his peace. Hee. She giggled quickly at first, holding a hand to her head. It then turned to sobs. Make the right choice, and take him home to see his mom. Rius turned her head at the all too familiar dragonic voice of Drake. She stared in awe as he was standing there in his full glory, looking at the hatchling Issei with pride and sorrow. I believe he wants to finally have his peace. He has experiencing more things than any normal supernatural being ever has in less than 2 years. He deserves his peace, and the hatchling deserves the change to live his own life. Spoke Drake as he seemed to give Rius something that looked like a smile. How are you here? I thought you were still asleep. In that new host of yours? Asked Rius with a shocked voice. Drake roared into a laugh as he lowered his head to be near her eye contact. Do you really think I couldn't away inside of here, if I didn't try hard enough? Asleep or awake, I can do anything. For I am the heavenly dragon of domination, Drake. Ha ha. His laughter almost began to create crazily huge waves. Rius just stood there in shock that he only just came, as it meant he had just missed Issei. You know he is already gone, he is already waiting for Great Red to take him to his own heaven dash. I know Grimry. I knew all along that he would never become the real posseus of his reincarnated body, but only a part of it, and I am happy he finally got to find peace, so don't drag back into this crazy yet still beautiful world of ours. Let yourself free of him, and find someone new, it's the only chain holding him back. Rius looked stunned at Drake's words, as she looked back to Issei's body. The golden lock, it had to be the right one, and she was going to find out. Familiar forest, outside Tiamat's cave, the wall of smoke, sand and dust was still up, swirling around a bit in there, as nothing really seemed to happen much. But it had begun to seem weaker in terms of mass, and how thick the cloud had been earlier, something which Great Red and Ophis both noticed, but still chose to stand still and observe. It had been like this for a few hours now. Lilith had given up watching and had started playing with Asia, who was only really doing since it meant she wouldn't have to think or focus too much on everything that had happened so far. She was tired. Every one of the girls that had talked with him was, Surzex, Graphia and Team Vala was all caught up to what had happened, from the perspectives of the 4 girls who had all been in the cave with him. While that had been going on, Nene, Kaneko Queen, had been taking care of Tiamat as she was still unconscious after taking that hit from Rius. She had begun to stabilize, as her breathing had become more relaxed, but her worry and fear was still there and could be felt if he was too close. Which Nene was, which made it hard for her to help her, even more so since she was Nikomata, meaning she can feel those kinds of emotions much better than others. So let me get this straight, you all met him inside of Issei's mind? Asked Biko as he sat with a confused look on his face, all of the girls nodding, except Asia. She was too busy playing with Lilith. Huh. Weird, though he was like already aware of his own memories, not that he was living inside of someone else's. As those words left his mouth he had a sword to his neck, the sword belonging to Zenovia, as she held an angry expression on her face. Biko held his hands up in peace, watching as the other 2 girls had angry face. He decided that living up to his legacy was the best way forward and asked, I am wrong on that part? All of the girls nodded their heads, as Zenovia lowered her sword slowly. Issei is Issei. That Issei who owns the body is just as Zenovia stopped herself as something clicked in her head. A puzzle piece she hadn't put in place yet had just been placed, and she just thought about she had just said. Tears began rolling down her cheeks, as her own words began to sink in. The 2 other girls looked at her worriedly, as they had never seen her have breakdown like since Issei died. Akone and Kaneko put a hand on each of Shooter's, trying to comfort her a little. Biko just looked at her shocked and slightly confused, then he realized that he might have done this. I am sorry, I didn't mean to dash. He was stopped, as Zenovia shot up a hand telling him to stop, making him feel like he screwed up even more. You're right, he is just a memory inside someone else's body. Her voice sounded almost defeated as she said this. The two other girls looked at her confused. As to why she would something like that, it didn't make sense. Biko just looked to his side, were Vala and Arthur, and hoped one of those two would help him out with this. Neither of them did. Instead, Surzex came to the rescue. He stood up and walked over next to Zenovia. So, you realize that the Issei you have been seeing inside of the new Issei's mind is no more than a spirit trapped inside a new body. He isn't the one you have all been helping by unlocking those chains and locks you talked about. You helped that hatchling. Spoke Surzex. His words sounded so true, as if he had known all along, but really he had just put the piece together in his mind. Everyone who was listening in now put their full attention on Surzex, as he began to explain his theory or almost fact. If you notice that the story you have all told, that Issei never once began to talk to you like he once did. Instead he talked as if he knew you, but from another perspective, not like he was a friend or person that you've known for years. If anything, you may have all told yourself that he was slowly becoming the old Issei. But I don't think he ever was. He was just gaining knowledge of things he had never known before. Explained Surzex, the people all listening to him shocked at his theory, but could hear the reasoning in it. It made sense. Akone, Kenneo and Zenovia all froze as he said that. They all three began to think back to what they had seen, remembering their conversations with him. Surzex was right. He didn't seem or act like he was becoming Issei, but rather just gaining information and insight into things Issei had done and knew. They all looked at each other, their eyes wide as they realized how stupid they had been. Did I really fool myself to believe that if he regained more of Issei memory, that he would then become Issei? Was all Zenovia could say as she looked defeated down at the ground. The two others looked like they were in the same state as her, as none of them knew how to react after having this harsh reality hit them. This was something Surzex and mostly everyone else outside of the Rius peerage knew about them, that they had never really lost anything compelled, and if they did they would always gaining it back or something like it. The first loss they had ever really felt was the loss of Issei, and now that a chance to get him back appeared, their brain must have made them believe that they could return to how things used to be. I am sorry, but this isn't a fairy tale where the hero dies, and then comes back later on. Was all Surzex said as he stood up and walked away from the group and over to Tiamat. The three girls didn't notice this or just didn't care as they all felt unsure of what to do. Should they believe him, or should they wait and see if they might have been right? But while they were thinking about these things, something else also hit them. Asia. How was she taking this? Wouldn't she be the most affected by these words? They all in sync turned towards her. 1. She was crying, a lot too. Lilith was trying to comfort her, patting her on the shoulder lightly. Big sis, why are you crying? Was it because of what the devil said? Asked Lilith, so unaware of the emotion that the sweet little Asia was going through. She sniffled rather loudly, as she tried to hold back her tears a bit. She looked up to Lilith, making the little goddess have a surprised face, which was shared by the others who saw Asia's face. She wasn't crying because she was sad. She wasn't crying because she wouldn't get Issei back. She was crying because she was happy. It could be seen as clearly as day, by her kind and brilliant smile. I am okay. I am relieved that Issei doesn't have to return to life. He has always suffered so much for me. And everyone else, I couldn't bear to see him go through such things again. She croaked as her voice had become rather rough, and her tears had broken through, ruining her cloths, as they became wet with her almost godly amounts of tears. Lilith looked happy as her big sis wasn't sad, but everyone else who had heard were quick shock. They had all believed she would have been the one who would have wanted him back the most, but rather she was the one who wanted him to find peace the most. Akone looked at Asia with confusion in her eyes. She didn't understand how she of all people would want him to not return. She needed him as much as they all needed him. Without him they aren't whole. Without him they aren't able to do anything. It hit her as she began to remember all the times Issei came to their rescue, all the times he saved them and gave his own life for them. She nor any of the others, besides Asia, had noticed the amount of pain he had gone through for them. Every new changeling they were met with, he would always spearhead for them as they were never strong enough to do so themselves, and he would always return hurt more than them. It broke Akone to think that it took so long to finally notice this one obvious fact. And it broke her even more inside, to think she wanted him to return this kind of life, where they would offer him their love and he would offer them his life. How could they ever repay him for all that he had done for them? How could they ever repay him for the lost limbs, battle scars, trauma and loss he had faced for them? She felt terrible for having never seen this, and for thinking all he needed was her love for him, to continue doing this for her and everyone else. As the younger people began to try and comfort the four girls, Grafia and Surzex stood with Nene watching Tiamat carefully. They had hoped she would have woken up a few hours ago, but she was still out cold. "I am sorry, my king, but I believe Lady Rius may have hit her with all she had. We should send her to a hospital, or at least ask for a person who knows better healing magic than Lady Asia," said Nene at the arrival of Surzex and Grafia. "It's fine, but I agree. It makes me both proud and sad that Rius could achieve something like this. Pooh! This day is really getting to me, all this new information, discoveries and power scaling. I should take a..." Before Surzex could finish that last bit, a deep growl was heard from Tiamat, as she seemed to stir awake slowly. Nene's eyes went wide, as she hadn't thought she would have woken up so soon. Surzex and Grafia were almost as surprised, but then again they met Issei and seen his incredible feats of recovery, so this was almost normal to them. "Lady Tiamat, let me help you." Nene quickly recomposed herself and tried to help Tiamat off the ground, but Tiamat just shrugged her off, almost pushing her over with the amount of strength she used. She turned over, making her stand on all four. Her long blue hair was covering most of her body, even lying on the ground with how long it was. Then in mere second her angry shot out, making large angry wave go out from around her. The wave wasn't strong, but it did push most of the people who weren't prepared for it over. Surzex and Grafia had taken the hit, and still stood nearby. Surzex tried to walk closer to hopefully calm her, but when he went closer Vala suddenly summons his wings and Albion yelled out, "Surzex, be careful, Tiamat is most likely in a state of disorientation. She could possibly attack if you're not careful," yelled Albion out, making Surzex stop in his tracks, as he was not one to doubt a dragon's judgment regarding another dragon. So he stood still and waited for when Tiamat would speak or something of the like, which she did, as she began to glow in a bright blue color. It began to expand in size, making Nene, Surzex and Grafia need to step away from her. The glow disappeared a bit after, and what was left was Tiamat in her true form, a gaunt blue western dragon. Surzex didn't know if he should speak now or wait a bit more, but he was beat to it by Albion. "Tiamat, take it easy, you have been knocked for a few hours now." "It's me, Albion Dash. I know it's you, Albion, now shut it," Tiamat yelled back at the two sliver and blue wings on Vala back, which had a kinda scared sound come from them. Tiamat looked around for a bit, scanning the area for something or rather someone. Then she shifted her gaze to Surzex, then turned towards him fully and even lower her head, but only enough so that Surzex would still have to look up to have eye contact. Her chaotic eye colors glared at Surzex's blue ones, as Tiamat was clearly angry about many things, but one mostly. And that one happened to be related to Surzex. "Where is she, devil?" Her growling voice was laced with anger and wrath. Surzex gained a familiar aura around him, as Tiamat had just threatened him. "What will you do if you find her, Tiamat?" Surzex had thrown Loki out the window, and went on defensive. As many of the devil higher-ups know, Surzex and Seraphal are most dangerous when one threatens their little sisters. Grafia was luckily there to save most of the nearby people's lives. "She is with Issei, Tiamat." She spoke up, earning a shocked face from Surzex, and an even angry aura around Tiamat. "She is what? Where is my son?" Tiamat roared out, as she slammed her front legs into the ground, making many of the nearby people and trees fall down on the ground. Cracks appeared underneath Tiamat as her rising anger began to affect the space around her, and also enough for the two dragon gods to turn their attention towards the other people instead of the wall of dust and smoke. Grafia and Surzex were still standing, as the others had fallen on their backs. "Please calm down, Tiamat, your son is all right. It's Rius who is in danger." Graphia spoke as the small fear inside of Graphia had been let out, but still not enough to make her waver. Tiamat looked at her carefully, scanning her face features to see if there was any deceit. Tiamat let out a low growl, as she raised her neck high again, and began to look around the area. Her eyes widened when she noticed that her mountain was no more than rubble and dust. Tiamat's upper body began rise as she was about to slam the ground again, as any dragon would when their home has been destroyed, but Great Red spoke up before she could perform more damage to the area. Calm down, Tiamat. Don't take this out on the devils, it's your hatchling faults, he destroyed your cave, roared Great Red, as he calmly walked over to her. Tiamat stood back down on the ground with all four legs, making the earth shake a bit. What? How is that even possible, my red gem? He is powerful. But I didn't expect him to be able to do something like this. What happened to him, Great Red? Tiamat asked with shock and worry in her voice. Great Red noticed this and overlooked her lack of respect when saying his name, but it was fine if it just happened once. I believe he thought you had been killed or at least very hurt by the red-haired devil girl, answered Great Red, as he reached Graphia and Surzex, standing along with them in a line in front of Tiamat. Tiamat looked at him shocked, her anger slightly rised, only to cool a bit again. She began to walk closer to the wall of smoke and dust, as she could feel his presence inside of it, or rather that he was the one who made this wall. Everyone followed her movement with a careful gaze. Great Red followed after her, still no worry shone on his face. Ulfis stood at the front of the wall and looked at Tiamat as she reached the wall, standing in front of it and waiting. Great Red walked up beside her and stood still then after. All three of them looked and waited for those to return. Inside the forgotten dreamscape, Issei. Issei, wake up. I am sorry. I am sorry, that almost chose my Issei over. Over you. Rius cried out, as she held the small and young body of Issei in her arms. His tan skin had become pale as if he was sick. His hair had lost its color and become white, much like one with stress would. But the worst was his breathing, or rather lack of. He hadn't been breathing for God only knows how long, and Rius felt so much unbearable shame as she felt it was her fault. It was her fault. It was always her fault that Issei got hurt. Her face was stained with tears, that had made lines that were clear enough to see multiple different streams of tears. Her hair was a mess and had become stuck on her wet cheeks. She didn't know what to do or how to get out of this place. Issei. You should never have met me. You should never have. She stopped herself as she felt Shane claw at her again, but this time for her not being smarter and a better person, as she had promised Issei. She hugged his cold and lifeless body tightly into her, before standing up and carrying him in her arms. She had to try. Try harder than ever before. That would be the only way to get out of here and to honor her promise to him. But first she had to make a plan or something, or else she would be just running like headless chicken. She began to sense for any teleportation magic, spatial magic, or maybe even transporting sacred-like power. Every second that went she only found more and more of the plain normal magic. Nothing about this was in its own plane. It was almost like they were just transported to another place. A forgotten dream. It hit her as she thought up this theory of hers. She looked at the sky, recognizing it as the sky of the underworld, with its different colored sun and purple sky. Had they really just been in the underworld this whole time? Then how hadn't Rius not noticed that they were earlier? And if they were, then how come Issei could have been here, as well as Drake? Rius couldn't think straight with all these different thoughts, theories, and ideas. How did I never notice this? How did we get here from the familiar forest? Those Issei have teleportation magic? Rius wondered, though this also made it a bit easier to get Issei somewhere he could heal. Rius just remembered that his time was short, and she wasting time still sitting here, then preparing a teleportation circle. She began to it with the coordinates of Gremry territory, namely the medical wing that Asia was in charge of. All the other thoughts was put away for the time being, as they would not help her save Issei, nor would they do anything other than cause her more doubt. She almost stopped preparing the circle when she was surprised by the sound of breathing. She looked down to her left arm to see Issei's chest rising and lowering slowly. She could even make the faint noise of his weekend breathing. She couldn't stop herself from smiling and crying at the same time. She finished the teleportation circle, hoping that they would end up in the Gremry territory, or somewhere she knew, as normally when you teleport you have to know the coordinates of from you're teleporting from into. She stepped onto the circle with Issei in her arms, finally breathing slightly. She activated the circle, praying to the dead mouse this would work. The circle began to go up, as crimson light began to consume both Rius and Issei. She looked at Issei while this happened, hoping she was holding him in a way that was comfortable, or at least would help him breathe normally. She looked up and out to the beach they had been on, then island they had been on. She was probably never going to see this place ever again, but at least she got be here one last time with Issei, even if he was just ghost. The circle disappeared, along with the two on it. Time skip, underworld Gremry territory, under the orange sun's light, in the middle of Gant Gardens stretching out for a few kilometers, lied a Gant blue western dragoness. She was socian so that she would have a view both of the sky and garden on hers left, and inside a room in the Gant Garden mansion that the Gremrys owned. She had been there for a week now, just lying there and keeping an eye on the room on her right. She had barely eaten all the time she had been there, but she didn't show. Not as much as her eyes, which were stained by tears, from her almost sleepless nights where she almost has to cry herself to sleep. Inside the room lied a young boy, with tan skin and blondish hair. He was sleeping peacefully, at least that was how it looked on the outside to anyone not in the know. The truth was he had been in this state since he was brought here a little over a week ago. He had been sleeping ever since the owner of mansion he was in had brought him here. But why would Lady Rius bring some random boy? And why is the great Lady Tiamat here as well? Do you know anything, Grafia? Asked one of the maids who had been taking care of the boy today. Grafia stopped up as her name had been called, and looked over to the group of maids that all stood and gossiped about the strange Guzits. She entered their little circle, which made a few of them stiffen up a bit, mostly because she was the head maid of the Gremry family and wife of Sir Zex Lucifer. The boy's name is Issei, and he is Tiamat hatchling, or what we would call child. They are staying here because Lady Rius has a special attachment to Issei. Grafia explained to the other maids, who all nodded and giggled. Oh, the Duchess is taking care of such a cute boy, maybe she wants a child? Said one maid. Maybe she does, wouldn't it be great to take of another Gremry child? Milikas was so cute when he was still young, said another maid, as the other four maids and Grafia agreed. Maybe she owed Tiamat a feather, and she offered to help when her son became sick? Said a third maid, thus also making Grafia leave the gossip circle as she knew that they would run wild with gossip if she said something again. Grafia walked down the hallway towards the garden doors. She turned another corner, then a few steps later reached the door and went outside. She took in the fresh fragrance of the many flowers and plants in the garden, before turning towards Tiamat and walking over to an outdoors table and chair that she had placed there as she and Tiamat had talked a lot the last few nights. She reached the table, but before she sat down in the nicely metal-crafted chair, she bowed to Tiamat. Good afternoon, Tiamat. Has your day been well? Tiamat looked over to Grafia, her few sources of comfort in her current state. Good afternoon to you as well, Grafia. It has been like all others before it, empty without my red gem in it to brighten my day. She spoke, with slightly happier tone than the nights before, which was something that made Grafia feel less worried about her well-being. That's good to hear. Have you tried to walk around the garden yet? It's quite nice this time of year, suggested Grafia, hoping she could maybe have Tiamat begin to do something to keep her mind off the many thoughts she had throughout the day. It was important that she herself didn't also need to be put in a bed, because of health problems or worst of all, dragon's fall. Grafia didn't if Tiamat could get a rare and dangerous disease from this, but why risk it? I did, for just a little bit. Rius has a beautiful garden, it might even have more color in it than my eyes. Tiamat answered with a more relaxed tone, as she couldn't help but feel much more at peace with Grafia around. Maybe it was because Grafia could relate as fellow mother, but then Venelina would also have been able to. Or maybe it was because she had been in similar situation with her own son after the fight with Trihexa. Whatever the reason was didn't really matter, all that mattered was that she didn't have to feel alone in this. Not that she was, as Rius and the other girls would visit at least once a day. She even got to meet the peerage Issei Hayata had been a part of. They had all said things like how he looked so much like the old Issei, something she didn't want to hear, as it made her feel things she still hadn't been able to fully understand. But she knew that these feelings were feelings of fear. Fear of being forgotten by her most precious red gem. Really? I didn't we had that many colors. Maybe I should try and get this place a different name. Maybe something like, even more colorful than Tiamat's eyes? How does that sound? Asked Graphia as she was trying to show off her humor, or lack thereof. Surzex had at one point tried to slip in a law to keep her from making these kinds of jokes. But it seemed to work on Tiamat, as Graphia earned a light-heart chuckle from the dragoness. It sounds like you're trying to show off? What if some poor devil kid goes to find out himself? She asked, in a bit of mischievous tone. Graphia giggled as well, as she had come to learn that Tiamat's jokes compared to her own ones were always a bit more deadly, so to speak. That would cause a problem. Yeah, maybe not the most best name for a garden anyways. Do you have one, O merciful Dragon King Tiamat? Joked Graphia back, as she put a hand on her mouth to hide her chuckle from her second bad joke tonight. Tiamat turned her head towards the garden, looking over it with a peaceful gaze. She then turned her gaze back on Graphia. Chaotically colorful? That way it would still be Chang'el to my eyes, and no one has to go on quest and find out. Tiamat asked in happy manner, as she put her head back in the place it had lied before, giving her full vibe of Issei again. Graphia noticed this. It made her happy smile turned into a sad one, as it reminded her all she could really do for her friend was this. Talking and joking a bit every night. It was nice and it seemed to keep minds off of things, but she would always return to this post-ion, and it made Graphia feel bad for her every time she did. I am sure he will wake up soon. If he really is like the old one, then he will wake up, Graphia said with a tone that sounded determined, which made Tiamat looked over at her, slightly surprised at her tone. It made her eyes tear up a bit, as she saw this person who she had been known for more than a week and a few days, saying such things and trying to help her. She looked back to Issei. I hope you are right, Graphia, I really hope you are. Thank you. Time skip. A week more had gone by and Issei still in a coma, or at least that was what they told other people who had asked about it. Nor did they say his name, but just referred to him as Tiamat's son. As Surzex didn't want the information of Issei possible being alive to reach the ears of the old Devil Council, as even he didn't know what they would do to keep their current power. As was a terrible and awful truth to the most of Devil nobles that had met Issei Hayata, they all knew he was a major key in the amount of power the Maos had back then. But when he died, the old Devil Council didn't waste any time to make people forget about him, and change the name of one into the name of many. They gave easily controlled and weak nobles the credit for his smaller feats, while they gave bigger and more important nobles the credit for his much greater ones. All while calming that the Gremmeries had made up this Issei figure, to strengthen the Maos and to sway public opinion, which had woken frighteningly well, as after 5 or so years most of the common population had forgotten about him, or thought of him as folk tale. But he had been very real, and was alive in the underworld, being taken care of by the household of Gremmery. But at the moment, he was in a deep sleep or coma, making the lives of a few specific people very hard. One of which was the owner and ruler of the territory he was in, Rius Gremmery. She was sitting in a small and rather simple chair, wearing a crimson red Victorian dress, and holding a few papers up to her eyes. She was doing a bit of paperwork, but not in her office, but in the room Issei was in. He was sleeping almost silently next to her. She could almost hear the wind outside or even Tiamat's eyes opening and closing more loudly than his breathing, which often made her quite worried if he was breathing or not. She came by like this a few times, just sitting by his bed and looking after him, while doing some easier paperwork in the meantime. She sighed as she put down the last bits of work for day, down on the small bedside table. She looked over Issei, watching his cute face as he seemed so apace, while everyone around him were not. You really are a troublemaker, even after you get reincarnated. What am I to do with you? She asked out into the room, receiving no answer other than slightly louder breathing of Issei. She giggled lightly, as she then reached a hand out to stroke his hair, which had finally regained its nice blonde color instead of the former weaker blondish color it had. I never thought you could look so good with blonde hair. Or maybe you just look good with since you're a child? Rius said to no one specific. She looked out of the room, and instead of seeing a sun hanging high, she instead saw a sun being blocked by the sleeping head of Tiamat. She was happy that Tiamat had finally begun sleeping more than before, but she could still sleep in a more preferable way. But that was Rius' own personal opinion. She looked back to Issei, feeling a bit remorseful at a sudden thought that struck her. I have hit a woman who you saw as your mother twice now by the old Lucifer. What kind of woman am I? Rius asked out loud, as she put one hand over her eyes, trying to block a few small tears that had formed at that memory. Luckily, before she could sink too deeply into that dark corner of her brain, she heard a knock. It came from the door. She sighed, then post-irons herself to look more prober. Come in. As the words left her mouth, the door opened, and in came two women. It was Graphia and Tiamat, whom had changed into her human form after have woken up. Ah, Graphia and Tiamat-sama, what can I do for you? Asked Rius as she felt a bit more relaxed. Graphia giggled just a little bit, which made Rius confused. Lady Tiamat, it seems we have entered Duchess Rius' office room. I apologize for this inconvenience. Graphia bowed to Tiamat, whom also began to giggle slightly. Rius was still confused until she realized what Graphia meant. She looked down and noticed the small table in front of her with paperwork and letters. She blushed slightly as she also realized she had answered as she would if anyone was to enter her workroom. She had subconcisely made Issei hospital room into her second office room. The two older ladies began to giggle a bit louder at the now obviously embarrassed Rius' expense, whom hid her face behind her hands. Don't laugh! She cried out as she was still embarrassed by how easily she had let this room become a second office room. Okay, we'll stop for now, my lady, said Graphia as she still giggled a little bit. Tiamat had thankfully stopped giggling, and instead held a kind, motherly smile as she looked at her hatchling. She walked over to his side, taking one of the other chairs in the room and then holding one of his hands in her own. Has anything changed today? She asked in relaxed tone, quite unlike her tone the days before, as she was also so worried. But it seemed becoming friends with Graphia had helped her a lot, even if it meant they would make fun of Rius together, which as shown earlier was not too hard to do. No, nothing major has changed. But his breathing has become slightly louder over the past hour or two, Rius said with a happy tone, as even though it didn't seem like much, it still meant that he was getting better. Really? I am so glad. My little red gem. She held his hand up to her head, putting the back of it to her forehead, while held his hand with both of her own. Moth mother. A weak and rough voice was heard in the room, making all three of the women look towards the only possible source. Issei's face seemed to move around a bit, more specifically his mouth, like he was trying to speak. Tiamat held onto his hand with one hand, and put the other on his cheek, caressing it lovingly as another mother would. Yes, mother is right here, Issei. I am right here, she said as small tears began to form. The two other didn't know what to do, and so chose to observe for now, until something else happened. It was hard for Rius, as she wanted to hold him too, but felt it would maybe ruin this little miracle. Issei didn't say anything else that day, but he slept with a small smile on his face after Tiamat had held him. Tiamat didn't leave the room when Rius and Graphia did, as she wanted to stay by his side. If anything else were to happen, then she wanted to be there as the first. She was awake the whole night, hoping he would call out to her again. Forgotten dreamscape, 2 weeks ago, in a fairly nice park, with nicely trimmed bush walls and a quite wide fountain, sat a brown-haired young man on a nearby bench. He was smiling solemnly as he was looking over the entire park. His eyes spotted many different and pretty flowers and plants. But they stopped when he noticed a red-haired man standing to his side. He was looking at the fountain with a bored look, as he was standing up against a street-light pole. The younger man just closed his eyes as he turned his head back towards the fountain as well, before smiling with a bit more happiness. So I guess Rius and Issei found their way back? Asked the red-haired man, as the other one laughed slightly, making the other one look at him confused. "What's so funny, Issei?" he asked, which only resulted in Issei laughing even harder than before. When he finally stopped, he held his hands up a peaceful manner. "Oh, I am sorry, Great Red, it's just that it's funny to hear my name being used for someone else with same name as me. It's just kind of weird in some way, you know," Issei asked as his all-too-iconic smile took for front. Great Red just sighed, as he couldn't relate, as no one would try to use his name. "I don't get it, but I guess it makes sense," he answered, earning another light chuckle from Issei. They then both just stood there watching the fountain, before Great Red turned to Issei again. "So is Trihexa really dead this time?" he asked, making Issei feel a bit stunned at how he had figured it out, then relaxed as he knew it didn't really matter anymore. "Yeah, he is dead for good. Besides, he never wanted to be a part of that whole thing to begin with, he just wanted to be free," Issei told the now, once again and also now official, strongest being in the supernatural world. Great Red smirked as his pride had been fixed, plus it felt nice to no longer know that someone stronger than him was alive. "Good. Then I guess the only thing left is to give you your peaceful internal dream inside my very being." Great Red spoke, as he moved to a bit more open space. He began to use some form of magic Issei had never seen before, and opened this weirdly comforting rift in space. "So will that be my home from now on? It looks so bright," Issei commented before he stood up from the bench and walked over to the rift. "Yes, it will make you see and only feel what you treasure the most in your life, for as long as I live, that is," Great Red explained, as they both turned towards each other. Issei reached a hand out to the dragon god, who looked at it for a bit, before he reached his own hand out to it. "Thank you for doing this for me. It must have been annoying to do all this just for one person," Issei said, as they both shook at each other's hand. "Haha, you think this was hard? Try living with Ophis and Lilith and having to act like a dad to someone else's child. Now that is hard, but it is fun," Great Red said, as they both let go of each other's hand. Issei turned toward the rift. He could feel his legs shaking violently, as he didn't really want to leave this place, but he knew he had to, or else he would only suffer more for it. He took his first step inside it, then his next, until he now stood inside it fully. His mind began to feel clouded as he saw, heard and felt so many things all of a sudden. Then he saw it, a door at the end of an all too familiar hallway. He began to run at full speed towards it, opening it up with his full strength, and seeing the thing he had missed the most waiting for him inside. Underworld, Gremry territory. Colder winds was blowing over the main garden of the Gremry family's garden estate. Fall had come and brought along its orange, yellow and red color scheme. The tall bush walls was no more than branches holding on to the few remaining leaves. They felt to look at, as every time a wind blew through them a few more leaves left it, flying off to who knows where. Yet this was a beautiful sight, even for the neon immortal beings who lived in estate, even more so for the dragoness who slept out there. She had post eye on herself so that she would lie with one side of her body fully against the garden, so that she could watch its decade, but also beautiful hibernation. Her other side was turned towards the estate, with her left eye having a perfect view inside a single room. Inside the room was a medical bed, with a bedside table and a few chairs. But on top of the bed slept a blonde-haired child, his left hand clutching onto something. A woman's hand, as next to him in one of the chairs, sat the owner of this estate, holding his hand carefully. This boy was not a human, but he had the soul of one, along with the memories of one. These were parts of the reasons of why he was in this bed, sleeping so peacefully, or rather in a peaceful coma. His mother, the blue dragoness lying outside, had been waiting for what felt like months. She had felt worried, sad and afraid of who he would be when he awoke from this. Thankfully, thanks to a friend and fellow mother, she had regained her calm sure and had been able to go through her days with less worry. The woman inside, holding onto his hand, was in a familiar state, but couldn't act on those feelings, at least not publicly, as she didn't feel she had the right to. But even so, she could at least do this little thing, and hold on to his hand a little longer. It was in these moments where she felt her many titles, and her familiar name really was a curse, at least for her. The crimson rose of the granaries, a rose. The most beautiful flower that exists, but one cannot simple touch it without it stinging you back. Princess of Ruin. She ruins almost everything and anyone who comes close to her, but only on the highest of levels, such as a lover. It filled her with despair that this once great source of her pride was now also the source of her cursed private life. What does it help to be a princess without a prince? What does it mean to be a beautiful crimson rose, if not even the one you love can touch you? She looked up, as she felt a slight pain in her right hand. The little boy, if he could feel her worries or not, had tightened his grip on her hand. It made her smile happily, yet it did little to stop her tears to fall. But at least they weren't tears of self-hate, but of gratitude for this little dragon's helpful little gesture. She left a bit after, as she still had duties to do. Even if she wanted to stay, she had to take care of these things, so that once he wakes up again, he won't have to live with the same pressure that her old lover had to live with. Time skip. I believe he should be waking up today or tomorrow, but it's still not clear if he really will. This is after all just what Kuroka and Kaneko think after their life-angry experiment yesterday, my lady. Asia spoke, as she stood in the middle of Rius's office room. Rius sat in her chair, her hands under her chin as she was thinking over this information. To her left stood the raven-haired beauty, Akino smiling happily at this. To her right stood the head maid Grafia. She held her emotions well, but inside she was hoping to tell Tiamat the news. Rius raised her head, making perfect contact with Asia. Good work, Asia. Please tell Kuroka and Kaneko to come by my office sometime in the future. I'd like to thank them personally for this. Rius said, as even if this was not 100% true, it was still something. And if it was true, then even better. Tiamat and Issei could finally be a family again, and she could finally have what could she have? She was brought out of her train of thought, as Grafia tried to get her attention. Lady Rius, I would like to ask for permission to leave. May I? Grafia asked, her face barely holding back the expression she wanted to make. You may. Tell Tiamat I feel happy for her. Rius spoke as her face gained a happy smile, as a way to hide her own small inner problem she had recently gained. Grafia nodded, before bowing and then walking out of the doors, and down the hall towards the gardens. Akino chuckled a bit, as the sight of Grafia acting like this was an uncommon one. It always made Akone feel like she was watching a child who lacks the emotional expression to match her energy. Don't laugh too loudly, or else you'll have to take more class than queen duties, Akino. Rius teased, which seemed to work as Akino PTSD of her first class came back to her. She had been taught by both Venelina and Grafia, and they had not held back, especially with a few of her more important duties. To say Akino had been scared for life would be an understatement. Please don't, Rius-sama, Akino said as she shuddered at the thought of her going back inside that room with those two older women. Good. Thanks again, Asia. You may leave and get back your duties. The same goes for you, Akino. Rius' voice went from being sweet and nice to smug when addressing her queen, whom felt an arrow go through her heart at how Asia was being praised while she was being shot down. I am doing my duties right now. Akino spoke with a comically weak voice. Rius just giggled a little at her answer. I know. It's just so much fun to tease you, Akino, plus it's revenge for him. The mood in the room changed. Asia had just reached the door, but stopped as if she was unable to keep walking. They all carried around these thoughts about him, as it had been less than 2 months since they said goodbye for good. It was hard to learn to live without him, then to have the slightest bit of hope, only for it to be crushed. Rius, realizing she had made mistake, was about to stand up, but was interrupted by Asia as she had turned around. She didn't look sad, nor did she have teary eyes. She looked like she was uncomfortable with Rius' joke, but didn't let it affect her as much as it would normally have. I don't think he would have minded if you tease her, Asia said, then went quiet. Rius and Akino both looked shocked at her mature reaction. It was though a bit ruined, as Asia then bolted out of the room and ran down the halls, searching for an empty room. Rius and Akino looked at each, before both smiling calmingly at how well Asia was dealing with this. Akino, Zenovia and Kaneko were dealing with it to about the same extent, as in they would sometimes have thoughts like what if and such. But Asia and Rius were dealing with it in two different extremes. Asia with her trying to act normally around people, but slightly breaking down whenever someone had said something about him, or when she was alone for too long. Rius herself felt that the way she herself was dealing with this was shameful, as she too had the what if thoughts, like, what if I just choiced the brown lock, what if I had just brought him back to life? Something which always ended with her drinking herself to sleep, and just slight bit of hand holding with Issei while he was sleeping. Well, it seems she is still the one most sad about this. She was after all the second person who depended on him, besides you of course. Hee. Kenneo chuckled awkwardly. Her sudden comment had though gone unnoticed by Rius, but it had brought her out of her train of thought. She turned her head to look at Kenneo, as confused expression portrayed her face. Oh sorry, what did you say, Kenneo? Rius asked, her tone sounding apologetic. Kenneo, deciding it wasn't worth to repeat herself, and it wouldn't help the current mood, decided to say, it's nothing, just a silly joke, Rius. A perfectly friendly smile, and a few words that sound like something Kenneo would say, and Rius shrugged it off as nothing. If you say so, now let's get back to work, we're still having godly amount of paperwork left. Rius sighed as the sizable mountain of paper next to her hadn't disappeared or just done itself. Is this how older brother feels? Gremory main garden. Tiamat was lying down on the plain of slowly dying grass, her scarves feeling the cold winds of fall hitting her. She had been looking at the garden as it was slowly dying, turning into a mess of brown, green and orange. It was a beautiful show of colors. She could even make out forms or shapes of people and things in the pills of leaves. She saw weird humanoid shapes, something that reminded her of Drake and Albion, but she was not quite sure why. Maybe it was because it was too scurrilous fighting over a nut, she nor the world would ever know. She also saw a shape that reminded her of Ophis, as it was an almostly perfectly shaped infinite sign. This little game of hers was quite fun, along with weirdly confusing, as she had never thought she could be entertained by something as childish as this. But here she was looking at a weird mix between Trihexa and a cow. You would never see these kinds of things back home, my red gem. Tiamat spoke, as she looked silently into Issei's room. He was still in a coma, but she could see he had changed his postillon, making it almost look like he was sleeping. She put one of her massive claws on the window, softly as to not break it or scratch it. I promise you, when you wake up I'll show so many new things that you, yourself, have never seen before. I promise, so wake up soon, my red gem. Tiamat spoke again, as she kept her gaze on his small body, seeing every movement it made. It made her feel worry and also relief, the curse of a parent. You are always worried and relieved when you see your child sleep. She heard a pair of footsteps coming towards her, which made her turn to see the pair was none other than Kenneo and her queen Nene. They both bowed before her, a gesture Tiamat would normally have done back, but not in her current mood. Oh Kenneo, what can I do for you? Asked Tiamat, her words and way of saying them friendly, but her tone sounding cold. Kenneo wasn't quite sure how to react to that, but decided to shrug it off for now, to her about what she and her sister had discovered. I come with good news. Me and my sister have done a ritual of sorts, to look inside of Issei and find out when he would probably wake up. Kenneo told Tiamat, whom looked towards her with shock in her eyes. She transformed almost instantly into her human, then running over and grasping onto Kenneo's shoulders with an almost bone-crushing strength. When will he wake up, cat? She yelled out, making both Kenneo and Nene shocked and a bit scared at her sudden aggression. Tiamat noticed this, and let go of Kenneo again, taking a few steps back. I am sorry. I have just been so worried that he wouldn't wake up again. So when you said that I just got very... You know he. Tiamat apologized to the two girls, whom now have gained a slight fear of all women dragons. Thank the mouse she didn't eat us. Was the same thing they thought. It's okay, and I really should have told you sooner. But anyways, I believe he will wake up either later on today or tomorrow. Kenneo explained, which made Tiamat smile, as she had expected it to be a week or month more. But no, it was going to be within the next 48 hours. She then again, in scary show of her supreme strength and speed, took Kenneo into bone-crushing hug. So while Tiamat was crying and whispering how thankful she was for the good news, Kenneo was slowly dying from her ribs piercing her lungs. Nene stood to the side, unsure if she should help or just watch for now. Tiamat stopped her deadly hug, when another female voice was heard, coming from the door to the garden. "Leave the poor girl alone, she is going to die before she gets to see your son again at this rate," spoke Grafia as she came out with a bottle of wine in her hand. Tiamat walked over to Grafia, her smile still vibrant as well as her tears of happiness. Grafia smiled back at her with a just as warm and comforting smile. "I see you have heard the news," Grafia said, earning a nod from Tiamat as she walked over to the table and chairs that Grafia had placed out here for their nightly talks. "Yes, these two have just informed me. They have my deepest gratitude, and maybe even my blessing," Tiamat spoke, before whispering so low that only a dragon or Necamate could hear it. It seemed to have loud enough for the two present Necamates to blush, one because of her embrassement, and the other for her friend's luck. "It would seem you have a rather promising daughter-in-law over there, but let's not tease her too much or else Lady Gremory might get too jealous. Besides, let's wait until Issei wakes up." Grafia spoke up, as she could also hear what had been said, or had guessed it by the way Tiamat and Kenneo were acting. "Fine, I'll stop for today, but can you blame me for feeling this happiness and relief that I am currently? I feel as if a heavy burden has been." Tiamat stopped herself as a part of her, that she had hoped disappeared, came back to suffice, to leave but one thought in her head. "Will he be your Issei or theirs?" it said, until it vanished into its deep and chaotic abyss again. Tiamat just stood still, as she could feel herself starting to shake at the mere thought of losing her son, maybe not in body, but in mind. Grafia noticed this, along with the two other younger women. All of them were unsure of what to do, as the sudden change of the mood had put them all off. They felt a slightly fearful feeling coming off Tiamat as small wave-like rainbows of colors and power began to form around her. It was her aura, but instead of being a chaotic mess like it was supposed to be, it was instead a controlled and worried mess. Grafia had learned, through her many talks and nights with Tiamat, that this meant she was in a mentally difficult place right now. She tried to speak, but was beat to it by Tiamat herself. "Grafia, can we take a walk through the gardens? I need to be away from people right now." Tiamat spoke, then before Grafia could even give her response, Tiamat began to walk towards the herd archway leading into the grand garden. Grafia just stood there for a bit, looking to the two other younger women, whom shared confused looks. She nodded to them in a reassuring way, before going after Tiamat, not saying anything, just following until spoken to. They kept walking like this, passing by the many flowers beds with no flowers, but instead hardened dirt and withered plants. Grafia kept in close eye on Tiamat, as her aura was still on display. It was not getting worse, but it wasn't becoming better either. Tiamat walked a bit more ahead, before stopping in front of a rather special place in the garden. It was a small grow bed, with nicely smooth stones around it, and it held a nicely grown cherry tree. Though its leaves had fallen ages ago, it was still nice to look at, but the more important thing about this growth bed was the sign that had been put on it. It held 3 names, as well a little message at the bottom of it. Tiamat went down on one knee to look at it more closely. Grafia would have stopped her, but at the current moment she didn't dare to anger Tiamat, and didn't want to make her friend more upset. Tiamat just kept staring at it, until she looked at the tree again. Watching it closely, noticing its oddly unnatural body, as it had 2 main arms grow out on each side, with a strong trunk to hold it all up. "Grafia, what is this place?" Tiamat asked slowly, making Grafia nervous to answer. This was a rather sensitive place for most of devils in service to the Gremories. Grafia walked up next to Tiamat, who didn't look over at her, as her gaze was still on the tree. "It's a grave. A grave for Miss and Mr. Hayato, as well as the inhabitants of Kutown," Grafia said weakly, looking away from the tree, as did not want to even catch a small glimpse of the sign. "Why is it here? What does this have to do with the Gremories?" asked Tiamat in a confused tone. Grafia didn't answer, just clutching her hands tightly, almost tightly enough to make them bleed. She didn't want to talk about that horrible day, as it brought too many bad memories back. But it seems that the karma part of Tiamat's name wasn't just a title, but also another use of that age-old saying, karma's a bitch. Here lies Goru and Miki Hayadu, the parents of the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei Hayadu. The town of Ko lies here as a constant reminder of our mistake. Tiamat read out loud, making Grafia hold back a single tear. Tiamat's aura spiked a bit, making many of the nearby leaves fly off into the sky. She then turned her head slowly towards Grafia, who looked away, as she did not dare face her gaze. "What did Rius and you people do?" Tiamat asked with a slightly angry voice, as her aura began to gain its chaotic, colorful scheme. Tiamat started to stand up slowly, letting her aura drown the nearby area, as well as make those not strong enough feel like they were drowning. Luckily no one was in the gardens, it was only the Dragoness and the Ice Queen. Grafia still felt this sense of drowning, but not as strongly as others who would be weaker than her would have. She only felt the need to breathe more rapidly as she felt a lack of air entering her lungs. Grafia could take it, as shown by her almost perfect counter to Tiamat's drowning aura. She pushed out her own, as a counter. It was not strong enough to battle Tiamat's for dominance, but strong enough to let her breathe normally and feel less threatened, as most auras of dragons usually make the people near them feel. Grafia could feel her breathing becoming more stable, allowing her to think clearly about how she should approach this situation, and more importantly make Tiamat calm down again. She knew she had really only one choice, which was to tell her what happened, but she felt it could end with Tiamat misunderstanding and flying off to kill Rius for something didn't even do. But she didn't really see any other way through this, and so with a deep breath she began to retell about what were the most terrible nights of her life. Small time skip. To say Tiamat was shocked would be an understatement. No, she was absolutely livid at what she had been told. She knew how terrible the Cows Brigade was and had been, how much worse the real mastermind behind it all was, but she found this to be too far. Rizvium and Trihexa had already lost the moment Issei died, after having used all his life energy to kill Trihexa and also happened to blow up most of the remaining members of the Cows Brigade by chance. But those low greats, those scum of the earth, the real demons. They had made a curse-like being of Issei, similar to the one Loki made way back when he attacked. It had been given a simple goal, which would end up causing more grief and sadness, as the destruction afterwards was not at the level they first believed it would hit. It was much higher. Instead of just killing and destroying his parents and house, it ended up destroying the whole of Kutown. But it wasn't the curse who did that last bit. No, it was the ones who came to try and rescue Issei's family and the town as a whole. Rius and her peerage had gone ahead, with full power, and tried their best, even while they were grieving to protect the last living things they could remember him by. But because of that still negative and inner turmoil they were in, they had a hard time fighting, and worst of all was Rius. She at a certain point lost all sense and went on a rampage throughout Ko, destroying and killing anything she came into contact with. The curse being had been prepared for them, and had tricked the Hayadu couple into believing that Rius and her group had killed Issei. He had also told them about the supernatural world, and how Issei had been a slave to Rius this entire time, a lie made by him to trick them. And it worked. When Rius came to their rescue they rejected her, belittled her, disowned her as their daughter-in-law. When she tried to convince them that he was lying to them, they didn't believe her, but worse yet. He killed them right after they said something that, even if it doesn't affect her as much anymore, still left a major hole in already broken heart. "Don't you ever call us your family, and never speak my son's name again with your filthy whore mouth." In a single second after that, they had both been sliced in two by the curse like Issei. Rius had lost it in that one moment, as she and everyone else there with her felt they had lost all that was left of Issei. She unleashed almost as much power as her brother could. In those frightening few minutes, she had laid the entire town of Ko to destruction, as everything and everyone had been killed. When she finally stopped, she was found crying and wailing, as she hated herself for this destruction she had brought into the world. It almost completely broke her mentally, and made her go into hiding for a long time. She only came out of it after she had come to realize that Issei wouldn't want her to sit in her room and just blame herself for infinity. so she should instead use her time and effort to work and make sure this never would happen again. Of course, this whole thing was blamed on the Cows Brigade, mostly because no one at the time wanted to or even dared to blame the little sister of Esserzex for anything, as he too was grieving and that made him easy to anger. But Rius, even if she doesn't show it that much, this still affected her in major ways sometimes. As an example was the time when she blew Tiamat away, when she found Issei. Tiamat had almost forgotten her former grief, as Grafia had told her of her own and most of the Gremry peerage. She felt awful for thinking about them being only interested in getting Issei back, because they were selfish and wanted to take her red gem away. When in truth, they mostly wanted to earn his parents' forgiveness, along with his too, and feel redemption after that night. Tiamat looked at Grafia's pained face, and reached out with one hand to push her into an apologetic hug. She had for a moment been almost consumed by her inner fear of Issei leaving her, for him to forget about their time together, and for her to lose her only son. She felt selfish thanks to her more mature outlook in life, but at the same time she justified in her self-made fear. She believed that the girls might feel the same way she does. They had in their own selfish desire believed they could get Issei back, and he would forgive them. That he would be with them again, and live out his new life with them, like they always wanted. Both of their selfish desires brought them to this situation, where either side fully knows what will happen, or how they will react when Issei wakes up. Will he be hers or theirs? Inside Rius's office room, slowly, almost robotically, Rius placed the last piece of paper on the nearest of the 3 towers of work papers. A heavy and tired sigh left her lips, as she felt the relief finally set in, and the slowly after worry set in. A worried feeling that Kenneo is doing something weird, as she has been standing in the corner of the room for a long time now. They hadn't talked much since Asia left a few hours ago, and if they did it was almost only about work-related stuff. But why did they talk about that mostly? Why did they not talk about Issei instead? Simple, they both feel uncomfortable talking about him right now, because if what Asia told them is true, then they have to farce him soon. But they too, like Tiamat, were in a flow of worry and doubt about who will wake up. Will it be their Issei, the one they love and want forgiveness from for their sins? Or will it be the son of Tiamat, the one they had become friends with? For Kenneo, she would love to have Issei back, so that she and him could have a life together, so that they could be like she saw them in her visit inside Issei's mind. But she knew that it would be selfish, at least she has begun to feel that it would be. And she had also made a connection with the new Issei, as she would call him sometimes. It wasn't a romantic one, as she felt it would be weird and selfish. Weird because he is 11 years old, and selfish because she would most likely only love him as her Issei. She didn't want that, she wanted to be friends with him, maybe even family by bond, as he had called her and the others, before Rius crashed in, when Issei. She had found it adorable, much like the others, and it made her feel bad about her selfish desire. But she believes, or at least feels that Rius felt differently, as she had possibly developed feelings for him. She didn't want to ask, as she didn't want to have a confrontation on their different views, and how Kenneo felt that Rius would only love him as the old Issei and not as he is now. If he even is the new Issei, when he wakes up again. Rius had walked over to the side of Kenneo, while she had been in deep thought about this whole thing. She had been calling out to her, but Kenneo had been so focused on this thought train, that she couldn't really hear or feel the world around her. Kenneo! Ugh, what's going on with you today? You're never this quiet. Is it because of what Asia said? Rius wondered, as she let her thoughts out into the room, but the only ones who heard her were herself and the many old books. She tried shaking her, but with no success. Kenneo was still in her trance. Rius sighed, as she decided to walk over to her window, as she was a bit tired and full of thoughts. She had wanted to talk with Kenneo about them, but since she was in her own little world, the setting sun would do. She reached the window, a huge pair of glass doors with a golden handle each. She opened them and stepped outside into the sunlight. Its rays hit her body, making her dark red dress come off, as a lighter red or maybe even thin as the vague shadows of her legs could be seen underneath the slick. Some parts even showed a bit of skin, as the light was just at the right angle. She found its warmth nice, and sat down on a small balcony chair, and began to simply watch the sun set. A soothing breeze flew by, as her hair flew with it for a bit, only to fall back down onto the side of Rius's back. She enjoyed the view that this place gave her. A perfect view of the sun setting, her great and glorious territory, and the two people standing near the gravestone of Kuwait. What? Rius spat out, as she jumped onto the side of the railing, and leaned over the side to gain a better view. She could see the two people's hair color. One had a silvery gray, and the other a pale blue. She knew as she recognized those colors, that the two people were Grafia and Tiamat. She gulped, as slight fear began to set in as she remembered where they were standing. The constant reminder of one of her biggest mistakes, the gravestone and tree of Kutown and Issei's parents. A quick flashback to that night was sent through her mind, then left as fast it came by. It made her shudder, but then an even worse thought came to her attention. What are they doing there, and how much does Tiamat know? The mere thought of it scared her to no end, as the story behind that tree is not a pretty one, nor one she would like to ever relive. So what does Tiamat think of her, and everyone else now? That was important for Rius to know, as it could greatly affect her chances with Issei. She knew it was already a long shot to have him be a new part of her life, especially when it came to what people would think of it, even more so what Tiamat would think of it. If they became friends, or something like that, it could work. At least she believed that, as it could maybe bring about other things. She knew that these feelings she was feeling weren't pure, as they were definitely messed up. But she couldn't help herself. She had fallen too far for the old Issei, and the new one had, even in those short moments she had known him, shown many of the same traits that led her to love the old one. But now this whole dream of hers might be impossible, as Tiamat would most likely not want Issei to be anywhere near her or her peerage. She could understand why, because who could want her as a daughter-in-law? No one, that's who. And now the one person she wants to be with, or at least wants to try to be with in the future, is likely going to be gated off from her. She felt her arms becoming weak, as she felt herself almost slide off the side of the railing. Luckily, she felt someone pull her from behind, and got her back onto a chair, where she began to breathe heavily as she was in a bit of shock. She could fly, yes, but it would still shock anyone if you were about to fall off from somewhere high. Rius, are you okay? What happened? Asked the worried voice of Kenneo, as she came into view of the still shocked Rius. She reached out to hug, which Kenneo accepted gladly, but instead of hearing thanks, she heard sobs. She then felt something wet dripping onto her shoulder. She looked to her side, to see Rius slightly trembling as she sobbed into her shoulder. Kenneo was rightfully confused, as why would something like that make her cry like this? But before she could ask, she was met face to face with Rius. Her face was stained slightly with tears, some still dripping off her face. Tiamat knows. She knows about what we did. Rius spoke softly, as she weakly pointed behind her, towards the tree where Tiamat and Grafia still stood. Kenneo felt herself freeze for a second at the sight, as a similar train of thought went through her head, much like Rius had before Kenneo had caught her. We're screwed. She'll never let me, or any of us, near him again. Rius spoke as her voice sounded defeated, as if she knew how all this was going to play out. Kenneo felt her defeat, as it almost seemed like the reality that they were facing, until she remembered a key element of this whole mess they were now in. She made Rius look back up at her, locking eyes with sad blue, towards slightly bright purple. I think. No, I believe it will all depend on what? On what Issei decides. If he wants to be friends or stay with his mother and away from us for life. Kenneo said. She tried to sound so sure of herself, but she barely believed this herself. But she had learned from Issei that if you believe something hard enough, then it will come to pass. They stood like that for a few minutes, not minding the slowly vanishing warmth from the slowly disappearing sun, nor the cold wind hitting them. Kenneo could feel Rius had calmed down, as her quiet sobs had stopped, and her tears had stopped falling. She felt happy that she had been able to ease her mind, and maybe even herself slightly. Thanks, Kenneo, you really are a good friend. You're right, it's all up to him. We have accepted his choice no matter what we feel. Rius said. Her tone was still sad, but it held a thing of maturity. Next day, Issei's room, as he hadn't awakened yesterday, and since Kenneo and Kuroka meant he would wake today, so now everyone who had a hand in this whole thing had gathered. Tiamat and Grafia stood on his left side, with Tiamat sitting in a chair, holding his hand in her own. Grafia stood by her side, even though Surzex was here, but she had decided to be a good friend and comfort her. Rius sat in her semi-office-like corner that was left of Issei's bed. She didn't hold his hand, as when she had tried earlier, Kenneo had touched her and whispered to her it would be a bad idea at the current moment. It hadn't helped much when she had gotten what she would call a death glare from Tiamat, or at least that's what it looked like to her, understandably so, as she didn't know how they stood with each other currently. Were they friends, or did she hate her and everyone else in her family? The rest of Rius's peerage was there too, all of them behind her with Kenneo to her side. Surzex and Teen Vala were standing at the front of his bed, with Surzex at the front and Vala next to him. Both had a hopeful glint in their eyes, something Grafia spotted. She found it somewhat amusing that both of them had this almost childlike hope in their eyes. Not that she should say that it was childish. When she too had a similar emotion going through, she was just better at hiding it. It was quiet in the room. Only the light snores of Issei could be heard, as everyone almost like a hive mind didn't breath. Or at least it didn't feel like it, as their breaths could barely be heard. Then a slight groan came from Issei. Tiamat, as soon as she heard, grasped his hand tighter, watching him carefully to see if anything else was happening. He began turning slightly, then his snores, or rather slowly yarns, began to become louder. He raised his left arm slightly, then putting it down for support, as he tried to slowly push himself up. Tiamat began to help him, as she put her other hand on his back. No one had said anything, almost like it was a dream, and if they said a single word it would all vanish. Tiamat leaned a bit onto the bed, still supporting him to sit up. She still held his hand in grasps, as small tears began to form in the corners of her eyes. When he finally sat up semi-straight, he began to open his eyes slightly, closing them shut upon contact with the room lights, and even the few sun rays hitting him. But he managed to keep his eyes open long enough, then blink a few times, before he began to register the tight feeling on his right hand. He turned towards it, his golden eyes beginning to shine as he made contact with his mother's dark blue, though her tears made them look like a much lighter blue. "Mother, is that you?" he asked, his voice being so weak after many weeks of sleep. Tiamat couldn't hold her tears, and so they trailed down her face. She nodded slowly as she felt so much joy, relief and happiness at the sight of her son begin awake. Yes, my red gem, Mother's here." She couldn't contain herself and hugged him with all her love that she could muster, almost crushing the poor hatchling, but that did not stop her, as the joy she and he felt outdid the slight pain. The rest of the crowd too shared tears of joy at the reunion of mother and son, as well as the happiness of Issei being awake again. They kept hugging for what felt like an eternity, but Tiamat nor Issei cared about that, as they were so happy to see each being well and safe. The people around them could hear the slight sobs from the two, as Issei began to tighten the hug with the little strength he had. Though one person was not crying, she was still. Rius sat there with a happy smile, but it wasn't a real one. She was trying to hide her sadness that she wouldn't get her Issei back, but she also knew this was for the best, even if it hurt to admit. Kenneo noticed this and tried to comfort her by putting a hand on her shoulder, to hopefully take some of her sadness away. Rius put her left hand on Kenneo's hand, an unspoken thanks between the two old friends. "Now all I can do is hope that he will maybe be friends with us. That is all I hope for," Rius thought as she kept looking at the joyful scene before her. Issei's room. The sounds of sobbing and quiet thanks could be heard from the dragoness and her hatchling, as she held him tightly in his bed. They were both in their human forms. Tiamat was a beautiful 30-year-old woman, with long dark blue hair, aquatic blue eyes, and a figure that could channel most of the supernatural goddess's beauty. Issei was always quite the charmer, his hair being a spiky golden blonde, and his eyes being just as golden. The two had been like this for the last half hour, just embracing each other, as the many worries they had began to vanish. The room had been mostly empty, Only the mother and hatchling pair, Graphia, Circex and Rius were left behind. Each of the three devils had their own reasons. Graphia was happy that her new friend had gotten her son back, but she was also worried about what she might do, at least regarding the conversation they had a few days ago. The two siblings, though, they too had their own reasons, but they were a bit weird for them to explain. Not just to others, but even to them themselves. Circex wanted to gain Issei's forgiveness for having failed him, and inadvertently making him sacrifice himself for everyone else. He had failed him as a leader, and as a brother. But he knew Issei wouldn't want him to do this, as he would always forgive him. Even then, this wasn't the Issei he wanted to apologize to, he was only a shadow. No, he wasn't Issei Hayadu, he was some else, and Rius, she wanted him. She wanted him to be her Issei again, but this showed that wasn't possible. The Issei in front of her was someone else, but he had so many of the same quality that made her love Issei Hayadu, and have made her have a crush of sorts for this one too. But she knew, or at least believed, that Tiamat knew of one of her darkest days. A mistake she made in blind rage, sadness, and rejection, and because Tiamat knew this, Rius didn't feel she would have or even be given a chance to speak with Issei. A silence began to fill the room, as the sobs began to stop. Only the sound of light breathing could be heard in its place, before it too was broken by the sound of movement, and the sound of the bed hinges creaked because of the two dragons moving. Tiamat sat down in her chair again, to the side of Issei still holding his hand. Her face was stained by many streaks of dried tears, though it was still beautiful, and even more so because of her radiating smile of pure joy. Issei's face was also stained by tears, but his almost golden smile outshined the stains. The two of them noticed the silence that had retaken the room and the three pairs of eyes focused solely on them. Issei turned his eyes to the first person he saw, other than his mother. A woman he would describe as beautiful, with long silky silver hair standing right behind his mother. He knew he had never met her before, but he knew her name and had memories of her, that wasn't his. He turned his head towards the next person he could sense in the room. It was a tall man with long red hair, and a pair of blue eyes that were almost a shade blue as his mother's fire breath. He knew his name as well, and knew things about him and had memories with him, even though he knew he barely knew him. The next person he saw was one he knew, it was Rius. She was beautiful, no one could deny that. With her long and silky red hair, beautiful face and almost sky-like blue eyes. He had memories of her too, most of them were not his. But the one that was his held hatred towards her, but at the same time he couldn't hate her as she brought him here, he knew that, or at least he could tell or feel it somehow. Rius tried her best to smile in a friendly way towards him, as his eyes landed on her. But she could feel that he wasn't looking at her, not really. He was looking at her and the others through the lens of what he knew, from the memories he had gained. What was a kid like Issei supposed to do in this kind of situation? He didn't know most of these people, but yet he knew them like they were family. He hated Rius for attacking his mother and his new friends, but also felt a strange emotion towards he had never felt before. Everything was so different now, he knew that. Ever since he met Kenneo and fought her and her peerage, his life had been going in an unknown direction. One of which he couldn't determine if it was good or bad, he only knew he was confused for every new step, new memory and new person he met. He also knew new things about his mother, that she apparently hated the person he was, or had been in his past life. And he also knew this other part of himself, this person that all of these people had come for, this Issei Hayadu. He had never heard of him before, but now he knew his entire life like it was his, yet he didn't want it to be his. He wanted to keep his life, to keep being him, to be Issei. But which Issei is that? The one who was raised by Tiamat, and learned to live like a dragon? Or was the pervert who had to grow up too fast and thus lost his life too early? Issei thought. He dug his head into his mother's chest, trying to hide from all these thoughts, all these new things and all this new grief. Trauma? Fear? Rage, anger, and hatred? He wanted to do things with Rius, things his mother had told him about when she would tell him bedtime stories. He wanted to rip out the throat of a fallen angel, who was imprisoned somewhere on the lower circles of hell. He wanted to call for Drag, the heavenly dragon, yet he also wanted to forget all of these things, hide away from all of this. He wanted to forget all of this happened, he wanted to run from all this pain that was hidden below all of these memories. He didn't want to see, know or learn any more of Issei Hayate's life. He wanted him gone, and out of his head. He began to breathe quickly, as his heart rate began to rise and his body began to heat up. Tiamat began to become worried, fearing he would faint again if she didn't do something. Issei. My dear mother is right here, it's okay Issei, it's okay. Mother's here. She tried to seem calm, as she tried to calm him, but it hardly worked as he only began to get hotter and hotter. Mother. He spoke weakly, as he was beginning to have trouble breathing. Yes, dear, what is it? Say something please, Issei. Tiamat said worried. The others didn't know what to do, besides Grafia who thought to summon some ice magic, to cool him down. It seemed to help, as he could breathe more normally again. I want Tio forget all of this. I don't want Issei in my head. I don't want any of you in my head. It hurts, Mom. It hurts. Issei cried out as tears began to appear in his eyes, only to become steam as his body began to warm up even more. Surzex, Rius and Grafia were hurt by his words, but also knew somewhere that it was never his choice to be granted these things. Tiamat began panicking as Issei only became warmer and warmer. His eyes couldn't be seen as he kept crying, only for his tears to become steam. Grafia kept trying to cool him with ice magic, making it colder and colder, to try and help. Rius and Surzex didn't know what they could or should do, and so they stood by stunned and worried about what was happening to Issei. Issei, it's going to be okay, dear. It's going to be okay, Mother's is here. I am here, Issei. Tiamat began crying herself, as she held on to Issei tighter, burning herself in the process. It didn't get better, as suddenly Issei's golden hair went up in flames. His eyes, even if they were hidden behind his steamified tears, now gave off a burning light. Like his eyes held two suns in them. Then his aura also began to fill the room. It was unbearably hot, almost like the sun had been put inside the room. It was only then that Tiamat realized what was happening to her son. He is gaining his principle of power. She spoke, no pride evident as this would normally be a happy occasion, but not this one, as the way he was getting it was the worst way to get it. Either one gets it from many years of training and fighting, the normal way and longest. It's also the hardest and only the most powerful dragons, aka the dragon kings, heavenly dragons, dragon gods and some evil dragons have ever achieved this. Then there's the one where you get after experiencing unimaginable pain, have too many negative emotions all at once or survive a traumatic experience. Tiamat didn't know which one Issei had archived, as the pain one goes through can slightly vary depending on it. Issei, you're going to be okay. Listen to me, dear. Tiamat spoke in a soft voice, both to hide sadness over her son having to gain his principle this way and her worry about him getting it at such a young age. You'll be okay, my red gem. I'm right here, my Issei. It will be over soon. I love you. Tiamat spoke again, before tightening her embracing around him. Then out from her back came two large dark blue dragonic wings. Then she used them to shield her and Issei inside them. The unrelenting heat vanished, only leaving a slightly warmer room, as Tiamat had used both magic and her body to contain the heat from Issei. He was still sobbing as the pain he was going through began to burn him too, showing his power was too much for him. Through a small slit of Tiamat's wings, the other three could see an almost orange golden light shine out, before disappearing along with heat. Tiamat opened her wings again, making a warm wave burst out from her containment that was her wings. Issei's hair was no longer on fire, but his eyes still had that sun-like golden light in them. But something that also shocked the onlookers was the pair of crimson curled horns protruding from both sides of Issei's head. They held small lines of gold in them, but even so they didn't match his overall color scheme. Tiamat had also changed, as her arms, face, and the inside of her wings had burned. Issei just looked confused at his mother, no longer feeling the burning pain he felt earlier. Mother? he asked, as his face began to curl into a crying face again, as he could put 2 and 2 together, and figure out he had burned his mother. It's okay, my dear, mother is fine. You were just too powerful for me, my dear red gem. Tiamat tried to soothe him, as she held him soothingly, making him look at her, seeing her relieved smile. She was relieved that he was fine, and happy that he had achieved something as great as this. She was worried too, but right now she doesn't want to think about it. She just wanted to be with her son. She just wanted to see her son be happy again. Issei still cried a few more tears for a bit, before falling asleep. He was sleeping like a rock, as his awaken had taken a lot out of him. Tiamat, Rius, Zenovia and Grafia left the room and went to another room where everyone else had gathered. They needed to discuss what the next step, or what they all should do when Issei was fully awake again. Grafia opened the doors for the other 3, letting in Rius and Zenovia first, who found a seat each next to their family. Tiamat came in after that, standing in the doorway still for a second as everyone's eyes were on her. She took a quick breath before sitting down on a sofa somewhat apart from the other chairs and sofas. She sat there for a bit, feeling the many stars on her, until she felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked up to see Grafia, who had sat next to her, a supportive smile on her face. Tiamat looked back at the group, noting the many people that had gathered. Obvious ones were the former Lord and Lady Gremory, along with their grandson Milicus, with Zenovia and Rius next to them. Rius Peerage sat next to Rius on a mixture of chairs and a single sofa. Kiba, Gasper, Zenovia, Asia, Kenneo, Kenneo and Rius. Vali was also there, with him and his group on the other side of the older devils. Tiamat took in a deep breath, before she bowed her head, taking most of the gathered people by surprise. I, Tiamat, Chaos Karma Dragon King, offer my deepest thanks. Please ask anything of me, as I owe you people so much for saving my son. Tiamat spoke, before raising her head again, but there wasn't a shred of gratitude on her face. She wasn't thankful for what they have done, as it's because of what they have done that her son was put in the state he was in. Is what I would have loved to say, if not for the fact that it was your interference that brought my son into a coma in the first place, Rius Gremory. Tiamat said, her eyes narrowing. The mood in the room changed quickly, as a somewhat joyous moment became a serious one, as Tiamat had just said she didn't find what they had done as helpful. Not anymore, at least. But Lady Tiamat no, listen here. I know I may have started this whole thing, but I never wanted this outcome, nor did I ever want him to be in the kind of state that he is in now. I took a gamble and believed that the connection I felt between my son and Kenneo could make him stronger, but it only made him. Tiamat stopped herself as a few tears escaped her eyes. A/N. So I know Tiamat started this whole thing by having Kenneo enter his mind and unlocking his memories, but since I have changed my story so much and never got to update the older parts, so now my story contradicts itself. So Tiamat didn't want Issei, her son, to become Issei Hayabu. She wanted him to be cured of juggernaut drive that began eating at him way back in chapter 8 or 7. Got it? Great. I wanted it to make him more capable, but it led to him becoming sick, almost being consumed by Drake's juggernaut, and then entering some kind of self-made version of it. I never wanted this. So I have made a decision, Tiamat said. She had everyone focus on her, not a single thing would make them look away. They all looked as she stood up, her long hair falling down on the floor. Then her wings sprouted out and spread out, giving her the image of a dragonic angel. When my son wakes up, I will take him home and I will never let you people near him again. She spoke as she slowly began to float off the ground, her aura beginning to leak, forming magical flames around her. She wasn't trying to threaten them, she wanted to get her point across, that she didn't want her son to have anything to do with them ever again. Rius stood up slowly, her head held low. Tiamat stared at her, her face holding a stoic expression as she pierced her with her chromatic eyes. Rius came closer, no one stopping her, as mostly no one wanted to stand between her and the anger of Mother, a dragon mother. What do you want to say, Rius? That you're sorry, that you want to make it up to me and my son? Tiamat asked. Her aura reacting for every spoken, making the flames grow, then died down again for whenever she spoke. Yes. I wanted to say those things. But I also wanted to ask you something, Rius said. Her head was still hung low as she felt she had no right to look at Tiamat. She knew that Tiamat knew of her wrongdoings, and she knew Tiamat was doing mostly because of her actions. What is it then, Gremory? Tiamat asked, her voice having become stoic as well, to hide her emotions. She wasn't really angry, at least not as much as she was showing. She was afraid. She was scared as only a mother could be. I wanted to know. To know if you're doing this because yes. I know what you did, and it is part of the reason. Tiamat cut her off, while also finishing her question. Rius clenched her fist in anger that one of, if not her biggest mistake, was going to be what stopped her from being with someone again. I see. I guess then you have more than enough reason to take Issei away from here. Rius was stopped as the sound of doors opening stopped her. Everyone looked towards the door, seeing 3 people in the door frame. One was a tall red-haired tan man, with what seemed like a nose ring of golden horn. Another was a young girl with a black skirt and shirt on, and long black hair and emotionless eyes. And the last one was Issei? The others, besides Tiamat, Grafia, Rius and Surzex, hadn't seen his physique. His curly crimson and golden horns, his hair that looked like a flame at least in this light, and his 2 sun-golden eyes. He wore only a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. He was quite cute, but this was not the time. Tiamat saw her son out of bed, and flew right over to him wanting to lift him into her arms, but she was stopped by Great Red, the red-haired tan man. Let me go! She yelled at him, not caring who he was or how he was, as she only wanted to take her son and get away from this place. No, not until you all hear what Issei has to say, as he is the person that you, Tiamat, are trying to control the future of. Great Red said, his voice not giving a hint or chance at fighting back. Tiamat backed down, understanding his threat. Great Red still had a hand on her, not trusting her completely to not try something. Tiamat sighed, before turning to Issei. She noticed his eyes had become more calm than before. They were still in flames, but they had become more peaceful in a way. What do you wish to say, dear? Tiamat was trying to sound as loving as she could, but she was beginning to feel her tears creeping forward. At least none of the others, besides her son and the dragon gods, could see that. Issei stepped a bit forward, standing a bit ahead of the 2 gods. He felt uncomfortable under so many gazes, but knew he had to say this, he had to, or else he would come to regret it. Earlier, Issei's room. Issei had awoken from his slumber, it being more of a quick nap than anything else. He opened his eyes, hoping to see his mother, but instead found 2 other people. Ophis and Great Red, the dragon gods. He blushed a bit, feeling unworthy of their attention, and even more that they seemed to care enough about him for them to visit. The 2 gods got confused by his reaction, both looking at each other, shrugging their shoulders as either of them understood what he was doing. Hey Ophis. What is this kid deal? I know he has been in a coma for some time now, but isn't it a bit weird for him to suddenly blush at the mere sight of us? Great Red asked, as he took a peek over his shoulder, seeing Issei just carefully and silently watching them. It is a bit weird, and even more weird is the fact that you think he would blush at the sight of you. He must have seen me just now, and realized I am the most beautiful dragon he has ever seen. Ophis declared, her stoic voice and face not matching her teasing voices. Like anyone would ever fall in love with you, you overuse the lowly trope. Just use your older form already. People are starting to get the wrong idea. Great Red whispered, shouted at the small goddess, who just looked confused at him, before looking down and noticing she was floating to him to have perfect eye contact. You have a point, Baka Red, Ophis said, and before Great Red could comment on her insult, she turned to Issei, who was still sitting and waiting patiently. Boy. No, Issei, I am Ophis the Ouroboros dragon god of infinity. This here is Great Red, the true dragon god emperor. We have come here to give you a gift from Issei. He left it to you, before you and him succumbed to your forgotten dragon juggernaut drive. Ophis said. Issei just became confused as he didn't remember leaving himself a gift, then he remembered that the other part of him, or rather the owner of all of his new memories. His name was also Issei. What did he leave me? Issei asked. Ophis and Great Red looked at each other, before looking back at Issei and straining their left and right arm towards him. He gave you hope/love. Great Red and Ophis said, each of them having a different name for his gift. Issei looked at them confused, before he noticed a green gem form itself above the hands of Ophis and Great Red. He looked at it with interest. He was a dragon and a young one at that, so new things were interesting, and even more so were things that could be seen as treasures. The gem began to shine, before it began to glow outward, making the room they were in have a sort of north light dancing around. It was only in different shades of green. Issei had stars in his eyes at this new sight, becoming mesmerized by it, and looking all around trying to remember every detail of it, as if he didn't he would forget it all. It's beautiful. Is this hope? Or is this love? He asked out loud, the two gods not answering as they barely knew either. Then the light began to change as it became even more vibrant. New and totally unknown shades of green began to spring forward, something the two gods semi-lost their shit over, but only on the inside so as to not scare the young hatchling. What is it you desire, Issei? An unknown voice spoke, making all three of the dragons look around, trying to find the source. The voice began to laugh a bit at their struggles, which also led them to find it. It was the gem. Who are you? Issei asked as slowly turned over and began to crawl slowly towards the gem on all fours, as he was still not used to having only 2 legs. I am Desire. Rather, I am your unknown Desire. Desire said. Its voice revealed no gender, as its voice seamlessly changed gender for every word it spoke. The two gods decided to stay out of this, as they kind of guessed that this was Issei Hayata's real gift. My unknown Desire? Issei asked as he sat down on the end of his bed. That I am a desire you still don't know or have realized you have. Hence why these two behind couldn't say my true name, as desire is the reason behind most feelings. Desire explained to Issei, who nodded, not fully understanding what it was saying, but he was getting the gist of it. I have been asked by a boy, who was almost purely driven by desire, to give you a helping hand with your own desire. It said, making Issei confused until he remembered that Issei Hayata was a huge pervert, and very open about it. I see. But what is it that I desire then? I don't think I desire anything. Well, Issei stopped himself as his former words came back to him. He did have a desire to be rid of these memories, and just be himself again. You do have one, everyone has one. It doesn't have to be lewd, evil, or comical, it just has to be a desire to obtain something. Desire said as it tried to make Issei realize his desire. But what desires did he have, other than his desire to forget all that has happened to him, and lose these new memories? You desire love as well as hope, Issei. I can see it in your eyes. Issei looked up at the gem, stunned that it knew something so deeply borrowed in him. How did you know that? Issei asked, his voice shaking a bit. I am desire, silly. I know desire when I see it. And also what kind of desire? For example, you desire love, but it's not romantical, at least not yet, but you will have to take care of that one alone. No, yours is one of familiar love. You want you and your mother to have a perfect life. Desire to explain, making Issei nod as if it was true. He wanted him and his mother to have a perfect life together, where he would protect his mother, and she could live a peaceful life. A childish desire to show love, but a noble one. You also desire that you could become friends with Issei Hayata, old friends. A small ember of hope inside of you wishes for this. Even though they hurt you, you still wish to be friends with them. Desire said, making Issei hang his head as he knew it was true. He did want to be friends with them, as they had been his friends ever. He didn't want to lose them and return to a solitary life with his mother. He wanted to have friends, to have lifelong comrades. To have his own family that wasn't just him and his mother. But he also hated them, because as Desire had said, they had hurt him. They had only been friendly towards him because in their eyes he was the thing keeping them from getting to Issei Hayata. But the golden-haired girl was different. She wanted to be his friend, truly, and she didn't want Issei Hayata back to life, saying he deceived his rest. I can feel you have realized that you have this desire. Good, now all you have to do is accept them, both these two desires and also all those people as who they are. Make them your friends, make them your family, and keep them safe. For your own desire's sake. Desire spoke. Issei lifted his head to see the gem, beginning to dim slowly and taking away its northlight. What am I supposed to do? Please tell me. I can't do something like this after all I have done to them. Issei cried out, but it was already too late. The gem and desire had both vanished, leaving only Issei, Ophis, and Great Red. He hung his low again, believing he had failed before he even tried. If it's just pain, I'll endure it, Ophis said as she looked at Issei with a small smile. Issei looked up, not understanding what she had said. What are you saying? Issei asked, but before he could get an answer, Great Red said something as well. I am fine with being stupid, Great Red said, blushing a bit as the comment was a bit embarrassing. Issei just got more confused, leading to Ophis float closer towards him. These are words Issei has once said, when he too was faced with a hard choice or challenge. Learn from them, they hold a certain wisdom to them, Ophis said simply, before floating backwards again. Issei just looked at her, even more confused. He then began to think about those words, trying to find this wisdom they spoke about. Be fine with being an idiot? Pain is meaningless? What does this even mean? Issei thought, before something clicked in his head. Does it simply mean to live as you want? To not care about the obstacles in your way, and not having to always be right? Is that what it means? Issei thought. He liked it. It was so simple anyone could understand it after a bit of thinking, but even so it was deep. He felt he knew Issei Hayato a bit better. He wasn't just a perverted idiot. He was a young idiot who was open about his desires, not caring that it hurt him. He was an idiot, but not seeing it as his biggest fault. He embarrassed his bad traits, and became better because of them. So what did these words mean to Issei? To do something, even if he knew if he was going to win or not, if he was going to fail or not. To take everything head on and find out the hard way who he was? His eyes, hair, and horns began to shine somewhat, making the two gods feel that he had understood what they had said to him. You ready, kid? Great Red asked Issei, who looked up at him with determined eyes. Yes, I am ready to follow my desire, Issei said as for a second his hair and eyes went up in flames. Present time, living room. Issei stood in front of the large group, with the two dragon gods and his mother who was being held back by Great Red, behind him. He looked scared, nervous, but he also held a fire of determination in his eyes. He closed his eyes, breathing to calm himself. He opened his eyes again, this time though they were on fire as two suns had been relit inside them. Golden sunlight shined from them. It stunk a bit to the many devils, but they chose to not comment on it. I want to say something. Something important. To everyone here. Issei started, his voice shaking a bit as he still felt nervous under the gaze of the people in front of him. He took another deep breath, before he continued. I would like to be friends with you. You all. Issei said, blushing as he had not realized how embarrassed he was going when plain to say this. Though his words were few, it still left an impact on the woman mostly, as who wouldn't find a small young boy's request of friendship to be cute? Especially when he blushed like that, but they had to hold themselves back from saying yes, even though all of them, well maybe except Vali and his crew, wanted to be friends with him. Not because he was a reincarnate of Issei Hayato, but because they felt that he could fill the space Issei had left, and make it his own. But two things stood in between this friendship, and those things were Tiamat and Rius. Tiamat, as she had said earlier, she didn't want Issei to have anything to do with them anymore or ever again, as some of them had hurt him in the pursuit of their own selfish desire. And Rius because she had been in an unclear state of mind and had attacked Tiamat, and had tried to take Issei for herself. Issei definitely felt some small embers of anger towards her, but he wanted to try and put it behind him. He was rather mature for how young he was, but he was still a child, and it showed in how he chose to do things sometimes. Issei, what are you saying, dear? They hurt you. You can't be serious, dear. Let's go home and forget all about this, okay, dear? Tiamat tried to make Issei choose her side and leave with her. She didn't dislike any of them, at least not most of them, but she wanted Issei to be safe. And she didn't see them as being safe. Issei turned to his mother, who began to smile thinking he was going to listen to her, but that smile vanished when he opened his mouth. No, mother. I don't want to forget this. I want to be friends with them, maybe even become a family with one of them. Issei spoke, though the last bit was more mumble, so only those with enhanced hearing heard him. So suddenly Tiamat had a stunned face, while Kuruko and Kenneo had a blushing face at his cute words. Vali was indifferent, but he could definitely understand what Asia had been talking about, that he acted a bit like Issei Hayato. Tiamat just kept staring at Issei in disbelief that he would want something like this, at such a young age and with women much older than him. Rius stood still, watching the scene and becoming confused as she saw Kenneo and her sister blushing, and Tiamat looking stunned. What did he say? She wondered, only to have her question asked by Asia, who was curious as to why Kenneo was blushing. He said he wanted Tio have a family with one of us. Maybe. Kenneo whispered, but loud enough for the Rius's peerage and family could hear, along with all the dragons and Kuruko. Tiamat began to regain her composure, only to lose it again when she heard Kenneo say it again. She just became stunned again, then a feeling of fear crept into her mind, that he would leave her for them or that they would put him in a similar position that Hayato had gained in their ranks. As the spearhead. You can't do that. You can't marry any of them. Tiamat roared out, making Issei both sad and embarrassed, as he didn't really want to say the last bit, but he felt that he should follow his desire, and so he said it. A few tears began to build up in his eyes, as he looked like a mother, his face scowling together, as tried his best not to cry. Why not, mother? I just want friends and a bigger family. I don't want to be alone one day. When you fly away, Issei said as his tears began to roll down his face, but so too did some of Tiamat as she understood his words. She had told him those words a long time ago, when he had asked what happens when a dragon dies. Instead of telling the real truth, she gave him a kid-friendly version. Flashback 5 years, familiar forest. Inside Tiamat Cave, when Issei was only able to communicate through a mental connection with his mother, he had asked a question. A question everyone has asked at one point in one's life. Mother, what happens when we die? Issei asked, as he crept over the open cave room, from his and his mother's shared sleeping spot. Tiamat turned her long neck towards him, as she had been previously occupied with something less important. Why do you ask, my red gem? Is living your life not good enough for you? She asked, her tone having a sense of humor to it, even if the joke she tried to make went over Issei's little head. No, mother, I just wanted to know what happens when dragons die. Issei asked, his voice holding a bit of sadness to it, something Tiamat couldn't stand to hear, and so she moved over to his side and held him in wings. Oh my dear, you won't have to worry about it, not for a long time. And besides, when a dragon dies, we fly away to a far-off land where we live in paradise, and our every wish is fulfilled. Tiamat spoke as she used a bit of her aura to form a kind of scenario around her and her son, to try and make an image of this paradise. Really, mother? So when I come there, you and I can be together in this paradise? Issei asked in somewhat glee, not knowing his mother's sweet and protective lie. Of course, my child, so when I fly away one day, far into the future, don't cry because we shall see each other again. Now let's go to sleep or else you won't be strong enough to fly there when it's time. Tiamat spoke, before scolding Issei for being up past his bedtime. The two dragons curled up together, Tiamat surrounding him and holding him in the middle of a circle she made out of her body. End of flashback. The others didn't understand what Issei's last words meant, but they could see it caused a reaction from Tiamat as her tears came with no stop. My red gem. I won't fly away yet. Tiamat tried to speak, but her voice couldn't hold it together as she began to break down. Issei only had to say those words for Tiamat to stop struggling. She knew he was right, as despite how much she didn't want to admit it, she was old, really old. One day she would have to fly away and leave him on his own, in a world that he might not know well enough, If she got what she wanted and made him leave with her and never see all of these people again. I want to have a family, even after you fly away, Mother. So that I won't have to fly away soon after you. Issei said, his seemingly innocent words and obvious desire to have family even after his mother was gone, made the others understand what the phrase fly away meant to him and Tiamat. Many of them were affected as they understood his words. He was afraid to lose people, and even so than that, he was afraid to lose his mother. So it broke their hearts to hear the small child admit he would die, if he didn't have family when his mother passed on. But Tiamat felt it even more, as while Issei had been speaking for the last few minutes, he had never broken his eye contact with her. She couldn't say anything back, she couldn't do anything. If she took him away and then passed on, he would either die or kill himself because he would miss her so much. No one moved a muscle as everyone let his words sink in, and as Tiamat began to sob. She felt she was the worst mother ever, even though it was far from the truth, as Issei loved her more than anything. But it was hard to see such things when one's own child says they'd die without them in their life. Only 3 sounds could be heard. One was the low and deep breaths of everyone, as watching a small kid talking about death was a bit harder than they had all thought or ever imagined it could be. The other was the low sobs of Tiamat as she berated herself, believing she was the worst mother of all time. The last one was the sound of soft steps, something that made a few people look away, for every step it took. It was Rius who was walking slowly over to Issei. No one tried to stop her, nor did anyone know what they should do, as the situation had gone from being a joint discussion of how they were going to handle things when Issei woke up, to now being about Issei wanting to have a family, even after his mother passed away. Rius came closer and closer before she stood next to Issei, who had still not taken his tear-filled eyes off his mother's own. She went down on both knees, sitting next to him. Her arms hang on each side for a bit, but anyone could see she wanted to hug him, to comfort him and make him smile. She took a deep breath before she put her arms around him. He didn't resist at all. If anything, he welcomed it as he put his own 2 hands on her right arm, holding it tightly as his tears came out like fountain water. Great Red let go of Tiamat, who just flopped onto her knees, sitting there silently watching her son being comforted by another woman. She only felt worse and worse, until she felt a small nudge from behind her. She saw the hand of her friend Grafia on her shoulder. She was smiling with the same supportive smile. She crouched down next to her, moving her head closer, and whispered something to her. It's okay to be afraid of change, but right now you don't have to worry about that. All you have to worry about is the fact your son needs his mother. Grafia whispered, letting go of Tiamat. Issei, who was still holding on to Rius' arm and crying, suddenly felt another pair of arms around him, ones he knew all too well. His mother had joined the supportive hug Rius had made. It only led to Issei crying even more. It's my dear red gem. Mother, and your new family is here. You won't have to be alone when I fly away, because they will be here for you. Won't you, Rius? Tiamat asked in a low voice, so only really Issei and Rius could hear it. Rius looked shocked that she would ask something like that of her, as she didn't feel she was worthy to be asked such a thing after what she did to the 2 of them. Issei looked at her, his tear-stained eyes still holding a golden glow to it. Will you, Rius Wani-san? Issei asked, much to both Tiamat and Rius' surprise, as they both thought he disliked her. But it seems he either forgot, or had chosen to take a step towards becoming friends, and maybe one day family. Of course, I will be there for him. Always, Rius said before tightening the hug as she felt happy. Happy that Issei and Tiamat seemed to have forgiven her, that she could maybe have someone fill that space in her heart that Issei had left, and maybe find someone new to love one day. The rest of the group, except Vali and his team, joined in the group hug, promising as well to look after him when Tiamat would fly away. The 2 dragon gods had left while they all did this, not that any of them really noticed. What really mattered was welcoming these 2 new members of their family. Time skip, 100 years, Gremry territory, 2. Inside a large throne room, though not as big as her older brothers, sat Rius Gremry on her crimson throne. Her throne lay on top of a small case of stairs, with each step having a few chairs where one of her peerages/kings in service to her sat on. Each step has a specific value to it. She herself sat on the 9th step, as she was the king and therefore the most valuable. Aquino came next, then a few steps came both Rius and Kenneo, then after Gasper and Asia. Then lastly Zenovia and Kiba. But why were they all gathered here, and why? What could be so important as to have them all gathered in this manner? Well, there are 2 important guests coming. One of them was unknown, but had been very persistent about meeting with Rius. And the other one, who was already there, was none other than Issei, the new heavenly dragon of sunlight. He had been on a few trips to most factions for the last 10 years, as he had to show he was not a threat to any of them, but also that he was the real deal. So now he had returned to his second home, his main home being his burned spot in the familiar forest, as Mother Cave had been destroyed and had been made into a grave for his mother. She had flown away a little over 20 years ago, and as Rius and the others had promised, they held him and were there for him when it happened. The doors opened, covering the area near the, rather oversized, double door be covered in the shadow of a rather large figure. It was a large crimson dragon, easily 60 or 70 meters long and 30 meters tall. His head had 2 crimson horns, with golden lining in them. His eyes looked like 2 suns, as the glow they gave would remind one of the sun's light. He took a step forward, making most of the hall shake for each step taken. He soon after stood with his entire body inside the grand throne room. He looked towards them, his family by bond. Issei had returned to him, and his dragonic ego had not faded with his travels. He likes to appear in his dragon form, saying it helps to make people act more respectful. Rius shook her head at her younger brother-like figure actics, before standing up and bowing, showing respect as he was still a heavenly dragon. Heavenly dragon Issei. She raised her head, gaining eye contact with him. Welcome home. She smiled, as did the others. It's good to be home, Rius. It's good to see you guys again, he said as his body began to glow in a bright golden light, as he changed to his human form. When the light vanished, a tall young man stood in its place. Despite being over 100 years old, he looked like he was in his early 20s. One of the perks of being supernatural and a dragon. So, anything interesting happened while I was gone? Issei asked as he opened his arms wide, ready for a group hug, which he got as they all nearly jumped him at the same time. When the hug was broken, as well as a few arms, as Issei hugs were no joke, Rius tried to act properly again. Well, besides the birth of your first niece, nothing else. Rius teased, which made Issei's eyes go wide, as he could already feel Grafia would grill him for that. Oh really? How time flies. Hee, what's her name? Issei asked, as he was very curious, and also overly happy to have more family to surround himself with. Tia Gremry Lucifuge, she was named after Dash, my mother. Hee, nice one. Grafia, gotta thank her for that later. Issei smiled, remembering his mother, and hoping Tia would grow up to be like her one day. Well, she doesn't have much in common with Tiamat. She is very rude, gets very lonely easily, and makes a mess of anything she can get near. It reminds me of someone else though. Aquino teased as Issei blushed, remembering his younger self. Yeah. Hee. Oh, I heard that you had some important guests coming today, right? Issei asked, his eyes glowing with a certain emotion, one Rius knew all too well. Yes, she is coming today, and no, you can't do that thing, Rius said, making Issei's mouth waver like he was about to cry, only for Rius to turn herself away from him. He went up to her side, this time he tried with puppy eyes. Still no, Rius answered, but Issei just continues. I said, half an hour later, I can't believe you got me with freaking puppy dog eyes. Rius crumbled as she was being seated on top of Issei's head. Issei had found out, a long time ago, his head had the perfect shape to have a throne on it. So sometimes he would convince Rius to sit on his head. It was a great power move, but it also made her feel embarrassed as she felt like her third horn, as she wore mostly crimson red, so she matched in rather well with his 2 other horns. It's not so bad, besides it helps to make people be more respectful towards you, as if they don't they will offend someone who has a dragon as a seat. Issei said, not understanding that the only real reason people didn't dare act out of turn when they did this was because they're scared he would eat them. If only you knew the real reason, Issei. If only you knew, Rius thought. Then the oversized double door began to open again. In came a young woman. She had long blue hair and a pair of violet eyes. She wore a long black trench coat, with a white button of shirt underneath, and a pair of black pants with leather shoes. But something even more interesting she had on was an all too familiar red gauntlet with golden spikes on it and dragon claws like fingers. No way, she is the Red Dragon Empress Azazel was talking about, Issei whispered to Rius, who just nodded as she had heard the news as well. The woman stopped, only a few feet away from the first steps of the stairs to where Rius' throne would normally be. She stood there for a bit, before her face morphed into an overly eager smile at the sight of Issei. OMG. Oh wait, sorry, I shouldn't say the Lord's names in your presence, right? Oh. Sorry. My name is Jolena Gladius, this generation Red Dragon Empress and Issei's future wife, she declared, making everyone stunned, before a roar-like shout was heard from Issei. My what? Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Marcus from 2005 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.